No, no changes.
Thank you. Very good. No changes. So item number 7, do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Yes. Motion by Silva, second by Mr. Kitsis, and this will be a roll call vote. Teresa, do you want me to do it, or?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? Would you like me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll have my list like at home.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. I got to take that. Okay, Ms. Dally, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mr. Wyndham?
Yes.
Mr. Kitsis?
Yes.
Mrs. Stacy?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
Mrs. Malberg?
Yes.
And Mr. Jansen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, item 8, report out from closed session actions. During closed session, the board conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, labor negotiations, and public/student safety. So item number 9, comments from the floor, items on the agenda only. If I could double check, how many folks do we have on Zoom that would like to speak? Could someone give me a count? Please.
Looks like there are 2, and if anybody is on Zoom that would like to make public comment, put your name in the group chat. Right now, there's only 2. 2 plus a call-in that I think handed.
But that's the one I have, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So with the limited number that we have to speak, we're going to change that from a minute and expand it out back to 3 minutes. We were planning on lots of people wanting to speak. That's why we limited the number, so we'll expand that out. We want to hear from you and get your input at best. So I will start with the in-person folks. Miss Jennifer Bergeron and part.
I'm here, but I'm not prepared to speak yet. I actually wanted to ask questions to the county officials.
So this is pretty much the opportunity to be able to speak publicly. We don't usually take questions after the fact, but if you tackle him in the parking lot, you'd have access to him, and he's a very nice guy, so he'll be able to answer that. Okay, so thank you very much. Todd Blansett. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Board members, Superintendent Shamia, how you doing? For those of you who don't know in the audience, my name's Todd Blansett, and I'm president of the Vacaville Teachers Association. And I'd like to comment on what you're discussing today. Sure. The end of the last school year was a disappointment for everyone. Students were cheated out of their learning, their time with their friends, their end of the year activities, and their graduation. No teacher I've talked to enjoyed it either. None of us felt that we were able to teach as well as we could, but we understood that for our students and ourselves, distance learning was the safest way to end the year. And now we're having to deal with how we will start the next school year. But the conditions in Vacaville haven't really changed that much. We're in as much danger now as we were then. Our contract has a clause that says the district must maintain a safe working environment. That clause is a lot more relevant this year. Since this all began, I've been imagining what I will say to members who ask how they can know it's safe to return to school. The response I came up with was that the district is following guidelines established by the state and county health departments, knowing that they are advised by doctors and scientists with training in dealing with the spread of the disease. After some of the comments at the last board meeting, I became concerned the district would open at 100% attendance despite warnings from the state and county. If the district does this, I won't have any way to reassure teachers that they are safe, because going against the recommendations of the health department is saying that we know better than them. Teachers have been contacting me concerned about the start of the year, and I've asked them how they feel about returning against health department orders, and they universally said no. They aren't trying to avoid work. They are genuinely afraid. Filling a classroom full of children is the perfect way to spread a disease. With that in mind, I hope the guidance that we get from the county today is clear and gives us a path forward. As we return to school, If we have to maintain 6 feet distance between students, we can't do it with 100% of our students in our rooms. There is no seating chart or class management plan that makes it possible to keep 34 students 6 feet from each other in a typical classroom. Our classes are packed tight under normal conditions. I'd need a room as large as a small gym to fit them all safely. It would be like trying to fit 18 eggs into a carton made for 12. There just isn't space. It's true that even if we return at 50 to 25% attendance, students will be making contact with each other. But there will be a lot fewer contacts, and the teacher at least has a chance of maintaining a safe environment. Any infection will have half or quarter of the people to infect. I understand what a burden these past months have been for parents. They've been asked to handle their job and be a babysitter and a teacher. But we owe it to these parents to give them a safe option for returning to school. The parent survey showed that the majority of parents are concerned about the safety of returning, and we owe them a safe choice. The plan the VTA and the district have come up with to return safely is well thought out. It gives us the ability to socially distance if we need to. It has varying amounts of students on campus at any one time to reduce contacts, and allows us to return at 100% if we can. It also allows us to transition between phases if we need to, if conditions change between now and the start of school, or even after the school year has started. But this plan has to be put in place ahead of time. If we don't, and there is a spike in infections, we will have to completely change all the students' schedules or completely shut down again. We are still 2 months from the start of school, and we have no idea what the world will look like then, and we have no idea whether there will be another surge of COVID in the fall. This plan addresses all those possibilities. I hope you will seriously consider the plan the VTA and the district has come up with. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it. Ms. Teresa, any chance you can get Michelle on the line, please? We're giving someone an access by phone, so give us a second to work out the technical aspect of it.
Yeah, he just unmuted her, so you should be able to hear her now. Let's see.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello, Michelle. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Okay,
Good.
the floor is yours for a little over 3 minutes, just so we're
Okay.
have some equity there.
I just wanted to say thank you for having this workshop today. I feel compelled to speak because our children's education next school year cannot continue to take a back seat to the coronavirus. We all did our part last school year and made it through to the end of the school year as best we could. But just like people are returning to work and businesses are reopening, the school district needs to find a way to get our kids back to school so our kids can get their education too. I can tell you from personal experience that the remote learning was not successful for my family and kids last year. And if they're forced to continue with this remote learning, I know it will be detrimental to their education. What I learned from the last few months is that for the learning to be successful, my kids need to be in the classroom, learning from their teachers 5 days a week. I will be very happy if the board provides direction to staff today to start preparing for and moving towards the proposed Stage 3B schedule. In the staff presentation and proposal on slide 3, it's going to indicate that Solano County is currently in Phase 3A of reopening. However, according to the Solano County Public Health Order on June 8th, movie theaters were allowed to open as of June 12th. And in the most recent version of the Public Health Order dated June 15th, it says personal care services, including facials, waxing, cosmetology, nail salons, body art, tattoo parlors, massage therapy, were all allowed to reopen as of yesterday. All of these activities are listed in the Stage 3B category of the presentation. This leads me to believe that Solano County is actually more into Stage 3B than 3A. And these are all voluntary activities that are all allowed to reopen, and yet our children's education, which is so necessary and so essential, is still being talked about to remain in this remote capacity that will not be successful in the long run for all of the district's children. Therefore, I'm asking the board today to please provide direction to staff to start preparing for and moving towards the proposed Stage 3B schedule, with the understanding that families who are not comfortable returning on site can pursue the independent study program for the new Vacaville Virtual Learning Academy. I would also like to mention that the proposed parent survey questions on pages 22 through 24 of the staff presentation completely exclude the option of the Phase 3B notice schedule. If the survey goes out in the current format, it is skewed towards forcing parents to select either the Phase 4 schedule or the Phase 3A schedule. And if parents are not aware of that schedule as an option, the data will not be valid. Therefore, I'd also like to request the board to please provide direction to staff to include the Phase 3B schedule in the parent survey before sending out. Thank you for your time. Sorry, I'm so nervous.
Michelle, you did very good for being nervous. We got your information. Certainly appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and who is next? Name, please. Miss Stephanie Pace, you're going to get unmuted here. Hi, good morning.
Hi.
And you have a little over 3 minutes as well. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stephanie Pace, Parent Board President of the Alternative Cooperative Education Program known as ACE. We are a school consisting of 128 students, multi-grade classrooms, daily parent volunteers, thematic learning, parent-led Friday activities, monthly field trips, and buddy groups in classroom throughout the week. The district's Phase 3 planning is not considering these factors. There's a lottery to get into our school as well. If a family is not comfortable sending their child back in the proposed Phase 3 plan, does their spot go to someone else? Can parents still volunteer in the classroom? If different Phase 3 options are not made available, I'd like you to allow ACE to figure out their own plan that will keep the integrity of the program intact. Our parent body, teachers, and principal have so much love and pride for our school and want to see it thrive during these unprecedented times. This is not a one-size-fits-all situation. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. And then who would be next? And then next to speak is Sandy, and we're good.
Yes, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Look at you guys sitting all together finally.
Yeah, it's a little odd, but we're ready to go. All
Cool.
yours.
I just wanted to quickly touch on graduation one more time. I know you guys are going to be discussing that today, especially in regards to insurance and liability and things like that. And I have put together a bunch of different waivers that are COVID specific from colleges and high schools just in Northern California. And I'd be happy to share those with you if for any reason it gives the insurance company a little more, a safety net of some sort to help this along. Just an idea.
Perfect. And what's your billable hour rate compared to our attorneys? No, don't answer that. I'm not shopping Harold, I promise. I'm really not. Thank you very much for your input. And do you have contact information for her if needed?
Sandy, this is Jane Chamia, Superintendent. You can email those to me. You have my email.
You got it. And I just tried,
Thanks.
you can pay me in coffee.
She said you can pay her in coffee.
Oh, okay. Very
will
good.
do.
All right.
No problem.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then do we have anybody else in the queue ready to speak? That's it? Okay. If you could close chat, I'd greatly appreciate it. We are going to move on to item 10, which is the workshop presentations. And it looks like we are starting with Dr. Bella, Dr. M, Dr. I'm not going to try your last name. I'll forget it. But
that's all right. Don't worry about it.
And welcome. We appreciate you being here and taking your time out of the weekend to help us with this situation.
I genuinely appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to be in a situation where I don't have the tough decision to make. It's actually very generous of you, and I really appreciate it. So why don't I start by giving you an update on the data with regard to the disease in our county at present. As of yesterday, we have had 860 cases of COVID reported in Solano County and 23 fatalities. The age distribution of cases has been changing as more cases over the last several weeks have been occurring. There are fewer elderly among the cases and a lot more younger people among the cases. So at the present time, People under the age of 17 represent about 7% of the cases. People over 65 represent about 18%. A few weeks ago, people over 65 represented more than a quarter. So there has been an increase in testing, an increase in positive cases identified, and the majority of those have been under the age of 65, hence the change in age distribution over that time period. At the present time, we have 176 active cases. We have tested over 19,500 people in our county, the very vast majority of those in the past month. The gender distribution, the sex distribution is 52% male, 48% female. By city of residence, Vallejo has 395 cases. Fairfield has 264. Vacaville has 109 cases. Suisun City 56, Benicia 25, Dixon 18, and Rio Vista has fewer than 10. At the current time, we have 13 people hospitalized, although I think that number is up a little bit. I think it's 15 people as of today. And the hospital ICU and ventilator capacity remain very good. What we have been observing for a period of time is a disproportion among those who are hospitalized by race ethnicity. So there are those people who are Black and African American are hospitalized at about 3 to 4 times the rate of the rest of the county. Those who are Asian and Pacific Islander are hospitalized at 2 to 3 times the background rate. So while there is no racial ethnic disproportionality in terms of acquiring illness, there is a difference when it comes to how severe the illness is for those individuals. With regard to the 23 deaths, we haven't had a death for the past several weeks, but fingers crossed that continues. But that's not something that we have really a lot of control over. But we have been fortunate not to have any fatalities for a little while in our county. Of the 23 fatalities, 17 are from the Windsor outbreak. 6 are considered community-acquired cases that resulted in death. And it's noteworthy that about 80% of the deaths are in people over 65. So 65 plus represents 18% of cases, but about 80% of the deaths. So that's not unusual. That's what is seen throughout the country. That pattern has been reproduced everywhere. The last couple of weeks, I'd say the last several weeks, have shown a meaningful, significant increase in the occurrence of disease in our county. And the reason for that, let me also add, we have seen a significant increase in cases over the last several weeks, but we have not seen an increase in hospitalizations. In fact, the per-day hospital census is down from last month. So hospitalizations have remained steady, maybe even declining a little bit, but cases are going up substantially. The reason for that is that most of the cases we are identifying are reporting exposures during what are essentially inappropriate weekend family gatherings and social gatherings with friends. So people are getting together in an unprotected manner with a large number of people, and those represent perfect scenarios for droplet transmission. Those are the ideal scenarios for COVID to transmit. You combine that with the fact that we've greatly increased our testing capacity and we are identifying more cases. But what we are identifying very predominantly are people who are younger, who have milder or asymptomatic illness. So the vast majority of the last several hundred cases have not required hospitalization. So they've been mild and asymptomatic, and that's very different from the pattern earlier in the outbreak, when most of the cases identified were resulting in hospitalization. Now, part of that had to do with testing bias. We had limited testing, so we were only testing people who were symptomatic. Now we're testing all comers, symptomatic and asymptomatic, and we're learning what we already knew all along, which is that a lot of cases are asymptomatic. I'm not prepared to say that that's good for the community because asymptomatic people can transmit, but it's certainly good for the person because they're asymptomatic. They're not having a problem with this illness. The impact of that, though, is that we are seeing increased case counts. And the good news is it's not accompanied by any kind of a stress on the hospitals. And the other good news is that it is not linked at present to the reopening of businesses or activities. The press has juxtaposed the increase in cases with the relaxation orders in counties, and that's simply not an accurate statement. We've not seen clusters related to any retail setting. The only business-related outbreaks we've seen are the workplace outbreaks that have been happening all along. And there have been some pretty big ones. We're currently working on an outbreak among vineyard workers who work in Napa and Sonoma, but live in Solano County. They rent apartments in Solano. They typically are living 8 to 10 per single family unit. They travel to work in one vehicle, 8 to 10 people at a time. Not at all surprising that they're spreading disease among themselves. And we've identified nearly 50 people already that are related to those clusters. They're not technically one workplace because they work multiple fields, but that's a workplace outbreak that's not caused by the workplace. It's caused by the people living together and driving together unprotected. So it's important to make these distinctions because we can regulate workplaces as much as we want, but if people are interacting with one another in a way that they're spreading disease at home, then the disease doesn't change. The burden of disease continues to be significant, and the workplace restrictions have no impact. So again, gratifying from my perspective that the changes in our order have not resulted in increases in disease. The increases in disease have been caused by people interacting with one another in ways that technically still violate the stay-at-home order. And this has also resulted in a lot of illness among younger people. So not surprising. The interesting thing with children and adolescents with this disease is that so few of them show symptoms that unless you are looking actively and actually looking at asymptomatics, you're not likely to find it, even though it's probably still there at a comparable rate to young adults. And the reason we have been finding it is because we've been so aggressive with our contact tracing of the cases that we learn about. We test everybody in the household, including younger people, and that's how we're finding it. So I think that has implications for a school environment. Young people do get sick and are asymptomatic shedders of the disease, so they're not immune to obtaining it, to acquiring the illness, but their course, by and large, is going to be much milder than the course of illness as people age. So for schools, let's not pretend that your decision isn't difficult. You have a complex and difficult set of considerations that you have to bring to bear on how you want to go forward in terms of reopening schools. And your chore, your duty, your obligation has not been made any easier by the fact that state and federal officials have been giving mixed messages on this disease from the beginning. If you recall, the reason that we modified our lifestyles and closed businesses was to protect hospitals from surge. And we observed in New York City just how horrible that can be when we don't do it. The truth is, very few places in this country are New York City. Very few places have the kind of urban density that would result in that type of a rapid rise in disease and that type of a risk to healthcare. In Solano County, we probably were never at that kind of a risk. And in Solano County, our hospitals have never come close to being significantly impacted by this disease. We have always had adequate ICU and ventilator capacity without adding the 5 layers of expansion to that we have available. So we've never even had to go to level 2. And I mention that because if we believe that that's the original goal, that's the reason for doing things, then we have been successful in achieving that goal. But at the same time, if you look at the language coming from state and federal officials, the message seems to be that the goal is containment of the disease. Containment of the disease implies we don't want it spreading from person to person, we don't want any cases, we want to eradicate it. I can tell you that there is no scientific basis for that to be a valid goal. This disease has not been containable from its very emergence in our country. And we have been espousing in our county the practice of mitigation rather than containment. Mitigation is not, I want to prevent all cases. It's, I want to prevent harm from the cases to the greatest extent possible. And preventing harm is not the same strategy as preventing cases. If what we want to do is minimize the risk of bad outcomes from coronavirus, then what we need to do is protect our fragile elderly and our healthcare institutions from being adversely impacted and from having outbreaks, because that's where the bad outcomes are going to occur. But mitigation does not attempt to avoid all cases. It recognizes that you can't. Cases of this disease do occur and will occur. And the issue is just how much of that are we willing to bear as a community, and what are we willing to do to try to keep it under control? So I will offer to you that most of these decisions are not science-based decisions. These are community philosophical decisions. And I don't want to hide from the truth that a lot of what we are doing about coronavirus in our country is based on philosophy and not science. Now, I say that because science shouldn't be making these decisions. Science should be informing the decisions, and decision makers should make the decisions based on the science. As a decision maker, I am trying to do what is possible for our county to minimize harm from the disease. It is critically important for me to protect our hospitals, our nursing homes, our RCFEs, all of those congregate environments where we have fragile individuals. That is critically important to me. That's what I need to do in order to protect our community. I can't also protect everyone from disease because I don't have the power to do that. Ultimately, you protect yourself from this disease. Ultimately, you have the power to engage in behaviors that reduce your risk of acquiring this disease. But don't pretend that doesn't come with a cost. All of those decisions come with consequences. And you guys are living it, right? You closed schools prematurely this past school year, and you've had a significant impact on your school community as a result of decisions you made in order to minimize the risk of impact of this disease. And you now have to decide what to do going forward. So what I want to offer to you is it is not my place to tell you what to do. It is not my place to tell Vacaville School District how they should reopen or even whether they should reopen. What I will do is give you whatever data and interpretation of information you ask me for, but I'm not going to overstep my authority and tell you what to do. And I want to be really clear about that because there are some health officers that are very paternalistic. I'm not one of those. My role is to be the provider of information to a community so the community can make the wise decision. So let's start with the most difficult decision that you have to make, which is what level of risk are you willing to engage in? What level of risk are you willing to accept? Because that's the driver for everything you do. If you require zero risk, you will make very, very different decisions than if you only require negligible risk. So what is negligible risk? The easiest way to interpret that is that people who are coming to your school environment are at no greater risk of acquiring the disease as if they didn't come to your environment. So your environment does not pose an opportunity for greater disease transmission. That would represent negligible risk. The problem is that some environments cannot protect against even negligible risk, and they have to make compromises. Let me give you an example. In childcare, it is simply impossible to employ social distancing. I mean, only a person who's never had a kid or never seen a kid would believe that you can control a kid. It's just not realistic. And so in childcare, we do not have guidelines that prevent transmission of disease. It is impossible to do so, and we realize that. What we have is a desire to limit the extent of transmission if it occurs. So we create cohorts of children that do not intermingle. Groups of 10 or fewer with an adult overseer, so that if one of them becomes ill, we know that the disease will be contained to that cohort, and if the cohorts aren't intermingling, it won't spread to another cohort. But we don't pretend that we can prevent the transmission within a cohort. And the problem you face as a school, as an education institution, is that you've got kids across a lot of ages, including many who are at the age spectrum or the age range where control for social distancing is very unlikely to happen successfully. But then you also grade all the way up to adolescents for whom at least it is feasible to employ social distancing measures that are not feasible for younger children. I say that because even if you want to achieve negligible risk, you still have to recognize that your solutions will vary by grade level. And you're not going to find a single solution that works from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. So the goal, I believe, should be to minimize close contact, not to eliminate contact. You can't operate a school environment and eliminate contact. But if the contact that occurs is incidental contact, and you are operating with the goal of negligible risk, then that is contact that does not increase the risk of transmission above background. Incidental contact is the kind of contact that occurs when you pass a person in a grocery store or in a retail store. And there's frankly no evidence of transmission in that setting. There's theoretical risk, cool, I get it, but no evidence of transmission. The cases we see, the ones that we investigate, they all have clear droplet transmission from someone with whom they shared extended contact within far less than 6 feet, usually within 2 feet of one another. And that's just the truth of it. I mean, the disease spreads fastest and most efficiently when you're really close for a long time. And that's not rocket science. That's just respiratory disease transmission. And so you want to avoid that to the extent that you can within the school environment, because that's what poses a higher than negligible risk of transmission. And so that means that the things you do probably have to differ for the classroom, which is a long duration of exposure potential, the gym, long exposure, an auditorium event, an assembly, the cafeteria, from the hallway where people are passing one another and the contact is going to be incidental. And, you know, you're probably thinking, well, high school kids or junior high school kids aren't just going to pass one another in the hall, they're going to stop and talk, but they're going to stop and talk at home too. So your environment is not different from outside your environment. That's the difference that's the concept you need to apply of negligible risk versus zero risk. If you want zero risk, I don't believe you can open up a school and operate it, because there's no way to eliminate people passing within 6 feet of one another. That's just not possible. And if that's your goal, I think your solution is easy. You just basically don't open. If your goal is to reopen, however, you're going to have to accept some level of risk, and it's up to you to decide how much. But what I'm offering to you is that your goal should be to minimize close contact. And if you can do that, then you can more closely achieve negligible risk as opposed to something higher. The only requirements you're bound by at present are the state's order for masking, because the Department of Education recommendations are recommendations, and you should certainly look at those and consider them and see to what extent they make sense to implement in your environment. But the masking order is also really interesting, because the masking order, if you read it carefully, only applies to the employed staff working in public spaces or in close proximity to one another. So it doesn't apply to your students, because this is a school. The school is not a public space. Even though it's a public school, you do not allow people from the public randomly to enter your school space, so it is not a public space. That means that you don't have staff or faculty who are routinely working in a public space, because you don't have a public space. But you do have faculty and staff who are walking in hallways. That is specifically called out as a requirement to wear a mask. You also have people working in rooms closely enough to one another that they are required to wear a mask for that reason. One can even interpret that the teacher in a classroom is interacting with other individuals in an enclosed space, and that the teacher must wear a mask. But it is not true, based on the order that was issued, that students have to wear masks. So you're going to have to figure out how that works within your buildings. Your buildings vary. You may decide that you can actually create workspace environments within your buildings that actually separate people in their workspace so they don't have to wear masks while they're seated at their work. But if you have a faculty meeting, or if you have a parent-teacher meeting, you need to wear a mask. That's how the state's order would be interpreted. So I'm pointing this out to you because that's the one clear requirement you are expected to abide by from the standpoint of the state. Now, it's also been explicitly stated that there's no intention to enforce that. So take that as you will. There is, for example, one of the questions I was asked to cover, and so I'll mention it specifically, is there is, for example, no requirement to maintain 6-foot distance. There's no requirement to wash hands. There's no requirement to use any form of hand hygiene. Those are all recommendations. They're strong recommendations, and they are recommended because we know that they reduce the risk of transmission, but those are not requirements. Those are recommendations in the same way that the DOE guidance is recommendations. So for students, you're going to have a lot of considerations. One of them is their normal interactions. How do people of that age interact with one another? They're going to interact with each other on campus and off campus. And in a way that's helpful to you because you know that you're not going to be creating a space where you encourage interaction that wouldn't otherwise occur. On the other hand, those interactions are going to occur. And, again, it affects your goal. If your goal is tighter than negligible risk of transmission, you're going to have a problem dealing with adolescents and youngers. The other is, as we mentioned already, the students interact differently by grade. So you're going to have different considerations for kindergarten, first grade, second grade than you are for the later grades. The other is the issue of the feasibility of social distancing. People have commented on this, and they're accurate. How feasible is it to socially distance in your school environment? Does that require you to limit the number of people that return? Does it require you to modify your schedule, your classes, your arrangement of furniture in classes, etc.? You have to address the feasibility of it. And so there are going to be some places where you won't have feasibility of social distancing. I seriously doubt that you can reconfigure your hallways to minimize the crowding between classes as people are passing each other. So there's no feasibility of engaging social distancing there. However, that's incidental contact. What you can do is reinforce that incidental contact only should be occurring and not sustained interactions among people in the hallway. And so you need to ask yourself, how feasible is it in the various environments that you operate to be able to do social distancing at all? And then the other is impacts of asking children to be schooled from home. The county government has been very significantly impacted by parents who are home taking care of their children. Allowances have been made for that because we are in an emergency. Those allowances are going to go away. And if you require parents to stay home to school their kids, there will be workplace impacts for those families. And the county is generous, but it's not going to stay generous. And at some point, people are going to have to start using their own sick time to stay home with their kids. Well, how much do they have? How long is your school year? I'm only mentioning that to you because there are community ramifications for the decisions you're going to make. And you are not only an educating institution, you are also a vital part of the community that you are educating within. I'm not saying you should not make those decisions based on that. I'm asking you to recognize that those are realistic consequences of the decisions that you're going to make. So your goals, in my opinion, can include optimizing hygiene. That's something you can work on. And frankly, if you can optimize people's personal hygiene, that's a lifelong benefit for those individuals. Teaching people to use cough etiquette, to use appropriate hand hygiene, those are extremely important, and I think those are things you can do. You can also employ cleaning approaches, disinfection approaches to keep your environment as clean as possible. I don't believe there's any real evidence of transmission of this disease from surfaces like desks or chairs or doorknobs. But when I was a student in school, I wished people would clean the desks, the doorknobs, and the chairs. So if all you get out of it is a cleaner environment, more power to you. And it's certainly a low impact consideration because yes, there's cost involved, yes, there's labor involved, but you're not putting anyone at harm by keeping the school physically clean. The other one is think about time and distance in order to minimize the unnecessary close contact. Sustained interactions, 15 minutes or longer within 6 feet of each other is what you want to try to avoid. So that means that your considerations for that apply in the classroom, they apply in any student assemblies that you have, they apply in your cafeteria, they apply on the field, on the athletic fields, etc. And in those situations where you have sustained contact, that's where you want to optimize physical distancing to the extent that you can, because that's going to be a longer period of time of people interacting with one another. So that means that how you arrange seating is important. It was mentioned that you have far too many people to arrange seating in the current classrooms that you have to accommodate everyone. So if that is your goal, you will not be able to accommodate everyone. So what you may need to do is have more frequent classes that are staggered. You may need to use 7 days of the week and a lot more hours in the day in order to deliver education to the same number of students with physical spacing being appropriate in the classroom. And if you're going to do that, you're looking at huge implications fiscally in terms of working with your labor unions to accommodate that. Not my problem. your problem. But I'm pointing out to you that that is a way of achieving that. The other way that people have considered is requiring wearing of masks in those situations, requiring students to wear masks, requiring faculty to wear masks, so that if you're going to be in that classroom for a sustained period of time, at least that reduces the risk of transmission between people. I don't know that that's feasible. I know my own children would have loved to have been told to wear masks so that they could never wear them and make sure I knew they were never wearing them. But these are not my kids. Maybe you have well-behaved children that you're dealing with, and if that's the case, you have my blessing. The other is, remember that your students as a group are at lower risk than your faculty and your staff. Your faculty and staff are older, and probably many of them would be considered fragile, high-risk individuals. And what you really want to do as an employer is to protect them to the greatest extent feasible. And for that, you need to create a negligible risk work environment. And that can include providing different levels of protection for them than you provide for others. You may make sure that you provide masks for those individuals. You may require that they have a seating arrangement in their classroom where the first row is further back than would be the case in other classrooms. I don't know your physical configurations or limitations. All I'm offering to you is that the risk of a bad outcome is greater for your faculty and staff than it is for your students. And so you want to think about those differentiated risks in terms of how you operate when you choose to reopen. So options you can play with are class size, staggered schedules. You can also consider cohorting. You can consider cohorting throughout all grade levels, just like we do in childcare. You can decide that the 25 kids in this classroom are going to stay together in every class. They're going to take the same schedule, and they're going to go from, they're going to stay in the class. We'll rotate teachers into their room, and if there's an outbreak, it's just the 25 kids and it's nobody else. And that's a method you can employ. The feasibility of all of this is going to be dependent upon your community, the willingness of the parents in your community to work with you on this, and the willingness of the labor unions to work with you on this. But the options that are available to you are not infinite. There are only a limited number of ways that you can try to achieve these goals and stay open. If there is a positive case within any of your schools, and that case is a student or an adult, we will do what we do in all business settings. We will do a case investigation, and we will identify contacts, and we will make sure that the contacts are tested and assessed properly. Depending on the circumstances, we may also quarantine some of those contacts. There is no magical number of how many cases before you close a school. Think of what you do in the flu season. You don't close for a case of flu. You close because you don't have enough students showing up to run a class, or you don't have enough faculty showing up to be able to run a class. So it's the same considerations here in terms of closure. Because unless you're operating a school that is intentionally transmitting disease, then the school is not going to be an amplifier. And so the occurrence of illness will reflect exposures in the home outside of the school being brought into the school. So the same considerations will apply on an investigation of a COVID case as would apply in consideration of a flu or measles or chickenpox. Keep in mind, measles is airborne. That means everybody in the building is exposed if one person's positive, and we still don't close schools down for that. So, closing a school down because of an illness case is just not an appropriate reaction to a case of illness. What's appropriate is assessing how is that school operating. Is it in fact amplifying risk of transmission? And can the school operate? If so many people are out that you can't operate, you close. But that's a consideration you guys do all the time. I imagine that there are many days every cold and flu season where you're challenged with keeping a particular school or a particular grade level open. And then finally, at what point in our future do we anticipate all of this stuff changing? There are two possible ways that this will change. One is that the occurrence of illness will drop so significantly across our entire region that we will feel that we are no longer at risk of sustained transmission, so we'll return to normal. I don't know that that will occur for a few years. I mean, this year it is unlikely that we'll get a break. The way that the disease is showing itself now, the way that it is manifesting, is we are likely to have ongoing cases into the fall, winter, and then it'll be there throughout the fall and winter. So we may not get a break until spring. And then it'll return probably every cold and flu season for many, many years. People are banking on the possibility of a vaccine as a point in time to change things. Maybe, maybe not. We have no clue how long this disease, once you have it, provides you with immunity. Have no reason to believe it doesn't provide immunity, but diseases vary from immunity lasting only a few months to immunity for your lifetime. Where this falls on the spectrum, we have no way of knowing. We're only going to know that with experience. And also, how quickly will vaccine be made available to the 100 million people that are going to want it, and how many people are actually going to take the vaccine? Those are all wild cards. And so waiting for vaccine as a panacea, like some endpoint to go back to normal, is not realistic, because it's just not going to work that way. The other consideration that I think is actually far more important to this decision is the public's willingness to endure what we are doing. We are only doing what we're doing because the public wanted it. The public wanted us to go into a stay-at-home stance, and they wanted it, and they endured it for several months, and now they are becoming increasingly uncomfortable with it. They are increasingly violating those orders because they're tired of it. At some point, so I'll make this as a sociologic observation. Americans don't have patience. We get tired of things very quickly. And so at some point, we're just going to become impatient with what we've done to ourselves. We're going to become apathetic to the disease, and then slowly we'll drift back to normal. So honestly, I think that's more likely to be the driver of when these things stop than the disease itself. Anyway, that's all I have for prepared remarks. Do I sit down now and come back up later, or do you want to ask me questions?
Is conflicting, and I do have a quick question on the mask, because for someone like me with asthma and things like that, I mean, it's not realistic for me to wear a mask for hours on end. I mean, is there, I know it's not enforced, it's not something that's being enforced, and we know that, but I mean, is there any exemption or any thought about, in other words, there's a lot of talk out there about some risk factors for wearing a mask and some of the kind of rebreathing issues, and if you have pulmonary issues. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, the governor's order explicitly provides lots of exemptions to the requirement, among them medical conditions. And you know your medical conditions, and asthma would be a valid medical condition not to have to wear a mask all the time. You would probably, to the extent that you can handle it, be advised to wear it judiciously. Like if you're in close proximity to people as you're shopping, you're not going to be in there forever, so while you're in there you wear a mask and then you take it off. But there are some people who have significant enough respiratory issues that they will not be wearing a mask. And people who need to communicate in alternate ways than speaking, they may not be able to wear a mask for that reason. The people that are deaf, for example. Children are not going to be wearing masks. It's not even appropriate for young children to be wearing masks. So there are lots of exclusions, including medical conditions.
Are there, kind of with that though, are there any health risks? Because you're hearing a lot about long-term wearing of masks, and I know as healthcare professionals, you may spend a lot of time wearing a mask typically in a day, but are there some implications for somebody who doesn't necessarily have any known lung issues? Or
it depends on what you are doing and what kind of mask you're wearing. So this kind of a mask does not inhibit the transmission of air, but it slows the transmission of air. So if I'm sitting quietly, not doing anything, I can probably respirate with no difficulty. But as I increase my level of inspiration, because I'm increasing my energy output, it becomes increasingly difficult to wear a mask and maintain that without stressing the cardiovascular system. So if you're going to wear a mask while you're exercising, you're putting yourself at greater risk than if you're wearing it while you're seated. And then add to that the complication of how strong is your cardiovascular system to begin with. So it would be very incorrect for me to say there's no risk. The other issue is, does a mask really serve the purpose if I spend all my time adjusting the mask? Okay, there's that behavioral reality as well. So yeah, I can. I will offer that I've been surprised, probably shouldn't be, but I have been surprised by the degree of emotion attributed to wearing and not wearing masks. It really bothers a lot of people to be told to wear a mask. It really bothers a lot of people that everybody isn't wearing a mask. And intriguingly, the stress related to that is probably the most harmful thing physiologically, because we know stress is horrible. It harms our immune system. It exacerbates underlying health issues. It accelerates death. I mean, stress is bad, and the stress attendant with this whole conversation might actually be the worst health impact of it. But it cuts both ways, you know. So to reduce stress, some people say make everyone wear a mask. To reduce stress, others say don't make me wear a mask. So there's no solution to it. The issue is we as a community are expressing the very benefit of being a community, which is diversity. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with the diversity of approaches to this, but there has to be an accounting made for, an accommodation made for harm, and medical conditions would be one of those.
Thank you. And do you, so you mentioned that, I think if I remember correctly, you said there's been 23 fatalities in Solano County, correct? And of those, 17 were in either a convalescent or assisted living facility.
They were at one outbreak at one nursing home.
So if you take that away, essentially, I'm not good at math, but you have 6.
Yeah, so
outside of that, right?
No, it's 6. We've had 6 fatalities not related to the outbreak.
Can you speak to, because I guess what I'm curious about is, and I'm not trying to minimize the impact this disease has had, because I know there's been many, many deaths attributed to it, and I'm not at all trying to minimize that. But in terms of the mortality rate, because it seems to me, at least locally, can you speak to this versus, say, a severe influenza season? I mean, what is, because it seems to me is it uncommon to find a severe flu or other types of diseases that, because of the type of facility that, say, a convalescent situation would lend itself to, where everybody's kind of housed in a communal kind of a situation, it wouldn't be surprising that a disease probably every season travels through there. So I'm just trying to really unpack that in my mind. Difference between COVID, the mortality rate, and severe influenza. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It's actually a lot of questions, so I'll try to give you a lot of answers.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. The first is the last thing you alluded to, which is congregate living facility of elderly are inherently prone to bad outcomes with outbreaks, inherently. There is no winter season that passes where we don't have a big flu outbreak causing many flu deaths in many of our nursing homes. We also get them from the common cold, rhinovirus. Rhinovirus will kill fragile elderly at very high rates. Adenovirus, RSV. I mean, the list is very long of the pathogens that do what you suggested. And they're not all respiratory. We also get it from norovirus, where the diarrhea and the dehydration kills the individual. So nursing homes are prone to bad outbreaks. And the COVID outbreak occurring in that situation is completely expectable. At the same time, I want to note, because I don't think it's necessarily clear to people, that the outbreak we had at Windsor had a far, far lower death rate than most nursing home outbreaks. We had some 160 people that were infected and only 17 died. That's a very low death rate for a nursing home for COVID. Most of the other outbreaks reported are 25 to 55%. And so it's actually gratifyingly good what we experienced, as bad as it was. And so far, we've had other outbreaks in nursing home facilities in our county that we've been able to contain quickly because they involved so few people and they were staffed, so that was easier to control. I would honestly say we've been dodging a bullet on nursing homes, and we should count our blessings. As far as death numbers for this disease, what you're alluding to is a death percentage, not a death rate. So, for example, if you take the 23 deaths that we've had against the total number of cases we've had, it's about a 2.8% death proportion. Now, that's much lower than the rest of the country. That's like half of what you saw in places like New York State or even California State as a whole. If you look at the number of deaths against the total number of cases for the U.S., it's been running 4 to 6%. So our 2.8% is actually quite low. If you remove the Windsor cases, the deaths and the number of cases, our death percentage is less than 1%. So for some reason, we have been having a fraction of the deaths that we would expect given the cases we've had. My only explanation for that is we've actually had a high penetration of testing on the milder end of the spectrum, so we're getting a more honest impression of the death rate. The death rate is the number of people who die from among the total who have the disease. The problem with that is the people we test aren't all the people who have the disease. We have no clue how many people have the disease. And just so we're clear, the estimate of the asymptomatic to symptomatic ratio runs anywhere from 1:1 to 20:1. So the death rate can be off by 20-fold depending on which of those is true. So it's simply not possible to talk about a death rate unless you test everybody and identify everybody with disease and then figure out who died. So I do know that the death rate is far less than 1% because the death proportion is far less than 1%, and there's no way we've identified all the cases. Does that make sense? So how does that compare to other diseases? I don't know the death rate, so I don't know the answer to that. I will be very surprised if at the end of this we don't decide that it's probably about 5 to 10 times more deadly than a typical seasonal flu and 2 to 4 times more deadly than a bad seasonal flu. Does that make sense? But I don't know. Nobody knows because, the flu death rates are honestly a guess also. It's just the best guess that we can come up with based on surveys and a few intense studies. Well, those are happening here too. We'll have better information in a few months. But right now, the other way to look at it is how many people have died. So we've had 115 to 120,000 deaths, I think, from COVID in the U.S. so far. That's much more than even a bad flu year. A bad flu year would cause about 60 to 70,000 deaths. A typical flu year is more like 30 to 40,000 deaths. So right there, you can see that it's more deadly, and we're not through it. We're not through it yet. We're partway through it. So there's going to be a lot more than 120,000 deaths that occur. So I think that based on the pattern of the deaths and based on where we are in the outbreak, just by numbers, it'll come out to be about 5 to 10 times worse than a typical flu year. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
And one of the questions that I think a human should ask themselves is, what is your threshold for being really afraid of death? Because flu, only 1/5 is deadly for flu, or 1/2 is deadly for a really bad flu year. Why do you not fear flu? So I'm not saying it's wrong to fear COVID. I'm saying it's wrong to not fear all the other diseases that cause similar levels of harm. And we should put all that into some sort of a math that makes sense. And I apologize that I think rationally. I realize that my rational thinking is probably really inappropriate for this conversation, but.
I appreciate it. And I mean, there's lots of questions. I'm just going to ask one more, and I'm going to pass it along. I want to make sure that I understood what you said correctly. So essentially, I mean, there's a lot of people putting a lot of stock in this potential vaccine, and that is may or may not be effective. That's something that's way down the road, right? So whatever decision we're making, I mean, depending on obviously how the numbers change, essentially we're looking at least probably a full school year of making some kind of accommodation to this. So it's not something where we can do for a month or two and likely we'll be able to go back to some degree of normalcy, right? I mean,
right. It depends on your parameter. If your parameter is availability of vaccine, you got to be looking at the full year. If your parameter is reduction in disease rate, honestly, you're looking until spring, probably. Now, I could be wrong, and I would be really happy to be wrong. I mean, it could drop tomorrow and then virtually disappear and not come back. But I don't think that there's any valid biological basis to believe that that's true. And if you look at the pattern, it's been rising. It's been rising because people are not behaving properly. And what's going to make them behave more properly in the heat of summer than they've been behaving in late spring? So I can't see the disease rates dropping down significantly. So even there, you're looking at many, many months. But honestly, I think you should be thinking about a full school year in your decision making.
Michael, anything? I was just going to go down. And if you could turn on your mic, please, so we get captured.
Can you hear that now? There we go. There we go. I hate this thing anyway. Okay. So to me, all those things, you're more rational than me, it's true. You don't really you say there have been different things but by the CDC and California Department of Public Health, whatever, but you don't disagree with the basic advice, right? I mean, the basic advice is the CDC says continue to keep about 6 feet of distance between yourself and others. The cloth face cover is not a substitute for social distancing.
I'm sorry, the last part?
The cloth face cover is not a substitute for social distancing.
Okay.
Okay? California Department of Public Health says, as of June 5th, maximize space between seats and desks, distance teacher and other staff desks at least 6 feet away from student desks, consider ways to establish separation of students through other means if practicable, such as 6 feet between desks. Okay? California Department of Education says, per CDC recommendations, the CDE recommends all staff and students should wear cloth face coverings or face shields while at school or on a bus and maintain 6 feet of distance during school activities. So this, to me, that's very consistent with what you said, because you said that the best thing you could do, or maybe I'm saying that wrong, but you said if you're going to be around somebody for more than 15 minutes, that's not incidental contact, and then the best case scenario is you keep social distance or physical distance. Is that correct?
So what I'll respond to that with is to say that all of those things that you've read, all of that advice is consistent with the prevailing approach of trying to contain the disease.
Okay.
And I don't agree with containment as a feasible approach. So I inherently don't agree with the premise. However, if you agree with the premise, then that is advice that is sound.
Okay, but
it doesn't mean, though, that it's advice that is necessary. And the reason I say that is because you can take alternate approaches like cohorting children, and then it doesn't matter that they're not physically distancing, because then the goal isn't to contain. The goal is to just contain the outbreak to that group.
Right. And I think you said that cohorting children is basically like almost like a family. You go home to your family, but you have 30 kids as opposed to a family, and those kids are all experiencing their family, and possibly some of their family members are not doing social distancing. So it's
absolutely true. But keep in mind what you just said.
Okay.
They're bringing the disease from their family. They're not bringing it to their family.
Right, right. But once they bring it from their family, they bring it into the school, and then it can be...
Yeah, and then it can be spread. But the issue is, what can you as a school do to prevent that among kids? And that's your challenge. So
I circled this again. You said, and I think I'm quoting you, sustained contact 15 minutes of longer, spaces less than 6 feet should be avoided.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what your goal would be if you want to do social distancing.
Right. Okay. You know, I know you from the county, because I work in the county as well. And we had a behavioral health forum the other day where you were the prized speaker. And one of the things you said, and you said this today, was you can't get no risk, but our goal is to have negligible risk. That was your, and you said opening lobbies is a challenge due to difficulty maintaining social distancing, right? And that's kind of the same premise that we're talking about here. And you said common workspaces closer than 6 feet of distance is a concern. We have to mitigate this before people can come back and work in that space.
Yeah, everything you're saying is true, except that the issue of negligible risk, I was speaking for the county.
Right.
The county's obligation. I don't want to assume that you have that same standard.
No, I understand that.
I mean, clearly, as a school, you can have a much tighter standard than negligible risk. And that's what I was mentioning earlier, that if you have workspaces where people are closer than 6 feet apart, then the state actually requires you to wear a mask. And that is the social distancing mitigation that the state requires. The alternative is hard. You'd have to actually recreate the space to put barriers between people.
Right. And to me, I think, practically, I think a lot about my staff at work, and I appreciate what you said, because I think you're basically talking about how to keep staff safe and keep a negligible risk. Yeah. And I feel the same way about our students and our staff. I would like to, as much as possible, keep a negligible risk. So I'm just comparing the two. So I think that's it for now. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to echo that what you're saying is accurate. Your workforce, you need to treat them with that same level of rigor. I mean, faculty and staff are your employees, and you need to provide for them a negligible risk environment. The challenge is with students, because to do it with students and then to operate an in-school program as opposed to an out-of-school program is the challenge you all face.
Too, because I work in the older adult realm, so I've been heavily involved with all these things with older adults in our most at-risk populations. So when we have these community conversations, what has struck me is that we tend to talk in these generalities around mostly the highest risk population. So I just want you to help me, like, if it matters to the context of the conversation, of with 6 deaths outside of Windsor, that brings the death percentage down even lower if you look at the 6 people in the community. And I think that matters in context for people to understand. And I think it's really powerful, and I hope that you will speak to this, if you could share your tracing interpretation so far on the cases that have been tested positive and how they have related back to kids, either getting it from kids, bringing it to kids, or if that's even a thing you've tested, right? Because those numbers, when we're talking about kids and adults and how they interface with each other, I think is important to the conversation with whatever information you know so far. And with that, can you talk about the difference? Because it drives me absolutely nutty. It is a fair statement to say that the cases of positive tests are going up. It is the most inaccurate piece of the pie, though, because to what I understand is that our hospitalizations are stable. They're not going up. Our deaths are not going up at a rapid pace. So a positive test does not mean increased transmission all the time. It doesn't mean severity of illness is going up or that more and more people are getting it. We're testing more people, right? So inherently our numbers are going to go up. And like you said, the phased opening approach. So there's a difference between positive tests and positivity. Because yes, the positive tests are going up, but the more and more people getting tested, the positivity rate is still going down. So I would hope, can you speak to that and then I'll ask the other stuff.
So it is very, very difficult to know in a family what the order of transmission is when so many people are asymptomatic.
Okay.
So when people in a family are symptomatic, we can trace who gave it to who by the timing, right? That's sort of logical. And when we do investigations, we identify everybody in the social sphere of the case, and we try to test them and see if they're positive. And the difficulty with young people is they're almost always asymptomatic. And so it's challenging to know, did the child bring it to the family or did the family give it to the child? And it's probably a little of both. I don't believe, as some people do, that asymptomatic people are incapable of transmission. I believe that they are important in transmission. Yeah. And so the problem in making those kinds of judgments is a person can shed virus for weeks. So if I'm testing you and it's early in your illness, and I know that the parent got it like last week, well, then I know they gave it to you. If I test you and you're late, you're 3 weeks into it, well, then you probably gave it to your parent. And because you're asymptomatic, I have no clue what the starting point was. So it's hard to answer your question because it would require an intensive approach to testing that's just not feasible.
Okay, so then talk about positive tests and positivity rate.
In terms of positivity rate, yeah, the more tests you do, the more people you find, but it doesn't mean that the percentage stays the same. As you've indicated, the percentage has been going down. As we've been testing more people, the percentage that are positive is now running at about 4.4%. It had been 6%.
That's different than saying tests are going up, the positivity
and that's because testing numbers are going up, and yes, we're finding positives, but not as many among them. But it is, I don't think it's accurate to say that the only reason we're seeing more cases is more testing. I think more testing is allowing us to see more cases. I think we do have a genuine increase in cases because of the inappropriate gatherings with family and friends. Okay. But interestingly, and not necessarily intuitively, that has largely been younger people. So these gatherings have if they have included grandparents, they're not getting sick, and hopefully many of them don't. So it's not just family gatherings, multi-generational, it's also people getting together with friends they haven't seen for a long time, wanting to have a party. And those tend to be younger people, and so they tend to be healthier, less likely to be hospitalized, more likely to be asymptomatic. So that's consistent with what we're saying.
Okay. And then you said, really clearly, I heard you say that the 6-foot rule is a recommendation. So I want to, if we were to apply that to a cohort, like as we're brainstorming and wherever we land in our decision on how we get to whatever version of opening schools we get to, the attorney had shared with us that, like in Marin, they're doing 4 to 6 feet and they're making accommodations. If we can provide as much distance as possible and still have the cohort, is that still considered like that whole concept of negligible risk? Or is the 6-foot thing just like a hard line?
So I'm going to make this harder for you.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
By offering that this is a very gray reality.
Okay.
You cannot employ the same standard in all settings. I can enforce 6 feet distancing and social distancing in retail because retail doesn't have to operate. I can enforce it on a golf course because you don't have to play golf. I can't enforce it in a hospital because you can't operate a hospital and not get into closer proximity with people. I can't enforce it in a nursing home. I don't believe it is necessarily enforceable in a school because the nature of operation doesn't permit that set of rules to apply. So you're going to have to make compromises, and the compromises can include shorter distances. They can be shorter distances accompanied by face masks. They can be, combinations of those sorts of things. You want to optimize. When I tell you that you want to minimize the risk of close contact, I am not telling you that you have to avoid all close contact, because I don't think you can run a school and do that unless you limit the number of humans in that environment. And limiting the humans in the environment is how we control retail. I mean, that's how we're able to control the public interactions with business. But in manufacturing plants and in offices, we can't do that. And they have to employ other measures to try to reduce the risk of transmission. So yes, it's a recommendation, and yes, it therefore has variability in how you would employ it. But that's you taking the recommendation and addressing its feasibility.
Okay. So then the only other thing, what is the data on child care centers, the ones that have been open? Because that would be probably the
closest. So far we haven't had any outbreaks, but I don't think we haven't had cases. We just haven't had notable outbreaks. Kids are pretty much asymptomatic, so they're not coming to our attention.
And what about the adults in those settings so far?
Well, the 5 of them running the daycares.
Oh, it's only a 5 per, okay.
We've had so few daycares that we know they're okay. I mean, I'm exaggerating. We probably had more like 50. But we've had a tiny fraction of the daycares that normally operating because it's so fiscally infeasible to run a daycare that way. Most of them have chosen that they can't run their business that way.
Okay, that's it for nothing. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Can we bring Ms. Shelley up? She would like to speak, so if we could. She's on. There you go. One second, Ms. Shelley. There we go. You're unmuted.
Okay, so thank you for all this information, and I have a couple of things to say. First of all, you referred to the fact that the businesses, it didn't look like there was much COVID coming through the opening of businesses, et cetera. And my question is, aren't most of those businesses following the guidelines that are required for them to open, such as wearing masks and or social distancing within those businesses?
Yes, I actually think they are, and that's why I believe that they are doing so well.
Okay, so the social gathering part is obviously family and friends, like you said, that are familiar with each other and approach, and it is hard to tell a friend not to come nearer than 6 feet. So as it will be with children, which is one of the things that worries me. I also think that we were focusing, Sean, on how many people had died, but my concern is not only the hospitalizations, but the effect after. And from what I have seen watching the news every day, I'm sure as many of you are, just to see what's going on, is the after effects of this illness seem far greater than with a typical flu, where people are coming out of the hospital and they're weak and they're on oxygen, and some people it seem to be having these syndromes where it's not even going away. So there's so much unknown with when you get it. It is not just simply you get it and you get better and you move on. Is that correct?
I don't know how to interpret the constant contradictory information in the news. For every story that says one thing, there's another that says the opposite. So to be honest with you, I don't know the truth of that, but let me just reflect to you, it's hospitalizations you should care about because you're talking about hospitalized people having bad recovery. So the non-hospitalized are not showing anything like that. It's the hospitalized people, if anyone, are showing a more sustained recovery than would be the case with flu. But I got to tell you, I've seen a lot of elderly with flu who take 2 months to recover. So I don't think that's unusual. But again, it's the hospitalized with that impact, not the non-hospitalized. So you still should care about the hospitalization percentage.
I care, yeah. And the other thing is, let me see. The fact that children have not been, that they're mostly asymptomatic. And from what I've also read, it seems to be viral load and time inside that seem to be the factors. And with our kids, most of the kids have been sheltered in place. School closed, parents kept them in, kept them away from other kids, maybe exposed them to one or two. We haven't had many instances yet, except in those small daycares, where kids have been in a classroom for 4 to 6 hours, 10 to 15 children talking and breathing on each other. Isn't that true? Wouldn't that be one of the reasons we do not have children having that kind of reaction yet, or could be?
Well, no, because those bad outcomes are proportional. So if there are any number of kids, it doesn't matter what settings they're in. If they have it, then they have that risk of bad outcome. But also, those very same kids not interacting with others are interacting much more with their siblings, and we're not seeing sibling outbreaks.
Okay, thank you. And that's pretty much all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. Mike?
So on that last point, we wouldn't expect to see a sibling. I'm sorry. So on the last point, I wouldn't expect us to even see an outbreak within the siblings, assuming that they're in the younger population, because the data shows that they would be less symptomatic. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's correct. That's correct. But the point I was trying to make is, while kids are not having sustained contact with friends in the way they were before, they are with family. And so if the issue is that we are not seeing bad outcomes in kids because they're not in school, the answer is they would still be showing it because they're with their siblings, and we're not seeing outbreaks. We hardly see any symptomatic kids at all. And in large families, of which there are many, we test everyone, they're all positive, but nobody had symptoms.
Okay. So I'm just going to go through my list of questions. Some of them you pretty much already addressed. But the accuracy of the test, I know there's been a lot of different questions about the accuracy of the test. The tests that we're using here in our county, how accurate does our data show that they are?
So I want to be clear that most of the reports on inaccurate testing have to do with the antibody test and not the RNA test. So we aren't doing any antibody testing at the county or in hospitals right now. I mean, Quest offers it, and some people in hospital settings are getting it. But right now, the antibody tests are very inaccurate. We still don't trust those. For the RNA, the viral RNA, there have been several platforms that have been called into question. And of those, only one is utilized with any volume in our county, and the hospital that was utilizing it has stopped using it because of the questions. And when I say inaccuracy, it's false positive rates that in the single digits and false negative rates in the single digits. So we're not talking about an abysmal test, but we're talking about a test where you really want to know the right results. So it's much more inferior than the alternatives. So there are some of those testing platforms out there, but at present we're not utilizing them in our county.
Thank you for clarifying that. As I see some school districts implementing plexiglass, we see it in different facilities as far as some type of barrier. Is there any data that you know of or any research to show that that option is equally as effective as a face covering? And just to clarify, sometimes they'll put like a plexiglass little container or wall or some sort.
So based on occupational health theory, it's far more effective than a face mask. Based on evidence, there's so little transmission in the first place, it's really hard to do a pre and post because there just aren't any numbers to compare. But in the hierarchy of how you protect people, you start with administrative controls, separating their proximity by when they work. You then follow with physical controls, like what you're talking about, barriers, and you leave PPE only when you can't do those other measures. So there is tremendous amounts of evidence in the workplace literature overall that those types of barriers are far more effective than any type of PPE.
Thank you. And then with respect to access to PPE, particularly with masks, there's been concerns about gaining access to that. From your knowledge, where's our county with being able to provide appropriate levels of PPE to our public?
Okay, so
for
if you're
public workers, essential public workers like our first responders.
Right. If you're talking about PPE for healthcare and public safety, we're doing well right now. We've been doing well all along. We've been worried all along, but we're doing well. We don't provide PPE for the general public, and PPE for the general public would be the cloth face covering, not a face mask.
Correct.
And we don't have any plans or intention or ability to provide it generally to the public. There is, however, a free giveaway event or several free giveaway events that we are advertising in the coming week. So definitely people should visit today. Okay, so instead of being here, you could be at the free giveaway event, getting a face covering. Yeah, and that was the best that we could come up with, on short notice. As an employer, we provide face coverings to our employees because we're obligated to. As an employer, you're going to have that consideration too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. So kind of going back to Shelley's comment about the impact of recovery, just to clarify, do you have any more data on how well or the impact of recovery is for those who have been sick and are still recovering, as far as like what percentage or what they're looking at?
Yeah, I don't think there's only been anecdotal reports. There's been no data collected on that. I would be very surprised if there aren't some people who are very ill with this who don't have a really long recovery. I mean, I think that's true of every disease, and I think it would be very unusual for that not to be true for COVID as it is for any other condition that affects us. But the likelihood of that is impacted by your own genetics, by your own health status, and by the degree of illness that you experience. So the prolonged recoveries are the ones are likely to be seen in people that are hospitalized, not in people who have no symptoms at all.
Okay. I'm just curious, it helps, something that helps me out. Do we have a better number for the R0 value?
No, and that's not something that we can actually measure at our level. I mean, the kind of data you need for that is it's done by the CDC and maybe by the state. So we don't. The only thing you can know with certainty is that if it's spreading, it's an R0 greater than 1. And that, what you want to do is to bend the curve. The R0 value is a combination of the virus's inherent ability to transmit and the way humans interact with one another. Mm-hmm. So theoretically, the stay-at-home orders cut down the R0 tremendously, right? With the goal of reducing the ability to spread. But the curve never dipped. I mean, the curve's been steady all along, so it's been at least at a 1.1 for a long time. And now it's clearly higher. It's more like a 2 or 3. Based on what we've been observing for the past several weeks. So the R0 is a combination of the virus's inherent ability, but also how people interact with one another. Correct. So in our county, R0 in rural areas is less than 1. R0 in suburban areas is less than 1. We get an R0 over 1 really only in our urban areas.
And that we, from a science perspective, we attribute that towards the density, the level of density, so therefore the time of exposure.
Yeah, because you have to transmit the droplets. So the closer people are to one another, the higher the R0. But if people can mess with that because they can have weekend gatherings with friends and family and elevate the R0 even if they're in a rural area.
Great, thank you. So kind of along those lines, something that I'm curious about, and it kind of relates to the concept of a second wave and mutations. A recent publication, although it was in open access, so it wasn't peer reviewed, about mutations. So are we tracing, or is there any level of looking at really the mutation rate, or therefore what we can deduce as being the infectivity of maybe possibly a different strain or cloud of virus that exists here in our region versus other?
There are lots of people that are looking at that. Universities across the world are monitoring that for the very reason you're asking. We've been involved with our specimens, with UCSF in a research study on that, and the initial indications that I'm aware of are that the mutation rate is not unusual for a coronavirus and is much, much lower than, for example, flu, but much, much higher than for something like measles. So it's the kind of disease where it might modify over many years, not over many months. Okay. But that's preliminary information. Right. That's based on limited specimens collected by people that you can get specimens from. I don't think anyone's compared specimens from across the world to see how much variation has occurred from when it started to where we are now. That would be a better answer to your question.
Are you going to jump on that study?
Oh yeah, because I have so much bandwidth to be doing that kind of research. And money. Yeah, I have a gene splicer in my office. I'm ready to do it. CRISPR, right? Yeah.
Hey, that's the future. All right, tracking. So can you just elaborate a little bit more on our tracking process?
Yeah, so what happens is with every case that comes to our attention, we investigate the case. We identify from them where they were during the time period that they could have acquired it so that we can try to get a sense of how they acquired it, and then we ask about everybody that they've had close social contact with. So people that they have sustained close quarters interactions with. We assume all family. We assume close co-workers and friends that they interact with, and then we probe specifically about other possibilities based on what we know. We ask about events that they've attended in the past, within the incubation period, and then we go to all those contacts and we assess them. We assess them for whether they're ill or not. If they're ill, they're isolated and tested. If they're not ill, then we recommend quarantine, but we may also test them. Family members will test. We'll also test any high-risk environments. And so, for example, if the contact of a case works in a skilled nursing facility, I'll hold them out for 14 days, and they have to clear before they can return to the facility. So our degree of aggressiveness depends on the employment of those contacts. And then any of those that are positive, we start the process all over. They become a case, we investigate the case, and then we look for their contact.
So specifically for our schools, how would that look?
So the way that would work for a faculty member in your school is we would interview that individual and identify who their outside of school contacts are, and we would ask them who their in-school contacts are. Sometimes individuals are hospitalized or they're in the ICU and we can't get a history from them, and so then we may come to the school for assistance on this person works for you, who do they interact with? And then we need to know how they interact with one another. If this is a person that they sit with in the cafeteria and they share food with, that's a contact. If this is a person who works in the same building or in a room across the hall, but they just pass in the hallway, that's not a contact. So, we work specifically to identify the nature of interaction. And we would do the same thing for students. Their friends would certainly be considered contacts. Their family would be, depending on what classes they're in and what they're doing in those classes and what mitigation you guys are employing, we would then potentially have to broaden that circle. And so it depends on a lot of factors, starting with the person and who they're close with, but also affected by the nature of the environment.
And how far, let's say from another perspective, if a family member's symptomatic, not even necessarily hospitalized, would you trace it to the child and then the child to the classroom?
We would trace it to the child and we would test the child. If the child is negative, the classroom is irrelevant because the classroom is a contact of a contact. You have to actually get exposed from a person shedding. If the kid's not shedding, then there's no risk to anybody.
Well, so question about that, how can you say that? Because the testing is for at that time and also the specimen, the specimen source.
So my point is, I learn about the parent. I test the child. At that point in time, I know if the child is positive or negative. If the child is positive, then that child is a new case, and then the classroom environment is part of their contact. If at that point in time the child is negative, they couldn't have exposed anyone in the classroom. Classroom's not in question. The child is then quarantined and doesn't return until they've cleared after 14 days. So at the end of the quarantine, we retest to see if they're still negative, then they can go back. Okay. But you have to actually have a spreader for the environment to be at risk. If the kid's not spreading, then there's no risk.
All right. And then I understand what you're saying, because the goal isn't to quarantine or eliminate. The goal is to, from your perspective, the goal is to make it an acceptable limit rate of its
well, right, but the specific question you're asking, I just want to be really clear that we're on the same page. You have a case. That case can spread to their contacts. The contact is a kid. Unless the kid is a case, the kid cannot spread to the kid's contacts. They have to actually be ill and shedding the virus. They have to show symptoms, but they have to be infected and shedding virus. Otherwise, they can't pass it to anyone. There's no jump passage. There's no passive passage. It's active transmission. Parent has to infect the child. The child has to actually be producing virus to spread it to anyone else. So this group here, the contact of a contact, is at zero risk. It's not negligible. It's zero. There's no possible way that there's any risk there.
Because they test negative, not so much that they're asymptomatic.
Correct, because they test negative, not because of their symptoms. It's got nothing to do with the symptoms. We're going to test them whether they're symptomatic or not. Well, we'd be a lot more worried if they're symptomatic, but we're going to test them either way. It's not because they're asymptomatic, it's because they're not shedding virus.
Correct. Okay.
Now, the problem is, as you say, they could be in their incubation period. Cool, that's why we quarantine them. And then they stay out long enough for us to know that they've gone through quarantine, and at that point we can retest, and if they're still negative, then they not only aren't shedding, but they won't be shedding because they didn't get disease.
And then last follow-up question is, so what is the county's recommendations as far as quarantine with respect to our district? For instance, if a staff tests positive, if a student tests positive, if a family member of a student tests positive?
Well, we would individually quarantine all the contacts of those individuals. So we don't broaden it to the school. The schools are relevant. What's relevant is to each individual. So, you could say, well, why don't you just close everything down and let everybody go through their course of illness? Well, that doesn't make logical sense because we don't do that for any disease. Why would we do this differently? We don't even do that for meningococcal disease, which is very deadly. We identify who's the contact, we identify their risk, and then we address that. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's person by person, it's not environment. Unless you're telling me that your environment is unsafe and it amplifies transmission, then we would want to close it down. So for example, in workplaces where we've had clusters and we identify that there's multiple cases and we look at their operation and they are not doing social distancing, we shut them down. We shut them down until they implement social distancing because they're in violation and they're not protecting their workforce. So if you're not following guidance that is appropriate, then that would be a risk. That would be a reason to shut you down, but not because of the cases themselves.
Which in lies the problem, because we call them guidelines, when if we don't follow the guidelines and something comes up, then there's issues.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, and that's the complexity of life. I mean,
yeah.
I seriously doubt
if you're my physician and you tell me, Mike, do this, 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 and I'm like, yeah, whatever, then it's on me, right?
Yeah, but what's important for me is to allow you to understand the way this disease spreads so that you can figure out how to mitigate that risk in your environment or contain it. I mean, you have the right to go for containment. I'm not going to tell you that that's not in your right. You absolutely have that right. But you have to decide where on the range of risk you want to be and then follow the guidelines appropriate to that level of risk. If you're faithfully following the guidelines, you have done everything you can to provide a safe environment. But that doesn't guarantee against failure because every human in that environment has to conform to the guidelines or failure can occur.
Thank you, sir. You've been very helpful.
Ms. Cherie.
This has been amazing. I appreciate your perspective and the fact that it's non-emotional. You just came with the facts. And I did hear when you said that we closed schools prematurely, and we were part of that. And now, I could armchair quarterback myself. You were so right. And my question to you is, at what point would you have said it was time? I know I'm going kind of backwards, but what was the shift for you?
So first of all, I want to be really, really clear that I operate in a democratic reality. And by that, what I mean is my job is to provide you the best information I can to inform a decision. But if the community wants to pursue a certain path, I'm obligated to go with that. And so I don't want to second guess any decisions that were made, right? The decision to close was valid because you made it. The decision to lock down was valid because we made it, right? Democratic decisions are never wrong. If I were emperor, I would have pursued a different path because I never believed it was possible to contain this disease. And I know that from 30 plus years of experience with these types of diseases. Once we had that first community-acquired case, once we learned about the first asymptomatic positive, containment was impossible. Impossible. And I'm not just being theoretical, it's just impossible. And that was evident in January. And so I was not thinking we could ever contain it. So I wanted to go with mitigation. And I firmly believed and still believe that in your school environment, mitigation was not to close. Mitigation was to protect the vulnerable.
Okay.
And you do have vulnerable. I don't want to pretend you don't. And kids have vulnerables in their lives, right? Their grandparents are vulnerable. But the goal would have been to protect the vulnerable against transmission, not to try to contain the disease. And there is a valid argument to be made, very unemotional, that the best strategy to get rid of the risk of a disease is to saturate as quickly as possible while protecting the vulnerable. And then it goes away, and then it doesn't come back, and you're protected. But that is not humanly okay. Humans are not okay with taking that approach, and I don't have any problem with the fact that they're not okay. I'm just saying, mathematically, if you wanted to employ that approach, it would have been mathematically sound. But you probably would have all lost your jobs. And so, you know, we live in a political reality. We live in a human reality. And so our decisions have to be balanced. And so I don't believe that we gained anything by closing schools, because we're now having the same conversations that we would have been having then, which is what do we do to protect our school environment, because we don't have enough disease having occurred for anything remotely approaching herd immunity. So you're still looking at a very vulnerable population. And that's the reality we're in. But you guys aren't alone. Everybody did that. The entire state closed the schools, you know, and the entire state went into lockdown. So it wasn't like it was a vacable decision. It was a decision made across the country.
Well, I appreciate today very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So this mask thing is just gonna make my head explode, because as of Wednesday we weren't mandated, and as of Thursday we were, and in our county we were one of the ones that wasn't mandated. Can you just
We were
talk?
one of the many that wasn't mandating.
Oh yeah, most of the state was not mandated. Can you just talk to the science of masks, because it's important to me. So this is totally personal. Because I work with older adults, in my older adult life, I'm in a mask all the time. So I have personal reasons, like I couldn't wear a mask through this whole meeting for my own reasons. And it's not about disrespecting somebody else or thinking that I'm putting them at risk, because if I had a symptom, I wouldn't be here, right? If I was concerned that I could hurt someone, I wouldn't even be at the meeting. So could you just talk about the science of masks so that we can all make our own decisions from there, just to unvillainize some of this so people understand why you chose not to make Solano County mandatory before the state took that power away from you?
Okay, so let me offer, there are 3 different responses for 3 different reasons. The first response is, does a mask help reduce transmission, a cloth face covering? Yes, it does. If I cough or sneeze, it will hold back most of the droplets. It's not as effective as a surgical mask. It's actually not even as effective as coughing into my elbow, but it is effective. It will reduce the transmission of expelled respiratory droplets. So if I am close to someone and I cough or sneeze, I have reduced their risk of exposure to my droplets by wearing the mask. If you're worried about airborne transmission, it does nothing to inhibit that. The pore sizes are too long, or just too big on cotton. So it's not going to reduce the risk of airborne transmission, but it does reduce meaningfully the risk of droplet transmission. It doesn't do it any better than not being around people in the first place. It certainly doesn't do it any better than coughing into a closed object that completely contains the cough or sneeze. But yes, it is effective for that purpose. That's one answer. The other is there value in ordering it versus recommending it? That's a sociological question. Some people suggest that if you order something, more people will adhere. Others say if you order something, more people will rebel. And others say a mask is so hard to wear properly that you're constantly touching your nose and your mouth and adjusting it, you're actually spreading more. All of those have some degree of truth, but they're not provable one way or the other. The only thing that's provable is to compare the disease rates and the hospitalization rates in those counties that ordered it to those that recommended it. And the ones that ordered it had higher disease rates 3 weeks out than the ones that recommended it. Those counties that ordered masking were doing worse than the ones that didn't order it, that just recommended it. Now, I can't say that the masks increased transmission. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying it clearly didn't reduce transmission. So that's sort of the argument about ordering and recommending. We're past that argument. That argument is irrelevant now because it's a statewide order. So the third issue is, will it do anything to reduce disease? And here's where I'm most troubled with it. I know for Solano County, and I know from conversations with my colleagues, that in most counties, the increase in disease is occurring in family and social gatherings. Are we going to wear these at family and social gatherings? If we're not, and that's where the disease is spreading, then requiring this will do nothing to reduce disease transmission. So to me, the problem is the disconnect between our observations and the recommendation. But on the upside, I don't have to worry about I've been getting literally dozens of complaints every day from both sides on this issue, and I can finally breathe and not have to worry about it. It's like, stop bugging me, it's an order, just go bother the governor now. So it's reduced my stress level. I'm actually very happy for it, because
Let's start back at the end of the line. Sean.
Because I think this is so important for us to really understand, because this is really, we have some big decisions ahead of us. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear what you're saying. So as far as the state orders, recommendations, and all of that, did I understand you to say that that is focused on the idea of containment, not so much negligible risk, when you're talking about the phases and the orders and things?
correct.
Okay. Is there's been some talk, and I think you addressed this a little bit earlier, but there's been some talk about, like, in juveniles seeing Kawasaki's disease and other types of diseases associated. Has there been any evidence to support that?
Yeah, there has been the observation of those outcomes in children with COVID. Those outcomes occur with many viral diseases. The real issue is, does COVID do it more often than the flu or other diseases? And the answer is probably not. But it is real, it is genuine. And so there are, unfortunately, some people have a genetic makeup that predisposes to that very bad outcome when they're exposed to the wrong type of virus. And so it's tragic. I do not want to minimize the tragedy of it, but it's an uncontrollable, incredibly rare event, but it does happen.
Okay, thank you. And then, so I understand you talked about cohorts, and that makes sense to me. So I guess what I'm looking at, because you mentioned it earlier, I mean, if we're talking about this, however long this thing is going to extend, I mean, we have to look at what is the educational environment going to look like. So, am I incorrect in my assumption that if we were to have a 50% model where, a teacher has some students twice a week, and other students twice a week, that would actually be more of a risk factor than if they had more students of the same students, the same cohort, 5 days a week?
If the transmission is occurring in the school, it would be worse, because you'd be increasing the number of potentially exposed people, yeah.
If you had the two different
If you had
cohorts.
multiple cohorts as opposed to a single cohort.
And I don't know if you can answer this, but I got to put you on the spot, because I just have to really understand in my mind. Is it fair to say that if we did the best we could to maintain as much distance as possible, because I think if you were to say, you mentioned it, 6 feet, I mean, it's, incidental contact is going to happen. But if we did the best we could to promote distancing as much as possible and recommended masks to students, because I understand you said it's mandatory for staff, is it fair to say that given the current environment would potentially be reasonable for a negligible risk, not necessarily the state's containment focus? Is that?
That's an excellent question. And in order to answer it, I need you to know for yourself, do you view your responsibility as being limited to the students and staff and faculty, or also to the community? If you limit your concern to the students and the staff and the faculty, then keeping kids at home to do homeschooling is going to be more protective. It just is, because they're not in your environment. So I don't want to pretend that that's not better protection for those students. And if you don't care about not that you don't care, but if it's not in your purview to care about the implications of that, that's your simplest solution. If you, on the other hand, take the approach that you represent an essential sector, it is essential to educate children. It is essential to do so in the optimum modality of education. Then negligible risk is redefined by definition. And what you just said, what you just described, is a reasonable interpretation of negligible risk. I just want to be really clear. The concept of negligible risk is confined by your limitations. So for example, negligible risk in my workforce means very different things to me and it comes across very differently than negligible risk in my clinics. And it's very different from negligible risk in a school because there are preconditions that have to be met for the environment to function. And it is within those preconditions that you have to do negligible risk with the most reasonable accommodation that you can. And the problem that you face is defining that. What are your preconditions? And once you define your preconditions, it's much easier to say, okay, what is negligible risk?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, as I kind of thought and predicted in my own mind, you've probably given everybody ammunition for what they think should happen in this discussion. I mean, even just the last thing that you said, I don't think any of us, I shouldn't say that. I don't think, and I know many other people don't think, that kids will keep masks on the whole day, and especially in lower grades and in classrooms, I think even in upper grades. So that informs your decision. Of course, you know, if you can keep 4 feet of distance maybe, and if everybody keeps their masks on, maybe that's negligible risk. But you, like we talked about another time, you have to be able to implement the plan. It's not just saying what the plan is. You have to be able to implement it. If you can't implement it, it takes the legs out of the plan. And I also, maybe I misunderstood you, but I disagree in my own mind. You can tell me if I misunderstood you. I don't think negligible risk changes. I think that what you're willing to risk changes. But negligible risk means, as you said before, that it's the same risk as if you didn't come to your school. So negligible risk in the school is the same. Now, what you're willing to accept based on different parameters, like you talked about, I think that changes. I don't think negligible risk changes.
So I think I might have been less than completely clear. There's a spectrum of risk, but the spectrum has to be applied to the preconditions.
Yeah.
It starts with, if you precondition the conversation with children need to have face-to-face learning experiences, then it is in fact negligible risk to do what we talked about. If you don't precondition it that way, if you precondition it with kids can be educated in a variety of ways and in-person is not necessary, then it's no longer negligible what I described, then it's a higher level of risk.
Right, and I think the problem is it's not 1 and 0. It's not, you know, because we're talking about possibly a hybrid model where kids come in for a couple of days and are able to keep social distancing. So, you know, some people like that, some people don't like that, but that changes.
There's a lot of options that you have available, but I'm just asking you to be strategic in how you implement your mitigation plan.
Right. And I just want to say, and I'm not going to ascribe anything opinionated to it, but in the last 3 weeks, cases have gone up 185 in Solano County. Now, there's been some more testing, but I don't think that the increase in testing just can be explained. And you've said this before. You said people are getting together in families and in social situations, and that has been part of it. And from 6/13 to 6/20, there's been in 1 week, there's been a 27% increase of the whole time. That's over 7 days. And even though it's a small amount, the hospitalizations have gone up 50% in the last week. You know, they were low for a while. They were 10, and now you said today they're up to 15.
No, that's day by day. That's not the average for the week hasn't gone up. The average for the week is down.
Well, there was 10.
On any given day, we've been moving from 10 to 20. But in May, we were running 17 to 20 almost every day. Now we're running 10 to 15 almost every day, clearly much lower.
Yeah, fair enough. And it'll be interesting to see over the next few weeks because hospitalizations tend to, you know, be a few weeks past of cases, right?
Well, no, symptomatic individuals don't hospitalize right away, but asymptomatics don't hospitalize.
Well, right, they
So-
won't hospitalize at all.
Right. So no, I don't anticipate that the cohort you're referring to that is an increase will become hospitalized, but I do worry that new people will.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to reinforce, you're correct. I believe we have seen a genuine increase in cases. And I believe that it has been largely younger and largely asymptomatic due to inappropriate gatherings. I think that is genuine and real, and it's something that we're trying really hard to get people to understand is a problem.
And I really appreciate that. And that, to me, means that our kids and our staff are more vulnerable than they were a month ago, because there's more of that happening. And so that means everybody's more vulnerable. So
they're at greater risk of exposure. They're
Yes.
actually vulnerable when they're not sick. They're not vulnerable anymore when they've had the disease.
Right.
So I would prefer the term they're at greater risk of exposure.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't know if you're the right person to ask this, but do you have anything to do with or know anything about like the how the clinics are seeing kids coming in, about like vaccinations and how we're going to even face that for our kindergartners and a lot of kids not getting it, and the idea of child abuse? Because that's a big deal to me as an essential service. I think it's bigger than just COVID or not, that there's a lot of implications for kids. Because we hadn't talked about that. Like, there's a whole slew of kids who may have not gotten their vaccines to even get to go to kindergarten yet. Like, where does that all sit in any of this?
So there are pretty solid data indicating that many children are behind on vaccinations, much more so than before this occurred, because of fear, honest and understandable fear on the part of parents to bring kids to healthcare. As to what we're going to do about it, we're trying to figure out what we can do to help schools with catch-up clinics, to try to get kids up to speed. As for the issue of child abuse reports are way down, but the reports that are occurring are far more severe. Everybody believes it's because schools are closed and they're the primary reporter of child abuse. So as schools closed, we're not getting the reports, and the kids are coming to attention when they're already in far worse shape.
It's not unheard of to think that we don't know what we're facing.
I think that's very true. I like I said at the outset, I'm very happy that at this meeting, all the pain is on you. And also, Michael, to be fair, right. So, Michael, to be fair, I agree with you. My goal here was not to convince anyone to do anything. All I'm trying to do is give you information.
Could we, no, not yet. Could we get Miss Shelley on, please?
Can I ask my question?
Good to go.
Okay, I just need a little clarification on what Sean said that you remarked about, and that was the cohort thing. So if the students are in the 50% model, it means that they can social distance because there's only half as many in the class at a time. So they would be like the Monday, Wednesday cohort. And then you'd have the second cohort, which would be the Tuesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, or whatever cohort that could social distance also, versus 100% where they really couldn't social distance because 30 kids in a room is too many children for the social distancing to occur. And what your comment made it sound like was that the 100% was a safer bet than the two cohorts that could social distance. Is that what you were implying?
What I was saying is that if you broaden the size of a cohort, you increase the members of a cohort. So if you have unoverlapping kids with an overlapping teacher, then if the teacher is the source, there's two cohorts impacted versus one. That's all I was saying. It's just a numbers issue. Your goal on cohorting has to be very deliberate. If you want the full class, 30 people, then that's your cohort. And you're probably going to have some outbreaks of cohorts. I don't see how you're going to avoid it. You'll probably you may never notice it because they're probably going to be asymptomatic, but it's hard to believe there won't be any. If you have the more social distancing model and people are actually diligently wearing their masks, then you would have a lower risk of an outbreak in the first place, right? Because you've got more spacing between people. So that would reduce your risk, but you would have overlapping cohorts so that if there is an outbreak and people aren't wearing their masks, then you don't know that it's not a larger group. these things are not, it's not a switch, an either or. This is very gray. And I don't want to tell you what the right approach is based on that risk of an outbreak, because it's not about that. It's about the degree to which you are willing to implement a level of mitigation that everybody in the community and yourselves thinks is appropriate. If you can do that, then you will have illness, and you will have illness under conditions that you accepted.
Okay, I just didn't understand when you had said that to Sean, exactly what you were implying. So thank you for clarifying.
Is that it, Ms. Shelley?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. That was one of my two questions. Number two is going to be, so before this outbreak, and just to clarify, there were specified numbers of cases that we were informed. If, let's say, and I forget the exact wording, I didn't want to take time to pull it up, but it was basically if we had one positive case in the school, shut down the school, multiple cases, but there are currently that we should not expect to see any defined number, any defined threshold that we would have to hit in order to make that type of change. And just to elaborate, because I'm doing my research on other schools, on other issues. Sometimes they have shut down schools in order to remediate or do a deep cleaning or whatever it is. So I would assume that's based on the district policies. But are we to expect any policy or any defined threshold, any defined number coming from the county or state?
So everything you're referring to was state guidance and local school board policies.
Okay.
The county, our county, has never issued anything like that. Okay. We've never had that. And I've never asked the school to close to clean. Those are always decisions made by the school. Yeah. By the district. I mean, that's your guys' call. You run the operation. And there is great value in optics for doing that from time to time, right? You're making your parents feel that the environment's safer. That has genuine value. But I'm not going to advise from a disease control standpoint a school closure based on COVID. Having said that, you may have your own policy and you can choose to do what you think is right for your community. There have been other counties that have handled it differently. One case in any family member and the school closes. That was the San Francisco approach. I don't know if they followed it because schools have been closed. I don't know what they plan on doing going forward. And I can't justify that. There's absolutely no valid reason to make that call. So if you're asking what I will advise, I'm going to be very clear. I won't advise closure of a school at any time. You're going to decide when to close your school based on what you can sustain. I will probably harass you with every case to help me figure out what's going on. And I will probably also be very deeply troubled if you have guidance that you're not following. But that's as far as I'm going to go.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Shree, anything else? Fantastic. All right. So first and foremost, thank you very much. I could listen to you more than any of the news channels ever. You have a very common sense approach to it. So can you please start your own YouTube channel?
No, they took him off air.
I really appreciate that because I gave up on all the other ones just because of the inconsistencies and the inability to get what I believe is accurate information. I think all the questions have been asked and answered, and we certainly appreciate it. Personal question, what's next for the county? So thank you for the personal assistance and all that being opened up. I'm looking forward to my next pedicure here shortly. Lord knows I need it, but we'll get that covered. So where do you think the county is going to go next? And I know you don't have a timeline. I'm not asking for that, but where do you see us progressing next in releasing restrictions?
So in terms of relaxing the stay-at-home order, we've been tracking with the state. As the state relaxes something, we are prepared to relax it as well. We're no longer, I don't think we have any remaining stage 2 or stage 3 businesses to reopen. I think they've all been reopened. So I'm pretty sure we're at stage 4 for the state, which is high risk. And I don't know I think that they would like to reopen high risk when the disease rates drop sufficiently that they feel it's safe to do so. I don't believe they will be given the political opportunity to do that. I think that the public pressure to reopen those events will be far greater than they'll be able to sustain, and they'll probably reopen even in the absence data to defend it. And I don't think that's the wrong decision. I'm telling you what my personal expectation is. So I think that in the coming month, month and a half, 2 months, we'll see the return of a lot of activities that I would consider high risk for transmission. So as those open up, I may not be so quick to agree. If I believe we have too much disease in this county, I may not be comfortable opening up the high-risk environments until I feel we have things under better control. I have not worried about businesses because I believe businesses can implement the controls we recommend for businesses. But when we're talking about high risk, those aren't businesses anymore. Those are concerts and raves and those types of interactions that are just inherently uncontrollable. And so if we have a lot of disease transmitting in the community, it's just harder to defend that. The tricky part is actually going to be youth sports. Because youth sports are genuinely high risk. But at the same time, it's a contained cohort of individuals who are exposed. It's not a general community level of risk. And so, once those are permitted, I think we'll probably go forward with that. I don't think that we'll have any reason not to. But if we were to have a professional sports team and they said, yeah, everybody can go back to have fans in the stadium and everything, I wouldn't be okay with that for now. And that's probably why we don't have a professional sports team, is because they knew that I would do that. So I think each situation on its own merits will be evaluated. There's not a whole lot left that we normally do that isn't available to us to do. So in that regard, I think that's how we're going to progress with regard to the order. Now, I am actually quite concerned that we will see sustained, continued increases in illness because of inappropriate gatherings. I would blame Mother's Day for the fact that that's simply a date on the calendar. But that's what it dates back to. Starting on Mother's Day weekend and therefore every weekend, we've been seeing this phenomenon. And it was worse on Memorial Day, and the graduation parties are only now starting to be a problem. And so as long as people keep interacting that way, we will see more disease. And I'm not worried about the disease for its own sake. I'm worried about the implications of those higher numbers putting pressure on us to go backwards on the order. Because people are genuinely misinterpreting it. They are assuming that increases in diseases are the fault of the order, when in fact they're not. They are the fault of people not adhering to the order. And so that worries me, because I don't think that would be a smart play. As long as businesses are doing things correctly, we shouldn't keep harming that sector and people's economic opportunities for something that won't fix the problem. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
So that's what worries me. I think that's what we have ahead of us, and I think we're just going to have to weather that.
I don't know what the question is. You want to ask it?
Yeah, I do. So before you leave, I feel like I'd be remiss to not ask for some guidance or public input on our robust conversation around graduation. So at our next board meeting, we're going to talk about it, but I think it would be we should ask you, if masks are now mandatory so people wear masks, and we do 6 foot, whether people have graduation parties with or without us hosting a distance graduation, that's not up to us. But if we follow the distance, people wear their masks, graduation is not obscene, right? I mean, we could have that conversation and get to a reasonable place to have one.
I think graduation is trivially easy compared to reopening schools. Graduation is just an event where you can control the number of people, you can control their physical spacing, you can control their movements. So if you do that, then it's perfectly safe.
As in 6 feet and like.
Well, yeah, I mean, you limit the number of people that can go. You seat the kids on the field a solid 6 or 10 feet apart. Your football field is probably big enough to handle that. You don't have interactions with the handing of the diploma. You come up with some passive way for the child to obtain the diploma. And people are really creative about that. You can even turn it into a drive-through graduation by having rotating golf carts for the kids to drive by and pick up their diploma. I mean, the point is you can be creative about it and still maintain physical distancing. And in the stands, you have to make sure families are far enough apart. You control the entry, give enough time for that. You control the egress, give enough time for that. To me, that's very easy. That's no different than the dozens and dozens of business sectors that we've given advice to on how to operate with social distancing. Because you do not need to have close proximity for a graduation event.
Thank
you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. I would like to take at least a 5-minute break, and then we can get right into the next topic from our presentation from our attorney, Harold. So let's go ahead and take 5 minutes, and then
do you want to just break for lunch and take like more time?
I was gonna work through lunch.
Yeah.
I got enough reserves. I'm good.
I got lots of that.
What would you like, Jane?
Well, the lunch for the board and cabinet and Dr. Mateus and Mr. Freeman, it's here. We have it in the conference room. If you want to take, it's up to you. It's your meeting, board
Oh,
members.
put the pressure back on me, why don't you? Very good.
You want to just say 12:30?
Jane says 12:30.
Resume at 12:30.
We'll be back at 12:30, and then we'll resume the meeting back at 12:30.
Okay.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so lunches are here. You are.
I don't know what they do in school, hold up so many signs, get you to be quiet, something like that. Right. All right, so before we move on to our attorney presentation, we are going to make a change to the agenda, and we are going to cancel 10C, which is the Facilities and Measure A Bond Projects discussion. By the time we get to that, I don't think we'll have a whole lot of energy for it, and that's definitely a topic that needs all our attention. So, and with that, item 10A2, Harold Freeman, our attorney from Lozano Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you. As I do, I'm going to just lower this while we're speaking. So good afternoon at this point, and I just want to say I think you're very daring to have lunch, have turkey sandwiches, and then have a lawyer speak to you. So we'll see how this goes. I'm not entirely sure. What I'm going to do is I just want to give you a sort of overview for your benefit and for the public of some of the liability issues. You heard earlier discussions of some of the medical issues and the fact that ultimately this is a policy decision for you all. It's basically more of the same for me, which is ultimately this is a policy decision for you. My goal is to just kind of identify the areas of potential concerns, things that you're going to have to be working on as you move towards reopening. And I'll take you through this pretty quickly and then move on to questions. So don't want to belabor this too much. So here's some of your legal considerations for opening schools. I wanted to lead with this quote to just point out to you how hard your job is. Sure.
I just want to make sure, I'm sorry, with her not being here with us.
Shelley, are you still with us? Shall we? Oh, she's waving. Okay.
You got the wave. There you go. No, that's okay. That's the hybrid model of the board meeting, right? So, but we know that on June 8th, the California Department of Ed came out with their Stronger Together document, it's called, with a guideline of how to reopen. And we thought that this headline from the San Francisco Chronicle that came out just right after the report came out was perfect, which is California's Guide to Reopening Schools prompts more questions than it answers. So bad news for all of you, good news for the lawyers, which is never a good thing for you. So with that theme in mind, that there's a lot more questions, what I just want to take you through is a little bit of what the law requires generally around negligence and liability, and then getting a little specific into the topic of reopening school. Generally speaking, the requirement of the law, which people can complicate as much as they want, is a reasonableness standard. You have to take reasonable standards to care for your staff and your students. There's case law that talks about the fact that you have a special relationship with students. You've heard of the concept of in loco parentis. You step almost into the role of a parent when the students are here with you for the day and for the week, and therefore you owe this special duty to them. That duty is to keep them safe. That's actually in the California Constitution, that students have a right to a safe public education. So there's the reasonableness standard to consider. And throughout this, when I talk about what the legal standards are, this is one of those rare times where I can tell you that often it lines up with what I would consider to be the ethical standard. If you are behaving in a fashion that is thoughtful, that is protective of people's rights, their interests, their health, and being mindful about it, the likelihood of that the district would be liable goes down. So it's one of those wonderful cases where usually the ethical decision lines up with what is reasonable from the legal standpoint, at least as far as when a court is later looking at what you did. So what happens if students return from school and, here are the big questions, you talked a little bit this morning with your health officer about this, someone contracts COVID-19 or there's an actual outbreak, not just one person, but multiple people. And the standard I always take you back to that a court would look at is, did the district have reasonable precautions in place to keep the campus safe? And did you take reasonable action if there's an outbreak? There's no clear definition of what that means. And I should just say right up front with all of this that we haven't had a case yet where there's been an outbreak of COVID in a school site, where somebody has filed a lawsuit and a court has been able to weigh in on this. So I don't have law that I can point you to where a court has addressed this. We're sort of in the Wild West. This is one of the reasons why the legislature has at least started talking about potentially putting some immunities in place for the district, that if you take reasonable precautions and students return to school, whether full-time, part-time, hybrid, that the district would have protection. Sadly, I'm here to tell you that no law has passed yet that would actually do that. So we're still left looking at other cases from other contexts as we try to understand how to deal with this. So where liability comes about under California law for a public agency, and really in general on the theory of negligence, is around really these three main things. Whether you've failed to exercise reasonable care, that's taking the precautions up front. Whether you failed to warn. And I want to pause on the fail to warn for a moment. What the notion of a failure to warn is that you were aware of a dangerous condition and you didn't let people know about it. The classic example would be if there is a sidewalk that has a piece of it that's lifted up because of a tree trunk, and the city does nothing about it and doesn't put up a sign, doesn't spray it orange so that people will go around it, doesn't put up a pylon. They're not really warning people, they're not protecting them. And the last is the failure to act. Something happens and you do nothing about it. And the classic example for liability in a school district context is that you have a repeated unsafe condition on campus where people have repeatedly injured themselves. I'm going to use an example that's a real-world example of a playground that they used paint on it for striping for different games, and the paint was slippery. And kids kept falling and hurting themselves. At a certain point, if that district then doesn't take action to remove the paint, to fix it, to put up a warning, to do something, the liability possibility increases. So that's just a little bit about the theories of liability. When you talk about liability, there's a term up there, tort liability. I always love to be able to get to explain to people where this word tort comes from and the Tort Claims Act. Tort just means wrong in French. There's my big legal lesson for the day. There you go. That's an easy one to answer. So basically it's that the district did something wrong that led to somebody's injury. And when you talk about what the elements of the claim are, there has to have been a duty to do something right, to take care of something. You must have breached that duty. Somebody must have been injured as a result of that duty, and if they sue you for money, there must have been some monetary or compensable damage that can be applied to that. And when you think about the duties of care, we kind of talked about that already. You have the duty of care to have a safe site, and again, what will be looked at as these issues are tested is, did the district breach that duty? Did you cause the injury or not? And again, were damages suffered? For somebody to sue a school district over a COVID-related issue, and we know eventually this will happen. It's just a matter of time in the state of California we'll see one of these cases. It would be filed generally under the Tort Claim Act. So there is an actual process that somebody has to go through, as you know, where they have to first file a written claim. They have to explain what the damages were. With all of this, the main point that I want to make here is that when we talk about liability, one of the things that a plaintiff who they want to sue a school district has to show is that you proximately caused their injury. So they're going to have to be able to make the case that they caught COVID-19 and suffered from it as a result at school. And you heard today how hard it is to trace when kids are in their homes and whatnot. So as we think about liability for school districts, it's not a given that COVID came from the school site. That has to be part of the showing somebody makes. You may receive tort claims down the road where somebody claims that they caught COVID at the school. It's up to them to show that that actually was how it happened, that that's how they caught it. So that's one of the greatest protections you have on liability, is that the person who is pursuing this has to show it. Now, obviously, if you have an outbreak on campus and there weren't other significant outbreaks in the community, it's going to be easier for them to show that. So one of the things you really watch for is outbreaks. I want to say a word on discretionary immunity. You've been hearing a lot about discretionary immunity if you've been watching the news about police officers. There is a notion that in the law that if you are a governmental agency or employee, that you have a certain amount of discretion to do things, that the law gives you the ability to make judgments and make decisions. And if you make the wrong decision, but you did it for the right reasons, if it was based on training and good evidence, then you are subject to discretionary immunity from liability. You are not personally liable for doing that. The police officer cases give me the perfect example, because the question in those cases that's being studied now nationally are these police officers acting within their training? Have they stepped beyond what they've been taught to do? And should they therefore give up their discretionary immunity? The important point for all of you to understand is, as individual board members, as school district employees that are here today, you are generally immune from liability if you reasonably act within your discretion. And so you've heard me use this word a lot, reasonable, again. That's what a court looks to, is was the conduct reasonable or not? People often ask in advance, well, would X be reasonable or would Y be reasonable? And I have to tell you, I can tell you what I think is reasonable. I can tell you if there's case law on point that says it. But at the end of the day, it's up to a judge and a jury to determine what's reasonable, which is why one of the themes whenever you ask a lawyer on these liability questions is, if in doubt, take the more conservative route. Take the more protective, health-oriented route, if in doubt. But within that, you've got a range of different possibilities within your discretion. So how do you show reasonable care? One of the things is you follow legal requirements. If state law says thou shalt do X, you make sure that you are doing X. That's kind of an easy one. But then you have all these guidances. You have the guidances, I have the alphabet soup up there of the CDC, the California Department of Public Health, California Department of Education, and your county health officer. So you have alphabet soup. None of this is required. What ends up happening for a public agency in liability-related matters is that if somebody wants to say that you did something wrong, they will point to what the reasonable person standard is. And the reasonable person standard is going to be if 4 state agencies are telling you that it is safest to do X and you elect not to do X, that is something that's going to tilt that meter towards a potential exposure to the district. So it's easy for us to say, follow all of those guidelines to the extent you can. And I say jokingly it's easy for us to say because you can read all those guidelines, and not only do they conflict with one another, they're internally conflicting. They're not always necessarily consistent. But again, the lesson is, to the extent you can draw from them, to the extent you can, to be able to enforce those guidelines will help limit your exposure to liability and show that the district is behaving reasonably. And I'll use as a specific example on that, by the way, we hear a lot about 6-foot distancing. And there's exceptions to when 6 feet is applied and there's not applied. And we heard from your health officer, there may be times it's not feasible. The closest you can stick to it, the better, because every one of these guidances talks about 6 feet. So the closer you can get to enforcing that, to watching it, to training people on it, to issuing warnings about it, to sending notices home to parents, the stronger a case you'll have that you're behaving reasonably. Does that mean that every single time 2 people are within 3 feet that you're suddenly liable? And the answer is no. You have to show that you're making reasonable efforts. We all understand kindergartners move. They're not stationary objects. It's going to be hard to keep them 6 feet apart, but you can make certain efforts to try. You can set things up in the classrooms differently, furniture differently to help with that. And I also note here, pay attention to what other school districts are doing, because in just typical liability theory, the reasonable person standard is always determined based on what a reasonable person in a like situation would do with similar training, similar circumstances, similar background. You have a petri dish in California of tests that are going on of how different districts are trying to do this. And if 90% of districts are doing one thing and 10% are doing another, it's going to be easier for the 90% to be able to, I'm going to use it as herd immunity for liability, to say we are doing this together. There is an understanding of what works. And the other 10% probably need to have a pretty good explanation of why they did things differently. And there may be an answer there. Their community is different. They have had fewer instances of COVID in their community than in other communities. They have a different kind of workforce that they have to think about. Like we heard about some of the farm worker issues that are out there because of the closed quarters that a lot of those folks are living in. So those are all different things that you pay attention to as you go. And I will just tell you, we represent about a third of actually more than a third of the school districts in the state. It's over 400 school districts. We can't tell you that there's a uniform approach they're taking because they're not. What we can tell you is there's some trends, and I'm happy to answer questions about that later, but there isn't a one-size-fits-all. That is definitely one of the themes for this. So then how do you show reasonable care? Other points, we talked about the duty to warn. It is always helpful from a liability standpoint if you issue warnings to people so that they can make their own informed decision about whether they're going to undertake a particular activity. All of you have been in events before where you've been handed something, whether it's to go skydiving or to bowl sometimes, where you have to read, here's the potential risks, and I'm signing off and I understand what these risks are. It's even less of a fact that it's a waiver as much as it is an offer to you of saying, here's the potential risks that are out there. I always joke, my wife likes to watch the show Naked and Afraid, and I would love to see their disclosure, their warning disclosure on that of all the different diseases you can get or which animals might be able to eat you. So somewhere within the realm of that probably 400-page disclosure and a sentence somewhere, you have to make a decision about how much information do you give. But certainly if you're inviting students back to campus, it's probably appropriate to make sure people are aware. If your student has potential health issues, specific sensitivities we need to be aware of. If they can't wear a mask because of particular reasons, we heard today asthma as an example, to keep that flow of communication going is going to be very important. Providing alerts regarding new developments. We always recommend, even if you're not going to close a class down because one student has COVID, you may want to send out the notice to let parents know that that student has COVID, or you won't identify which student because of privacy, but that a student, for example, in the 4th grade at X school has it, and indicate what steps are being done. Examples could be, we're not closing the class, but now that we've learned that, we're doing a thorough overnight cleaning of the class and sanitizing. We're going to be monitoring the other students in the class, et cetera. But to let parents know what's happening, again, so that they can make their own informed decisions about what's happening and going on. And that also meets your duty to warn that we discussed earlier. There's been a lot of talk in the state about your robocalls. You may want to put out automatic notices, emails, et cetera, when there's significant events. And certainly if there were an outbreak at a school, if 10, 12, 20 cases come up at a particular school, you're probably, in addition to making some decisions about what to do at that school site, going to want to inform parents of that fact. I think for myself, if my mom's in an assisted living situation, and every time an employee there tests positive for COVID, we get notice the same day. And specific list of here's the steps we're taking, which, by the way, also prevents me from being a lawyer and picking up the phone and calling them and asking what they're doing. They give us the answers immediately. I think a lot of assisted living and senior living have been doing that, and now school districts are going to be following suit as we move forward. And you see my theme there, the more communication, the better, for legal reasons, for practical reasons, getting that word out there. Back to the question of waivers, something I wanted to explain with waivers is, again, you're all used to doing activities where you sign something that says, I will not sue no matter what. And you sign away your life at the bottom of the page. Most people don't read them. We're lawyers, so we actually sit and read them, and it's amazing what you're waiving sometimes. When it comes to compulsory education, California law requires you to offer and parents to send their kids to public education unless they choose another education route. Because it's a compulsion in California, you have to go. It's not legally effective to require somebody to sign a waiver. You can't constitutionally waive your constitutional rights. So since I have a right to a free public education, you can't make me sign something away that says I'm going to accept something other than a free public education, for example. So in the setting of compulsory activity, waivers are not really effective. They're not necessarily illegal. You can offer them to people, you can ask, it's something the district can consider, but they're not something that you can legally compel somebody to sign. Voluntary activities you can. So.
Is that okay if I just jump in?
Yeah, please.
Okay?
I'm sorry, I should have said that up front.
I was trying to grab his attention. So the question is, let's say that we have the option of independent study, we have the option of returning to school. We're providing either option. So the thought with the waiver was if the parents want the liability of having their child return to a school campus, then at that point a waiver would be beneficial to the district. Would it be, I guess is the question, to cover us on liability? Because they do also have the option of online education.
Right. What I would say is I would always prefer to have a liability waiver than not, as an attorney that defends school districts.
Mhm.
But in that context, it may not make a significant legal difference, because if a parent refuses to sign that, you know, if I refuse to sign the waiver when I go skydiving, I don't skydive, but if I did, they could tell me you can't go. If a parent says I will not sign the waiver about sending my kid back to school,
Yeah.
you still have to let them come back to school.
Okay.
So it's certainly something you can consider. And again, that waiver may be more of a way of communicating to them what the risk is, whether they sign it or not. You know, each year, each school district, including yours, sends a thick packet home to the parents of all of the notices, of all the things you're legally required to tell them. This is certainly going to become part of that whole discussion. Now, if it's not a compulsory education issue, if it's something voluntary, an extracurricular event, a waiver can be effective. So if you have a math Olympiad team, I'm just picking something randomly, and they're going to go off to the math Olympics during COVID, it may be appropriate that the parents have to sign a waiver to confirm that they understand that there's an inherent risk. Or potentially that. For other non-mandated, not legally required activities, that's somewhere that having a waiver may be helpful. Now, I always have to say, and you know, we think of signing waivers as people are waiving their rights. I could just point you to a laundry list of lawsuits in California that were filed successfully by people who signed waivers. They're not an automatic. Courts will look at them, they'll consider whether they're reasonable. And so it depends a little bit on how the waiver's written, how it's enforced. But the main point I want to make here is that distinction between mandatory and non-mandatory, that a waiver is more effective in the non-mandatory setting.
So I don't know what else. All right. So you said because if they don't sign the waiver, they you know, we still have to let them in. But what if we had a scenario where if they don't sign the waiver, then they're defaulting to distance learning because that's still providing education, right? So in order to actually come to the campus, you would have to sign the waiver versus if you don't, then you would kind of default to the distance learning option.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you off the top of my head on that. I think that's something we'd have to look into. It just gets very complex when you get into those compulsory education questions about what's a fair and equal education for all people, what's an adequate education. So I think that opens up a little bit of a can of worms that you probably want to dig into.
So I take it there's probably a lot of case law on point I'm getting from your comment there that the differences between distance learning and the educational opportunities there versus in person.
Actually, the problem is just the opposite, is there isn't a lot of case law. There's not a lot of guidance on that, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Michael?
Harold, so you know, there's some conversation about, you know, 5 days a week or virtual, and I've said this before. To me, there's something, and I understand the desire to do that, or why that is quote unquote fair in some way of thinking, but I also feel like that's really kind of not purposely, but kind of insidious, because that puts parents at the if you feel like 5 days a week is not safe for your kid, but your kid really needs, you feel a kid really needs the social, emotional, and connectivity of school. So you think, but if it's a hybrid, if it's a couple of days a week, that would be very beneficial. You're being asked then to say, either you go full-time where you feel is unsafe, or you have to go virtual. You have no choice in that. So I wonder if you know, that kind of equal offering, whatever you want to call that, if that also could be a potential difficulty.
I think it's an issue that you'll have to consider. And you know, what I would say is that if the board makes a decision on how kids will return next year, there's going to be a lot of detail to get worked out about exactly how, you know, waivers going to be in place or not. What is that going to look like? What's the wording going to be? I think on all of those issues, we don't have an answer. because we've never been in a circumstance like this. And so it's one of those rare cases I can't pull up case law to tell you this is how it plays out. So are those potential issues that could be raised? Absolutely. Do I know what a court would do them? I don't really know what a court will do with them at this point. And everything's very fact driven. I mean, it's two different districts and two different situations may do the same thing, and one court finds one did fine and the other finds that the court didn't. And it also may depend which judge you get on what day and what jury. So that's the tricky part of all of this for you, are the risks that come up as you experiment with these different approaches.
Just to finish that, and to me, the most difficult part of that is if I'm a parent who doesn't think it's safe to go 5 days a week, then I'm put in the position of having to tell my child, you can't go to school at all, because these are the two polar choices.
Mm-hmm. It again? Okay. So, in the same vein, I would assume, or is it safe to understand then that the opposite argument would also be true? Because I feel like this idea of parent choice, we are mandated to give our kids education in a lot of different ways, right? But not how. As a parent, I can homeschool, I can go to public school, I can go to private school, I can go to pick, heritage. I have options, right? So that same argument, though, for parents who say 2 days a week isn't going to serve my kid, they're not going to learn, and I'm keeping them unsafe because I have to work so I can feed my kid at home and keep my house, and so for 3 days my kid's going to be unattended at home, and they're a third grader, and I'm a single parent, and I can't afford daycare, right? So now you're denying me, my kid needs to be in school 5 days. That same exact argument applies to that other side of the same token, right?
And that basically brings home the basic lesson of all of this, is it's going to be very hard to find a one-size model that's going to work for everybody at all times. Anytime you can think of a circumstance where a parent can say, I feel my student is being treated differently than others, opens the possibility of a challenge to equal protection claims, adequate education claims, and it can go either way. It can go in both directions. This is why we talk about how difficult these choices are for you. I was going to say this at the end, I'm going to say it now. There is not a right choice for you to make, because we don't know what the right choice is. We don't know if COVID's going to get worse. We don't know how a court's going to rule. All you can do is, I'm going to go back to that standard, are you behaving reasonably at each phase? Are you making decisions that are reasonably protective of students? And that's really what it's going to come back to at the end of the day. I wish I could tell you that if you just asked me, Harold, what is the liability proof way of doing this? We haven't discovered what that is yet, and we may not know for years.
Someone could sue you at any time because you didn't do what they needed you to do, but where is there a legal opinion on where parent responsibility comes into place? If we've given good options, that's our place of resting, like we've done due diligence, and the rest is up to the parent?
Yeah, what the case law talks about is that it's up to the district to decide what it believes to be adequate education for students, and to put forward what you think, whether it's one option or 50 options, that's all within the discretion of the school board. It's always been the choice of parents at all times in the history of California, because they can always vote with their feet in their pocketbook. They can go to a charter school, they can go to a private school, they can homeschool, they can go all of the different routes that they can go. And so that has always been cooked into the sort of California education process. It's no different here, other than parents are going to be making a decision if they're given options on a much faster basis, which is why I go back to providing information, letting people know the options, letting people know the dangers, the pros, the cons, however you decide. And my focus today is really not on telling you how to make your decision, it's just to let you know where there's risk around that decision. And so that's how you limit that risk, is with that information. I wanted to mention, and I'm not going to belabor this, but I wanted to put up just a few examples from the guidance that the CDE put out. This is the one the San Francisco Chronicle said raises more questions than answers. We just pulled out some of the really key basic ones from the Stronger Together document. Social distancing was one, cloth face coverings, masks, or face shields, and note the teach and reinforce. It's not just to have them out there, it's to teach people about using them, how to use them, why you're using them, and reinforce that. Regular thorough hand washing, we know from the CDE, we've been hearing, use of hand sanitizer. I expect we're going to see a lot of hand sanitizer in a lot of places. I was just sharing with my colleague before this, I'm allergic to Purell personally. So you have to think about, you know, those kinds of issues too, and reasonable accommodation of, is there brands that are better than others? And by the way, there are brands that are better than others. I'll tell you about them offline, because they're less likely to be things that people are allergic to. Don't ask me how I found out I was allergic to Purell. Portable hand washing stations is another thing folks are looking at. This is something that OSHA started doing walkthroughs of different programs in the state that were still around, looking more at employee issues than student issues, because most schools were closed. And that was one of the things they were looking for, was hand washing stations. Were there multiple places available to wash hands? And then frequently reminding students and staff to avoid touching their face and face covering. Obviously very difficult the younger the kid gets. All of these, the thing that's important is these are guidelines that came out from the state. And I'm going to repeat again, if you have kids touching their face, you're not automatically liable if one of them should become ill as a result of touching their face. I think about my kids when they were little and all the illnesses they brought home, and I'm sure they were touching their face and everyone else's faces too. The key is, and the language here, reminding students and staff. Signage, making announcements, sending things home with the parents. That's how the district shows it's making a reasonable effort, and you are simultaneously doing two things. You're reducing your liability exposure by taking reasonable precautions, and you're doing the ethical thing. I mean, it really ties into it as well. You are trying to help people understand for themselves how to avoid catching the illness. And so all of these guidelines are things that if you do, if you follow, and if you enforce, if you teach, if you send notices home, they're all things that will help you if there's ever a claim against the district to show that you behaved reasonably while still meeting your obligations to the families. Here's a good one. May school districts require students to wear masks? I should take a vote on what you think, because I can tell you in my firm we can take votes and we get about 50-50. What we know is this. The state came out with something that says it's mandatory but keeps using the word should, that you should use masks in like indoor places and certain other settings, but it exempts schools. You then go to the CDE guidance and read that, and it seems to say that particularly for employees, you should wear masks. It never says you must wear masks. It says you should wear masks. Is this a must or a should? We're not 100% sure. What we do know is this. For students, to ask students that wear masks, we believe in all likelihood that you could compel a student to wear a mask if they are not otherwise medically unable to do so. Now, what does that look like and what does it mean and why do I say that? There's law around dress codes that we turn to that basically say things like school districts can enforce a dress code that you can't wear shirts with logos that would incite violence, for example, because that would make the school an unsafe place. That would be a reasonable regulation of free speech. Those cases lend the notion of the support that for safety reasons, you could have somebody wear a face covering. And it's funny because a lot of districts that are grappling with that are going to have to look at their board policies, which frequently say no face coverings may be worn in school. So if you go that route, you look at it. So can it be required? We think the answer is likely yes, but there's civil liberties issues here, there's safety issues, there's all these different competing parts, and we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. It's really interesting to me because if you don't require them, you may get sued for safety issues, and if you do require them, you may get sued for civil liberty issues. And it's a little bit of a pick your poison kind of approach. So my answer at the end of the day is decide what you think is the appropriate, reasonable, safe course to follow. The recommendations of all these guidelines we're talking about talk about the advantages of wearing masks. And so on a whole, that's something to look at, but we can't tell you strictly it's required or prohibited.
So since we're in the land of the what ifs anyway, I feel like what happens if, I don't even care which scenario, the whole class or half the class in a room, and so you've got 15 kids in a classroom, and 6 of them don't wear masks because they have an IEP that says they can't handle the texture, they can't breathe, they have asthma, whatever, right? And I'm a parent who's like, my kid's at risk. Like, you're sending your kid to school every day without a risk, and they have the right, but now my kid's at risk, and you didn't change the paint. Mm-hmm. Is that the same thing?
So let me give you a different analogy. 10 years ago, we were having the same conversation, or 15 years ago, about peanut allergies. We still do, but 15, 20 years ago, it was a more novel thing to worry about. The answer that came out of that was that some school districts, for example, at lunch would have tables set aside that were the peanut-free lunch. And then some people sued over that because they said, well, that's discriminating against my kid for their disability because they now can't eat lunch with their friends. Other districts said we're now a peanut-free school. Some said if no parent comes forward and says they have a peanut-free allergy, we will allow peanuts. If any parent comes forward and says peanut allergy, then they have a note from the doctor, then we're not going to allow peanuts at all, either on that campus or that school. So what I'm pointing to is there's not, again, not a one size fits all. You have to take these situations as they come. If you have a class that has 6 kids that won't wear masks and 15 that are wearing masks, the questions become, why are those 6 not wearing masks? Do they have legitimate reasons to not wear masks? The next question will become, well, if you've required masks and there's a student who won't wear it because of a personal belief, or it's uncomfortable and they don't like it, do you remove that student from that class and put them in the other class of the other kids that won't wear the masks? And is that now like the peanut allergy table where we've separated? So I can't tell you that there's a one size fits all example, and it would be wrong for me to suggest that there's just a here's the right way to do it. This is one of those things that your staff will grapple with if they decide to require masks, and you're going to have to come up with some different ways of approaching it. What I can tell you is to the extent that the dress code cases I mentioned are somewhat applicable here as an analogy, what they say is if a student refuses to take off that shirt that's offensive or whatever else it is, you can't send them home because they have a right to education, but you can remove them from their classroom. So it's that there's that balance again. So does that now mean that you can take a student who refuses to wear a mask for no reason other than personal preference and move them into another setting? That's going to be something that you're going to be grappling with. So I don't have answers for all of those for you. I have a lot of questions, not a lot of answers, much like the CDE does on that. But it's as you can tell, it's a rich conversation that your staff will be getting to spend a lot of time thinking about all of these issues and probably talking to your lawyers offline on it. Special education, I just wanted to mention, this is one of those really challenging areas because special education students have individual programs, IEPs, individual plans that address their needs. You're going to have to be revisiting some of those and looking at them to make sure that students are continuing to get their free and adequate public education. They get their right to FAPE, and this is going to be an area we actually think the most litigation will happen in, is around special education and the needs of those kids. So this is just to plant that on your horizon as something to think about as an area that we'll get focused on. We talked a little bit about indemnity, personal liability of public employees when we talk about qualified immunity. One of the things I want to put out there is that under California law, there's all sorts of cases on it, there's all sorts of codes on it that I won't bore you with. The rule is that if a school board member, an employee of the district, is acting within the scope of their duties, the school district, generally speaking, has an obligation to defend and indemnify them if there's a lawsuit. What does that mean? Somebody comes back to school, they get COVID, they believe it's because the district didn't take adequate measures, and they file a lawsuit against the district and individually name all of you and Jane and their teacher and their custodian and a number of other people. They usually make that list a long list. If you are all acting within the scope of your duties and making decisions within that discretionary immunity you have, the district's insurance policy is going to defend you. They're going to indemnify you if there's liability, there's protection there. The flip side is if you're acting outside the scope of your duties, there isn't not necessarily that obligation for the district to defend and indemnify. So for your staff, what that means is as long as they're acting within the guidelines that you all come up with, and these various other guidelines that are out there, they're not going to be personally liable through all of this. If somebody takes it upon themselves and thinks, hey, I think it would be a great idea at this particular site if I told all my kids to take their masks off and sit in a circle, and suddenly there's a cluster in that class, and that was not something that was within your guidelines or what was allowed, the board would have to make a decision about whether you want to defend and indemnify that employee. So the training of the employees is really important to understand where their discretion falls on these issues and having clear lines of communications. The good news in all of it, though, is that whatever decision you make, probably somebody's not going to be able to come take your house for it as long as it's a reasonable decision that is based on all of the different factors out there that we're talking about. And we know that there's not a right answer, which means you're not going to be held personally liable if the right answer you come up with is different than the right answer somebody else wanted to see. Labor and employment considerations, this is one we could go on for a really long time on, but I'm not going to, so I'm going to cover this really briefly. And the main thing I want to focus you in on is you have an IIPP. It's an injury and illness prevention program. Every district's required to have one. It's something that's required through OSHA and other state regulations. They require you to lay out certain ways of dealing with what happens with injuries and illness at work and avoiding those. And I just wanted to really highlight some of this, and I'm not going to take you through all the bullets there. You can read them. I'll take you over to the second category, though. To be effective, your IIPP, you have to involve your employees in developing it. It's important to understand. To identify the specific workplace hazards employees are exposed to. You can see where that starts to fit in. Correcting hazards when they're identified and providing effective training. So districts are being encouraged by OSHA and by their attorneys to update your IIPP, working with your employees, with your staff, to address COVID as a potential workplace issue that you have to worry about. So that's something that you all will be getting to deal with. Couple things on the Cal OSHA interim guidelines and what they've come out with. You see a lot of the same kinds of discussions we have in these other areas. They talk about the IIPPs, as I mentioned, establishing infection prevention measures. Those are all the masks and hand cleaning and all the other things we're talking about, including training employees on COVID-19 related prevention procedures. See how the themes kind of dovetail between students and employees, and assessing the need for and providing personal protective equipment. I want to pause on that for a minute because as far as masks are concerned, I do want to note that there's an open question right now whether employees in your school districts, not students, the employees, are required to wear masks in school. And I will just tell you, ACSA came out, the Association of California School Administrators, came out with a statement that said nothing is mandatory on that. It's all shall, may, and they're right. But the state keeps referring to it as mandatory, and you heard your health officer refer to it as mandatory. I'm not going to get into right now which I think it is because I'm not sure, but what I will tell you is it's a really good idea. I think it's something that you want to look at just as a way of increasing safety. And again, masks are not to protect you, they're to protect the people you're exposed to. So if a district were not to require masks and there's an outbreak amongst its staff, a question will come up if somebody wants to look into this. If students start getting it, did we catch it from our teachers, and should the district have been requiring masks? So that's from a liability standpoint, the thought process you want to have to go through. And again, for a lawyer, it's easy. If in doubt, take the most conservative route. So if you're not sure, you have the teachers wearing masks. Yeah.
What's the other side of that token for teachers? Like, I have no problem if someone wanted to wear a mask, wear a mask. If we made it mandatory, that would. But what if a teacher has the same issue Sean does, or for whatever reason doesn't feel like they can communicate clearly, or they whatever? What protects them to have the right to not wear the mask? Because we can't do what we do with kids and say, go to your own classroom. Mm-hmm. I guess you're going to teach all the kids who aren't wearing masks. I don't know, like, what's that?
Yeah, it gets into a point that I'm going to get to later, but just to kind of lay it out there, there are certain people who can't wear masks because of medical reasons. If you have a teacher who can't teach in the classroom because of a medical reason, you have to give reasonable accommodations for them. So if somebody comes forward with a note from their doctor that says, asthma sufferer can't regularly wear a mask, you're probably going to be accommodating them. You'll have an interactive process where you discuss how to accommodate that teacher in the classroom. They may not have to wear a mask. Then you have to look at the situation of, do we know that a student in that class is in a particularly sensitive class? They have a compromised immune system where exposure to COVID is even riskier. That's the rubric of what you start working through to figure out how do you accommodate the teacher and the student at the same time. So it's a dialogue. That's the interactive process. It's a dialogue that you go through. You will have situations along the way where the Americans with Disability Act is going to require that you try to find a way to let the Seans of the world come to the board meeting. Or the Heralds who are allergic to Purell. So I'd say you have to be able to work your way through these different scenarios. All of this, again, that theme of one size fits all. You can't in this circumstance. but the communication is critical. So in that situation, it's a matter of reaching out to employees and letting them know, here's the decision we made about masks one way or the other, here's what we're going to do. If you need an accommodation for medical reasons, for personal reasons, religious reasons, et cetera, come to us and we will try to work that through with you.
To wear masks, and because I'm thinking of the next steps, not just like the question of the masks, but like, okay, so if we make it mandatory or we compel our staff to wear masks, I would assume that we're responsible for providing that because it's something they need to do their job. So we have to provide those masks. We can ask them, they can bring their own, but we have to be able to provide for them if they choose not to, right?
Correct.
Okay, so is there a gray area or a compromise of, if we say with reasonable precautions, whatever our plan looks like, whether it's temperature, whether it's certain kind of accountability, and teachers wear them if they want, and if they feel safe and don't want to, they don't. Does that create some space for, with the reasonable safety mechanisms, that we can give some choice? Does that then create some space?
Yeah, and you heard from your health officer, you really have to come up with the program that's going to work for you. What you will always hear from your lawyer, whether you ask me or any other of the lawyers that would come along to talk to you about this, is it's always going to be safest to require the maximum number of these as far as limiting your liability, to show the steps you did. If you decided to make masks non-mandatory, just recommended, first of all, we'd want to delve much deeper into exactly what the state is requiring right now, since there's this open question. The governor's office says they're mandatory, but then you read his order and doesn't sound like mandatory. There is an exception for school, actually when school's in session. Does that apply to just students or students and faculty? That's something we're debating. But let's say we got to the point where we could determine that it was optional under the state requirement. At that point, you have to then look at as a whole what the risks are to you. If you have guidelines from CDC, the state, et cetera, that says wearing masks is a good idea, your lawyers are going to tell you wearing masks are a good idea and that you may want to require it to the extent you can. But if you can put together something that shows you're going to be able to have social distancing, which is more important, that with all the other criteria that you've got in place, it's safe enough, that's something that you'll develop. And you may also need to look at, and there are districts who are looking at this, there is some data that suggests that preschoolers, kindergartners, younger kids can't learn without seeing the teacher's mouth, without seeing their whole face. They can't read the expressions. I used the example with somebody today. If I took my car into a mechanic and I was waiting to get helped and I was making contact with somebody who worked there and we couldn't read each other's faces because our eyes weren't enough. So he couldn't tell what I was asking and I couldn't tell what I was asking or what he was telling me. So it was just this back and forth. High school students are more able to read a teacher's eyes and tell, am I getting the stare because I'm not doing work? A kindergartner isn't going to be able to do that as easily. So part of it is to look at that, and what some districts are looking at is maybe for the younger grades having the clear visors like you see in hospitals sometimes. So I don't have answers for you on all of it. It's just all things that the district will have to work out. The more choice you give, the harder it is to defend, is what I would say. Yeah. And speaking of what happens with employees in school districts, I wanted to note too, you have workers' compensation. And there's an open debate always on workers' compensation of, does workers' compensation apply if you get an illness at work like a virus or not? And we debate it and we go back and forth. The state came out with an executive order, the governor did, that said from that date, which I think was in March 19th through 2020, through July 5th, 2020, so we're almost at the end of it, anybody who works in a workplace and gets COVID, whether they got it at the workplace or not, is presumed for workers' compensation to have got it at work. And my first thought when I heard that was, well, that's terrible because that just puts all the burden on you all. But then what I realized is that they were actually doing you a favor because it means your workers' compensation is triggered. It means your insurance is triggered. So right now, if a teacher gets COVID or if somebody in your district office got it while they were going to work, they could assert a workers' comp claim. It would go to your workers' comp carrier. It would be carried on that side. Your insurance would cover it. After July 5th, we don't know. We don't know if this is going to get extended. We can't read one way or the other. There's legislation that's been proposed that would extend this. We don't know where that's going to go. So we don't know yet on the workers' comp piece. At the end of the day, it's good news for you And it may be good news for your workers too, if workers' comp is there to pick this up, because they will pay the actual damages that somebody suffers, the actual medical needs that somebody has. So I wanted to put that on your radar too, as yet another we don't know yet. So let me ask you the hardest questions. I have to ask you because I don't have answers for you. So what do you do with the at-risk employee who wants to return? And what do you do with employees who do not want to return? And when I say at-risk employee who does want to return, what do you do with somebody who's a teacher who's 68 years old? So they're in that range of medically fragile for purposes of COVID, or you have somebody who has asthma, or you have somebody who has an exposure that would be particularly affected by this, who wants to come back to work. And what do you do with an employee who has no medical issues whatsoever? They're under 40, they're perfectly healthy, but they're worried. They have concerns. And those are really hard questions that are going to get tested out. A couple of quick thoughts on them. If you have somebody you know is medically at risk who wants to return, it's probably time to have that process, the interactive process, to talk about how they can return and think about what is safest for them and how you can accommodate them, because people have a right to work, but you have to be able to make sure that you're doing what you can to keep them safe. And the flip side is the employee who doesn't want to return. From a purely technical legal answer, it is not adequate for somebody to say, I'm nervous about COVID, and have that as be the basis not to return. From just a strictly legal standpoint, unless there's a compelling reason that there's some medical issue there, you generally can compel an employee to return to work. But now let's go back to the ethical / reasonable side of this. You also have to think about what the impacts on people are. And what a lot of districts that are doing that are going to hybrid models of different sort that will have some component of at-home learning is trying to pair the kids are going to be on the online part with the teachers who are the least comfortable to return, to try to accommodate their concern. It's not a legal requirement. It's a way of getting sort of everybody lined up the right way. So just something to consider there. Maintaining a safe work environment, we already talked about this a little bit with the ADA, Americans with Disability Act, and making reasonable accommodations. You only have to make reasonable accommodations. If somebody wants to come back and say, I can only teach a class of 2 because I'm particularly sensitive and at risk, that may not be a reasonable accommodation or a feasible thing to do. There may be a office need somewhere at a school site that they can fill until you figure that out. There's other things that can be done, but it's only the reasonable accommodation. So just some quick takeaways, and I'm happy to take questions, and this has been a very quick overview. Some of the things that you do, one is you exercise reasonable care, and you get to decide what's reasonable. And there's a lot of different ways of doing that, looking at what other districts are doing, following the guidances and like. Being proactive with preventative measures, clearly having PPE, having the hand washing stations, doing things, thinking through in advance what safety measures can be taken. Following all the guidances from the state and local authorities that you can, to the extent you can. And I submit there's no way you can do all of them, because I still think some of them conflict, but at least be able to point that the one that you picked was out there somewhere, that we're following the guidance that was there to the extent we can. Acting promptly, that means getting preventative measures in place before kids arrive for school, before employees are back at the site. I already had a conversation with one district that had sort of a schedule worked out for a hybrid return to school, and they just had built into it that, and this was the facilities people who put this together, sort of cooked into it that students and teachers would arrive on the same day. Well, that's not what happens. Teachers get there in advance to prepare their classes. So you have to think through that scheduling. And acting promptly is also, if there's an outbreak, if something happens, if circumstances change, you got to act quickly. If suddenly there's a massive spike and the country starts moving to shut down again, you don't want to be the last district to do that. You want to be on the vanguard of figuring out what works for your district. Training, it's not enough to just put up signage, although the signage is important. It's important to have work with staff to have them understand how they can best work, for example, with younger kids on hand washing. If they figure out how to do it, tell me, because I could never get mine to do it when they were little, but maybe they'll actually get there. And in the end, and this is the simplest thing in the world, do the right thing. I told you there's no right answer, but there's always a right thing, right? There's always a way of functioning where you're taking into consideration the needs of all these people, doing what is best for them. And if you can show that you are taking all of these things into account, the liability meter actually starts to go down for you, because usually trying to do the right thing for people fits within that realm of acting reasonably and will help protect you in the event that somebody does try to come after you for liability. So with that, I am happy to take questions if there are any.
Okay, perfect. We're going to reverse order. Ms. Cherie, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
For Mr. Freeman? Mike?
Yes.
Actually, probably could, but I'm not going to try.
In your experience, waiting for the rain. So if a student is asked to stay at home, kids talk, how does that conflict, or how do we honor HIPAA in that sense?
When you say, so this is a kid who gets the virus and is sent home, but both under FERPA, it's really more for us FERPA than HIPAA in school districts, which is the federal law on student privacy. You can't tell people it's Joe Smith. What you can tell people is that a student in the 4th grade at such and such a school has tested positive, and they are now at home under quarantine, the classroom has been cleaned, etc. We all know the kids who are in that classroom are going to note, they're going to note who's not there, they're going to realize it was their classroom that was clean. You can't stop people from talking.
Right.
And the example that I always use with that is, I mean, lice. You know, you get situations with kids who are infested with lice, and you get the notice at home. There was a student in class who was found to have had lice. You don't get told who it was. You just get told it was your class. So you need to go check.
Yeah. And then thank you. The last question I have is really around just the access to quality education, or equal access to quality education. If everyone's given the same standard, is there less question around that? Or what is the comparison of not having equal access to that education?
Yeah, that is a really complicated question, and just to illustrate why, if you had an option where people could do distance learning or they could come back to school, you could debate all day whether that's equal or not, and different parents may have different decisions. But the fact is that if you have a kid who decides to do the at-home education and is thriving and doing wonderfully and life is good, and then the kids that have gone back live to school, there's an outbreak of COVID and they have a sudden interruption, there's going to be debates back and forth about, you know, what was equal and what wasn't. If you have everybody go back to school, there's still going to be people who potentially argue, well, you're making me put my kid at risk. It's causing him stress, it's interfering with his ability or her ability to do classwork, and it's affecting the quality of their education. They did better when they were at home. There's no right answer for everyone all the time. So I don't know that offering just one system for all necessarily solves the problem. There is an argument to be made. We've made an even playing field. Everybody has the same chance, and we're going to do it that way. That's actually one of the ways that we defended virtual education this last semester, when in different school districts people were challenging the adequacy of that, and we would point out everybody's getting it equally. You all have the same access. Even there we struggled, though, because different households and have different means. So some have 5 computers in the house and some have 1. So what do you do when you have 3 kids and 1 computer? Or what do you do if you have 2 parents that are at home, or another household where there's nobody there watching the student? And so you're never going to have perfect parity. The key is always to try to make sure that you're offering an adequate education in each of the options that's defensible.
All right, thank you, sir.
So how much? So like we've heard about what Marin's doing. I've heard how Fairfield's doing a couple of. So if we're anywhere close to our neighbors, for example, there's some liability protection there. If our next door neighbor's doing it one way and we're close to that or similar, even whatever components are the same.
Yeah, generally speaking, for example, if every school district in a county did it the same way, it's going to be easier to show that you were being reasonable. Now, if your county is the only county in the state that's doing it that way, it gets harder. But the one that I worry about is coming up with a model that nobody else has done. And you can't say, well, it's reasonable because other school districts are doing it. And I mean, if you were to be sued, what would end up happening is if you played it out, lawsuits take a very long time to run their course. It could be 2 or 3 years down the road that you're at trial. You're at trial, there are going to be witnesses called to say that what you did was not reasonable. And what they're going to do is they're going to find retired administrators and board members from other school districts around the state, and they're going to say, how did you do it? Why did you do it that way? And they're going to say, well, we did it this way because every other school district around us was doing it, and most of them in the state were doing it, and we were following the state guidelines. That starts to tell the jury, were you behaving reasonably when these people are coming forward and saying that? So the more people out there that are doing it differently from you, the more that they can bring in to show that you were in that smaller minority.
Michael?
So we discussed earlier that you know the kind of gold standard of CDC, CDPH, CDE was 6 feet of distance between students and staff. Okay, so if we decided to go against that, I know you can't say, but in your mind, how significantly would that affect the liability meter?
Yeah, I think it's always a matter for me of what a plaintiff would point to. A plaintiff would jump right on that. The attorney for the plaintiff would jump right on that and point out, you had all these guidances that said 6 feet, and you didn't do 6 feet. And you heard today, we recognize kids passing in the hallways, they're going to be within 6 feet. It's a momentary passing. It's more reasonable if you can point out we're doing it in the classroom and not elsewhere. I don't know what led in Marin County, their guidelines say 4 to 6 feet. And I haven't been able to find out yet why it says 4 to 6 feet.
Feasibility. How does feasibility go into his question? As your question of, does feasibility go into what he's asking?
Well, let me come back to the feasibility piece. Yeah. But the point I was making was that the 4 to 6 feet, we don't know where they came up with this. What I suspect is they measured their classrooms, and there were districts in Marin County that said we can't return all kids to school and have to do better than 4 feet. Right. So is that reasonable or not? That's going to be up for a jury.
Right. Okay, so you said that you all represent upwards of 400 school districts in the state.
Right.
That's a big law firm. That's a big sample size. So of the ones that you know, you probably don't know all of them, what percentage do you think are going back 100% of their kids back every day versus 50% kids back every day?
What I would say is, as far as full-time, both what I've heard anecdotally and what I know through our clients, we're probably talking about no more than 5 to 10% at the most. And I'd say closer to the 5 than to the 10. It changes in different parts of the state. We represent most of the districts in Tulare County. It's very rural. They've had very few instances of COVID. They may be more inclined as compared to a Bay Area school.
Right, so how about the Bay Area counties as well?
Within Bay Area, and this is just anecdotal because I can't tell you with any certainty, I'm not aware of any school district in Santa Clara, Alameda, San Mateo, Contra Costa, San Francisco, any of those counties that are talking about going back full time, at least to start the year. Mm-hmm. There's some that have talked about maybe gradually moving towards it. Mm-hmm. The other option, as opposed to a 50-50 option, if you just put it all within the hybrid realm, that's the vast majority of the state. Most of the districts we work with are looking at some version of the hybrid model.
So on some level, although, like you say, they're mitigating things, Fairfield's going 100% right now, although they're, I've heard three different times actually from people that their employee group is not happy with that they were misrepresented. But that's be that as it may, if all the Bay Area counties aren't doing it that way and 95% of the state's not doing it that way, I would think that puts us a bit of an outlier if we did that.
Yeah, right now, every district that comes back full-time is going to be in the minority. That could change, things can shift between now and August, but this is one of those places where from purely a liability standpoint, not saying good or bad policy, being in the majority is helpful.
Right. And the final thing I'm going to say is that just in kind of agreeing with Tracy, I'm a big boy though, I could do it. So for the last bunch of hours, wearing this mask has been painful. I mean, it's really hard. So I can only imagine how hard it would be for our kids and our teachers to do that, because I'm touching my face, I'm rubbing all this kind of stuff, and it's uncomfortable. So, you know, hopefully we can figure out something about that, but it is hard.
Sean, if you don't mind, check in with Shelley real quick. I know how you like to speak last anyways. So, Ms. Shelley, any questions?
I have no questions.
Very
They've
good.
been answered.
Mr. Sean?
So just a couple of questions.
You talked about probably, it sounds like it would be reasonable for us to be providing masks for our staff, right? I mean, is there any, what issues would we get into as far as the type of masks, or if they wear their own masks, are we in it? Because I mean, you're just looking around the room, there's everything from sort of medical grade masks to, homemade masks that are much less protective. Where does that fall into?
Yeah, I think that's a decision the district has to make. Most of the guidance from the state just talks about masks. It doesn't talk about what type. I think if you go to the CDC guidance, it says that it should be two double-walled, if you will, that there should be 2 layers of fabric, which most of the if you go to Rite Aid and you buy them off, they usually have the 2 layers. But I also know that people are making them out of socks. Apparently there's a way you can make it out of a sock that's going to be 1 layered. So that's a decision you all have to make about, what kind of standard are you going to have? With the students, for example, are you going to have a dress code kind of standard that goes with that? Because you don't want people putting on masks that have offensive wording or anything like that. There's a lot of different things to think about. So you can think about if you want a standard. It is almost impossible in the state right now to say everybody should wear X kind of mask because there's just not the availability.
Right. And so with that, I mean, how do you, or do you have any thoughts on how do you, if you were to make it mandatory for staff to wear a mask? I mean, there's a lot of different, I see some people wearing it more like a chin strap, and does it need to, do you get into how they wear it? Because I could say I'm wearing a mask if it's around my neck. So how do you reconcile that?
That's a choice. That's a decision you're all going to have to make, and you're going to be wanting to talk to the unions about how to carry that out. There's some standards, some basic standards you can do. The mask should cover both your nose and mouth. You should be wearing it when any students are present, whatever the standards are going to be. If a teacher's in their classroom alone and during a prep period or whatnot, I don't know that they need to wear a mask, but these are all decisions that the district's going to have to sort of muddle its way through. And what I would do is, for all the districts I've been talking to about these issues, it's really easy to get caught on those issues and not be able to come to the big answer. Come to the big answer. Are kids returning to school or not? Is it going to be a hybrid model? And your staff will have lots of fun time this summer getting to figure out all of those details. It's a good question. It's worth asking, but I would caution to say focus big picture.
So you mentioned about, I think I've always heard the term qualified immunity, but you use discretionary immunity. With all of the things going on around law enforcement, and there's some states that have actually pulled qualified immunity, have you heard anything about that impacting beyond law enforcement and all governmental agencies? And would that be something that would impact us as well if that legislation were to wind its way through in California? Because I know it's on the table, if not working its way through now.
Yeah, there's only one state in the country so far that's actually passed a law that gets rid of discretionary or qualified immunity. It's really the same thing, Colorado, and it was specific to police officers. I haven't heard anything suggesting it would apply to school districts or other kinds of public employees. And in fact, if anything, I'm hearing the reverse as the legislature is at least making noises about increasing your insulation.
Okay. And then lastly, and I'm not sure this question even has any relevance, but it's just something I want to kind of have in the back of my mind, specifically to special ed students. So, obviously, least restrictive environment is a big issue, but if that is something that isn't necessarily doable, in other words, this 50% classroom model situation, if the district were to go that direction, that might not serve a lot of special ed students that would otherwise be getting services in a general education classroom. So have you heard anything, or is there any thoughts around, we may end up in a situation, I can presume, where special ed students may need may be on a different track and in different classrooms to get the educational minutes they need and the support they need. So any thoughts on how that would come into play? I mean, is that an automatic kind of exemption because of what's happening, or is that something that could be a liability issue for us? I mean, could be, would likely be, I guess is a better question.
I think it would play out through the IEPs for the students. You know, we have, this comes up all the time now in other contexts and has for many, many years, where a student may not benefit from being in the general population. They're a special education student. You want to have them in the general population, but for whatever reason, it will not benefit them or it will put others at risk, where you are allowed to separate them into another classroom. It still has to be an adequate education. You know, there's horror stories around the state of somebody used a closet for educating a special ed kid. You would never do that. But so there is room within the IEP to do that. And because of that, there's no answer in advance. It's one of those you have to sit down and work it through. We've been very open with our thought that most of the litigation we're going to see coming, at least early on around these issues, is going to be through special education. And that's partially because it's so complicated. Right. And it's partially because frankly, there's a plaintiff's bar, we call it. So there's a lineup of attorneys that sue school districts over special education issues. They're kind of primed and ready to go. Yeah, it's hard to believe, but they're out there. And you know, there's advocates that are very reasonable, and there's advocates that are much more aggressive. And so we think that's where the first trend's going to be. So the question you're asking is exactly what our special education attorneys are debating and thinking about. But it's not an automatic. If you have to remove a student from the general population, it's not automatically a violation of FAPE. It's not automatically a violation of the IEP. It just has to be processed through individually.
Okay. And then the last question, and I don't know if you can really answer this directly, but my question and concern is listening to the presentation we had this morning, which I thought seemed to be very practical and it was very relevant locally. It seems like what you're saying is that if the state makes the recommendation and it's contrary to what is happening based on local data, based on our local public health official, that we would still be in a position of liability if we made a decision that was, for example, it sounds like what I'm hearing is that if we made any option for parents to come back in a full-time classroom setting, I'm not saying we would do that, but it sounds like even if that's not consistent with what local data shows and what our local public health officer would object to, that we're sort of stuck in a situation of liability, or does some of what is happening locally mitigate that global statewide guideline or recommendation, as it were?
Yeah, you know, when these things go to trial, when courts look at them, they'll look at all of those factors. So if the answer is we did everything the local health officer suggested, and uniquely for our area that works, that's going to help you. But you're still going to have to overcome the fact that the state requirement was different. And if it's truly the case that the state is saying containment is the goal, and all of their objectives are around containment, and locally the goal is not containment, the conservative answer is always going to be go the more restrictive route, which is go the containment route. The other thing is that you heard from your health officer, there are other health officers in other counties who are much more, whether you view it as parochial or you view it as cooperative or whatever you're going to say, who are much more willing to come out and say, yes, do this, don't do this, I'm not approving of your doing that. It's one thing to say we're doing what our health officer says, but then the next thing you have to do is produce the piece of paper that shows you're doing what your health officer says. And so it's helpful sometimes to get from the health officer, yes, I don't have any problem with it. I'm affirmatively stating I have no issue with this. This is consistent with local conditions. It's another thing to say, we've heard anecdotally through our county that it's not required. So as you balance these things, in a county where the county health officer is willing to put in writing, the district does this, I'm signing off on it. That's in Marin County, county health officer is signing off on it. I feel better about those districts returning full-time than other districts returning full-time that don't have that sign-off.
Thank you.
Can you clarify what you mean by the large majority are going back hybrid model? Do you mean giving, we're a couple days in class, a couple days distance learning technology, or are you saying hybrid, you can go back to school full-time or choose?
It's all of the above.
So you're not necessarily, hybrid is not necessarily defined by 50% in school, 50% at home.
Right.
I just needed clarity.
Right. There's multiple models. There's just really quickly, there's districts that are going to do the 50-50. There's districts that are going to have morning and afternoon split. So half the kids in the morning, half in the afternoon. Others will do it on different days. There's other districts that are looking at having online learning consisting of actually watching what's happening in the class. So it's a live classroom, but there are some kids who are taking it at home. And then there's a host of other varieties around that. That's
Because there are some districts that are going back to school Monday through Friday with all these other options.
You said about 5% bring all their kids back all day.
Well, I think the question was about if there are ones that are coming back 5 days a week with some other alternative
That is
mixed
my
in.
question. Is that what you mean by hybrid, or do you mean his definition of hybrid? Because I think that's going to matter for semantics.
So I'm drawing right now a distinction just between two. One is I'm returning kids full time.
With no other option.
With no other option, no hybrid, no split morning afternoon. We're just going back to business, and all of the others. All of the others combined, again, just anecdotally, I don't know if it's scientific, but it's probably somewhat close. Probably at least 90% are not going back to just sending kids to school
So
full
that's
time.
a clear distinction, though, that it couldn't. No, it's not.
No, because you were saying most of the kids come back 100% of the time all day, but you can choose virtual.
I'm asking him so that we don't have
Right.
this argument.
That's what.
That's exactly what I'm asking you to do. So what I heard him just say is that there are around 5% of districts who are not going to create options, who are just going to open school as usual, and that's the extent of the conversation. And then 90% are going back some Monday through Friday with virtual Zoom in class, some 2 days a week in school, campus, at school, home. He's not talking one or the other. He's talking about some of those hybrid models are still 5 days a week, correct?
There probably will be some. There's such a variety within them.
So that's a huge distinction.
But what I asked was what percentage of districts in your mind were bringing back kids 5 days a week all day?
And that's the answer of probably 5 to 10%.
Yes, yes.
What if they did that with the Zoom model?
But we don't with the Zoom model.
Because because it matters. Because I think the question that we're going to have to answer, and the reason I'm asking and pushing the issue, is because if we got to the place of trying to decide if we did the model of phasing in and we do 2 days of school, 2 days at home, right, and then a teacher day in the middle, or giving the option of if kids needed their parents needed their kids to be at school, and we felt that we could live with the reasonable accommodations, or if we could get there, that we were willing to live with the liability of having kids at school Monday through Friday, even if it was shortened days, plus a model to give parents choice for frailty, health considerations, and either Zoom into class and or do distance learning, we could still be open 5 days a week, but we'd be considered a hybrid model.
Yes.
We're not speaking the same, like there's a line there.
Okay.
And that's okay to have that line, because we'll figure it out at a different time, because it's not really going anywhere.
Okay.
And we're keep tapping into your anecdotal information. And,
True.
yeah.
Which only goes so far.
It only goes so far.
Right.
Very informative and important, but only goes so far. All right, last shot. Any questions? Fantastic. Well, Harold, thank you very much for your presentation. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you,
it was
Harold.
just
Thank you.
good. Okay, everybody good? Continue? Seeing that, we're going to move on to 10A, number 3, staff presentation and proposal. Doesn't tell me who's doing it, but welcome administrators. Oh, hey, I know you. Floor recognizes
Hi,
Dr. Jane
I'm going to
Chimino.
start it and open it up, and then I will bring Elementary Director Ryan Gallus and Assistant Superintendents Sasha Miguel and Ed Santapadre will follow them, and we'll take turns. First of all, I'm just so happy to see you all in person. I missed you. Thank you for accommodating this. I think the plan worked out well. We were a little nervous. I want to acknowledge Brandon, who's been doing a great job with the Zoom, everything. It seems to work. Thank you. As a reminder, is this working? Sorry. Oh, yeah. No? Did it work for you, Mr. Freeman?
You're doing such a good job.
Sorry. Thank you, Andrew. Sorry. I thought Harold broke it.
No, I put it to sleep.
Okay. So, no. What's up? You could just do it from over there. So these are the stages, just as a reminder, because we're going to refer to them throughout the presentation. Right now, I believe we're in stage 3 in Solano County, so we're going to focus more around stage 3, but this is just a reminder because we're going to reference this. Solano County, this is from the Solano County Public Health website from like a week or two ago. It keeps changes very frequently, but we're going to refer to 3A and 3B. So that's the purpose of showing you this, because right now I believe we're in 3A, hopefully going into 3B. So the basis for the proposal we're bringing forward today is really about what stage we're in, and also around the 6 feet social distancing. And I know we've pretty much beat this topic to death this morning, but really the whole design of this was how we can guarantee 6 feet of distance for our students and staff. And you've seen this slide before, which is at the last meeting we shared with you. And as was mentioned earlier, it's just not really possible with the numbers at our schools and in our classrooms to ensure 6 feet of distancing. So the proposal we're going to talk about today, which you will not be voting on, as you know, we have some options. You could vote next Thursday at the regular board meeting, because we will bring this item back. And there's also the option of a special board meeting in early July. But just as quick aside, before I give you the overview of what we're going to talk about, this is right now, as we know it, what our neighboring districts are doing. I know you mentioned Fairfield. Right now, Fairfield has decided to bring back all staff, students 100%. They have indicated that things might change, but for now, that's their decision with a lot of precautions in place. I know Vallejo is also considering it, but have not gotten there yet. And then the smaller districts, Benicia, Dixon, Travis, are considering starting at 25 or 50%. I say considering because most of them are still in conversations with their staff, with their labor unions, and also their board. I know that Dixon has said it's going to a board decision on July 16th. So an overview of what you're going to hear from other staff today is basically our proposal. The first part of that being, instead of starting on August 13th, which is a Thursday, we typically in the past start on a Thursday, we'd like to start school on the Monday, because that will give us a couple days for cleaning, for preparation around some of the remote learning that we're proposing. The proposal now is to start 50% of students at a time. Elementary groups will go half a day. I put Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, but where's Ryan? Oh, I think we changed to Monday, Tuesday after hearing from principals. Okay, so Ryan will give more details around that. And then secondary block scheduling, which Ed will elaborate on. And if we move to stage 3B, the hope is we can bring 100% of students in, but elementary still go home at lunch. The issue, of course, is being able to maintain the distancing and the masks and the precautions all day long. And one of the requests from the board was really to work on developing a robust remote learning virtual school option. And we have been working on that. Ryan will share a lot on that today, and he's done a lot of work around a remote learning program for elementary. We already have Kimmy Charter, which is 7 through 12. It's a very successful virtual academy charter school that we could refer secondary students to. So that's just a brief overview. I will hand it over to Ryan now. I'll get you started.
Great, thank you, Jane. We've spent a lot of time analyzing what phase 3 could look like when we return in August, and some requirements we know we'll have to address, and they've been addressed a lot earlier, including distancing, symptom checks, hygiene practice, cleaning and disinfecting, visitor policy, limiting the sharing of tools, and group sizes. This is the with that in mind, we have a new configuration for stage 3 after hearing input from a lot of our key stakeholders on the elementary side. And the input regarded instructional minutes, instructional time, equity discussions, and really the needs of our K2 students. You are familiar with stages 1, 2, 3, and 4 from a previous presentation. We added a second option for returning in stage 3 on the elementary and secondary end. On the elementary side, stage 3 is the same as was previously shared, and it allows us to focus on safety, wellness, and social emotional concerns and check-ins. This I would describe as a very safe way to return to school. 3B is getting all of our students back with a modified schedule, allowing us to get back into the swing of the school routine, but also giving time to plan around some of our blind spots, including any scheduling issues, large group configurations that might make reopening problematic. I'm going to go into detail a little bit more about our 3A schedule. And really this is 2 cohorts, 2 days per week. With input from our principals, we decided the consecutive days option was better for our students and our staff and our families as well. It allows for a Wednesday flex day for collaboration, planning, prep, staff development, and an opportunity for deep cleaning. So this is the traditional or the hybrid model where there is distance learning when you're not in live learning. Our proposed stage 3B schedule listens to the need that a lot of our teachers expressed, having our students back more regularly without opening our students and staff up to large gatherings outside of their classroom cohort. We keep our cohorts together and are doing far less exchanging instructionally in terms of like intervention, RTI, special services, that sort of thing. In this proposal for this phase, we'd be taking, those activities would be taking place in the afternoon. The attractiveness is that we have our cohorts back 100% of the time, while any trouble spots are planned out. Like you'll see in the secondary model, this is something that we could go quickly from this stage to a full reopening. And I will turn it over, I believe, to Sasha next to talk about special ed.
Good afternoon. Oh.
No, I'm just wondering what I can see what's different in the paper, but I understand it was 1, 2, 3, and 4 went with the state's guidelines. So what is 3A and 3B? What is the kind of what's it based on? Like what do you the difference?
Can you go back to
Yeah.
So
this is.
No, he wants to know what it's based on. Can you go to slide 3?
Yep.
So here's the county model of 3A and 3B.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Did you want me to go deeper into the elementary side of each of those? No.
Good afternoon. I know that there were questions at the previous board meeting sort of around, we don't see special education necessarily on the plan. And so we do have some additional information for you today. But I think it's important to start out by saying that, yes, special education wasn't called out individually on that previous plan, the first go-round. Because if you'll remember, special education is, the whole premise of special education is to provide access to general education. And so sort of by default, we have to find out what we're doing with everyone before we can decide then how we can take that baseline and build upon it for our students with special needs, which is exactly what we have done kind of in these various plans. So we start with each of the stages, and we do have our preschool program, and I'll talk a little bit about our elementary program. So sorry, I'm hearing feedback. Is that just me or step back? Okay. Taking into account sort of what's the baseline, what is general education planning on doing, And then some other factors that we kind of took into account when proposing this plan is that, as Sean mentioned earlier and other board members have also commented on, absolutely, our students with IEPs by definition need additional support, right? And so we know particularly our students with more significant disabilities need that consistency, need to have opportunities to be educated in person. And so understanding that, we also understand we need to be flexible, because with some of those limitations with our students with disabilities, they have different ability to understand, practice, and implement any of these physical distancing or safety protocols that we may put in place. And so we understand we may need more time and more space to be able to implement those with our students who are more significantly impacted. And so we kind of built that into the plan as well. Another consideration is, and this one is what has made a lot of these possible, many of our self-contained classes, which are our SDC, which is a special day class, SKILL is our structured classroom for intensive learning, RISE is a new program. It's for our students who are also have characteristics of autism but are accessing general education. That's a preschool program. And then our California State Preschool Program is our new inclusive program at the preschool that we've been building. But a lot of these self-contained classes have smaller class sizes. So while general ed may be considering an elementary third grade class of 30 students, we might be talking about a class of anywhere from 8 to 16 students. So already sort of off the bat, we have a different set of parameters that we have to follow. With that, I will also mention that, of course, like everything else in special education, there's always an exception. Some of those classrooms, because they have small class size of number of students, also have small physical classroom sizes. Sometimes we'll take a smaller classroom on campus because it makes more sense. So all of those will be factors, and in all of our phases and stages that I'm going to talk about today, we will be needing to be flexible based on the class size, the number of students, the ability and level of the students in those classes to learn those physical distancing procedures and safety protocols. So sort of with all of that said, our idea would be, and much of it you'll see in the elementary and secondary as well, our stage 2 and stage 3A for special education students, again, who are in self-contained classes, so not so much our students receiving resource. We plan to provide those students their special ed services sort of outside the day of their general ed so that they're not missing those opportunities to get their specialized instruction. But our students in specialized classes, we do plan to try to get them into school as much as possible. So a lot of them will have sort of a 4-day a week in those first two plans, the 2 and 3A, 4-day a week, shorter amount of time, and we'll have our teachers doing an AM and a PM session. Again, we have some flexibility because our class sizes are smaller, and we recognize the consistency and the need for them to have that instruction sort of day after day. On the preschool ones, there's some variability. Our SDC classes already run an AM and a PM, and so for stage 2 and 3A, they would still just be receiving the 2 days a week that the elementary would follow. But the stage 3B, they would go to the 4 days a week full class. But in our other programs, Skill, Rise, we would be able to, because those are longer classes, be able to do 4 days a week with an AM and a PM session so that kids would be split 50%. And then building up to a place where we potentially might be able to go into 3B before the gen ed population just because of our class size. So if we have 9 students in a class, we start out, we get them understanding and able to follow some of those safety and distance protocols, then we can move more quickly and would move more quickly into 3B, because our goal is going to be to get students as much instruction as safely as possible, as soon as possible. Our state preschool, because we like to do things differently, they have specific guidelines that they have put out where we will not earn our contract dollars unless we follow them. So I guess that is the one place where CDE decided to make actual rules you have to follow as opposed to suggestions. And some of those right now is a 10 student per class sort of maximum. And so that's we're gonna have to follow that through, and it'll be a blend of students who are accessing the program through the subsidized income model as well as a mixture of our students who are in there accessing it through their IEP. So that's sort of the one difference there. We have to play by a different set of rules there, and we will do that. our elementary, elementary plan, so I kind of covered it in what I was discussing, but you'll see here again our self-contained classes. So we add TAP and FA and Pearl, which is our functional academics for FA, our transition to academics programs, TAP, our program for emotional regulation and learning is Pearl. They're all self-contained. They all have relatively smaller class sizes compared to general ed. So in both stages 2 and 3A, we're going to operate an AM/PM model, again, trying for that consistency. We'd rather see kids 4 days of the week for 2.5 hours than see them twice a week, or in stage 2 once a week. And then for 3B, we would be providing those classes 5 days a week, kind of following the gen ed there with the 8:30 to 12:30. Not necessarily planning to do something different there because we really see that 3B as a sort of transition phase. And so if you follow this up or down, our students will be able to slowly transition into being able to be under classroom instructional control, follow those safety and distance protocols, and as well as start building up some of their academic stamina, which we know, particularly in these self-contained classes, can be difficult with some of the levels of behavior and some of the other needs that they may have. So we felt like that was a good transition and followed what our general ed colleagues and their typical peers would also be doing. Any questions on these two?
Good afternoon. So I'm going to discuss secondary a little bit. And secondary is a little bit different than elementary in that if you recall from the last presentation, we had a model where the students took at the 3, because there was no 3B, they took 3 classes for 9 weeks and then the other 3 classes for 9 weeks. If we're going to spend much time at level 3, that's probably a good model, especially at the high school, so they can get more access to their teachers when they are on campus and it's only 3 classes they're focusing on. To get to a 3B and a 4 level, you can't do it that way with the quasi-semesters, with the 9 weeks. So you'd have to wait until the semester in December to then go back to something else. So that proposal we did 2 weeks ago, and it's still available. This one looks at a way to go between 3A, 3B, and 4 fairly easily, and you have to take all 6 classes. So that's the difference between the two. You take all 6 classes for the whole semester. So in stage 3A, they're there 2 days a week, and B, they're there 4 days a week. So I'll show you the actual schedule. So, and again, we split it up by last names just for illustration purposes. But if we were in 3A, the students would go in a block schedule mode, periods 1, 3, 5, and then 2, 4, 6 the next day. So they would get an hour and a half with each of their classes a week. So it's still a fair amount of distance learning because really they're each of those classes, they're there for an hour and a half. And then Wednesday, just like elementary, is prep, cleaning, some of those other things. And then Thursday, Friday would be the other half of the students, the L through Z or however it was split. So again, in 3A, this if we think we're going to be in 3A for very long, this is a bit tricky because this is not a lot of instruction per each class. But in the 3B model, it looks better because then they get 2 days a week in each of the classes. So really they're getting about 3 hours of instruction in each class, which is significantly more, and then could go to a 4 or rotate from there. So really that's what makes this trickier for the high school, again, especially the high school, but middle school as well. If we spend a lot of time at 3A, then they're only going to get 1 day a week per each class. And so, and then special education.
Is if you thought there was a really good chance of going to 3B. If you didn't really think there was a great chance doing 3B, then you'd prefer what you did last week.
I think that's fair. I think what would frustrate people if all the levels went in September to a 3B and stayed in 3B, but the high school or the secondary altogether had to stay in a 3 model where they're still only coming 2 days a week, I think that would bother people. If we were in a 3 where people were only going a couple days a week, the other model is probably better academically. That's the guess that has to be made.
And so similar to the elementary and preschool plan for secondary special education, also kind of taking into account those self-contained classes. However, it gets a little bit more difficult at the secondary level because typically our students who access these secondary, SDC or self-contained classes also take another class. So there's usually PE or an elective. Occasionally they might take a resource class for something. And so we can't control the numbers in those classes or predict the numbers in those classes, but we can say, well, most of these students, most of them will be 4 periods a day, sometimes 5 in the self-contained, and all of those classes are small. So we believe that through some very tricky, I'm sure all of the secondary principals are just gonna love our department at the end of this, but through some very tricky and careful sort of hand scheduling and hand selecting, we do think that it's reasonable that in stage 2, they would attend 2 days instead of 1, and we are hopeful that in stage 3A, they would be able to move to 4 days of attendance. And this would mean that for their classes where, let's say, they were supposed to be in PE and their PE class isn't meeting that day or their group isn't meeting that day, we would provide safe space for them on campus, whether that's through the use of paras or other support providers, to be able to stay on campus so then they could go to their other class that is in one of these regionalized classes. So it's a little bit trickier at the secondary level, just because they're not all in the same room all day long, but because they are, if they're in one of these self-contained programs, in there most of the time, we feel that given that and the small number of students that this represents, we can work with those schedules and find a way for them, again, to be on campus, getting in-person instruction as much as possible. Questions? Okay. So I'll go to the next slide. Is actually, I sort of talked about these at the start of the presentation, but just to kind of cover what our considerations were for developing the plan. The first couple of bullets were straight from the CD's guidance that they provided. And again, the biggest one to me being that you first must take whatever the district's model is for everyone, and then you would build upon that, which makes sense. Also, just our need to be flexible and the physical distancing component. And then understanding that for some students, that is going to be much more difficult. Just like for our kindergartners and first graders, that might be a more difficult skill to teach. For some of our students who are impacted cognitively or behaviorally, that's also going to take some additional time to teach and practice. And so these are sort of the considerations we utilized in coming up with our proposal to these schedules.
So remote learning options for our different levels. We know there's going to be a subset of our parents who will want remote learning options for their children. It could be, upwards of 10%. Elementary, we need to build that piece to support our families with that. So we'll show you some details about a virtual learning academy. For grades 7 through 12, students can enroll in Kimi Academy, which already exists and is a proven robust program. So I'll go into detail about elementary virtual learning. Distance learning has not been popular, but it has worked for some of our students. And there have been some innovations that our teachers have acquired and used and that have taken place that have greatly improved what we've traditionally done for independent study or independent learning. And here's our proposal for elementary virtual learning, that we'd blend in some of the things that worked with virtual or distance learning, which are the live daily lessons and the instructional support from a teacher. The traditional PLP model is 1 hour a week with a teacher advisor, and the parents are doing most of the teaching and the learning support. This kind of flips that model so it's more supported by an educator. Keeping a digital pathway for skills development using assessment data to help place kids on their independent path for learning. Grade level content and the rigor of grade level content being delivered through identifying essential standards and our district supported curriculum. It'd be the same curriculum that they'd be using in this program. But I think the big payoffs and the big difference between this and independent study would be the development of the classroom community and the support for coming together as a cohort virtually. And I think a big improvement from the traditional independent study model is the social emotional learning piece, the connectedness that you have with your teacher and grade level peers, and basically the SEL support that you don't get from traditional independent study. What we need to do, these are some of the steps that we would like to take, assuming this is something that you support. Get elementary teachers who've done well with distance learning, and it could be a multiple grade level assignment or it could be grade level specific depending on the numbers of students that we have, but their expertise to help develop and design the program is going to be essential with this. Advertising it to the community, I've received a lot of emails from parents looking for an option like this. So building the community awareness for it and recruiting students and enrolling students is one of the next steps. And we really want this to be a robust program, but we also want parents to commit to it, not just kind of wait it out. So if a parent decides later on to transfer, it'd be based on space available, but we really would want them to commit to a full year of this. And then survey results. Jane, do you want me to touch on this?
So, as we're finishing our presentation, I was asked at the last board meeting by some of you to share the next survey. We've been back and forth looking at other surveys. This is a draft of the second parent survey we'd like to send out, and would also send a teacher one, very similar. So I would like you as a board to give your feedback, review these questions as you had requested to be part of it, regarding these questions, or if there's something different or more that you think I need to ask. I thought I'd go, it's not a lot of questions. You know, the point is to make it as short and succinct, but as comprehensive as possible. So the first question asks basically, what plan are you comfortable with under current circumstances? Any issues on that? Or, yeah. I think it's not that many questions, so we'll kind of take it one at a time. Okay. Then if we started with all students full-time, would you choose? So this gives various choices. Would you come back? Would you choose a virtual academy? Is it too early to determine? Not comfortable with either choice, or undecided? Then the next one says, if we were to bring you back 2 days per week, same choices. What would you choose under those circumstances? And how concerned are you that your child may catch COVID? I believe we asked that on the previous one. And would you support your child wearing a face covering? And would you support daily temperature checks? So now I'm ready to take feedback, questions, suggestions.
Maybe this is just me, but when I'm looking at these questions, I mean, I think they're great questions, and I think the only problem I have is the undecided doesn't really tell me anything. I mean, I understand there are going to be people that are undecided, but to me, I'm not comfortable with either choice, and I'm undecided is two options of, So I just, to me, I almost feel like those two things, you could take one out. I would almost be more comfortable with undecided being out.
You okay? I can take, yeah, it might sound a little redundant.
Because, and I realize I'm saying that is because I really want to hear what the community expects of us and wants for their family. And because I'm all through this, I think it's very important to give parents choices, and to the extent we can. And I feel like the first survey was people, I think, interpreted it as very narrow in the scope. So if this undecided doesn't help me represent the constituency like I think we need to. So that was my logic.
Yes. No, you can't. Just kidding. Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me. You don't have to ask me.
so a lot of the parents that I've talked to, is weird. It's interesting to me that all the other safety protocols, besides masks, haven't been as much of a conversation as the conundrum of masks, right? So I feel like the undecided, I agree with you, and there's a place where I feel like there are plenty of parents who want to know, besides masks, I'm not comfortable, what else are you going to do? And this survey doesn't say, here are our proposed safety precautions. Besides temperature check, it's like we're going to have whatever we decide, frequency and washing. Why the half day, right? If it was
Right.
5 days a week, so that people can understand what that means. Like, because we're not talking about what other safety precautions. And
So
there may be parents who decide, oh, I'm okay with that because of all these other reasons.
Do you, because one thing I believe Fairfield did was they said rate in order, in order of whatever, 1 to 10, what are the most important precautions? And they listed all of them.
That's cool.
Which I can add that question, little awkward, because some people don't like being forced how to rate what is more important than the other if they think they all are. But if the board would like me to add that question, then it would include, it's really.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't
up to you as a
have an
group.
idea for an answer than that.
Yeah.
But you understand the intent of what I'm saying is that if
You want us somehow to assure parents that we'll use every possible precaution?
No, I think that some of the undecided is that like it's too early to tell because I may decide I could live with this and no, I'm not ready yet. But if you're doing all, I just don't know if we've given families enough information outside of just masks and going back to school.
Got it.
Because there's a lot more to the conversation of safety, I guess is where I'm going.
We could send out with the survey just a statement that these are the precautions that will be
Well, you
taken.
could say, here are the precautions, just check them, they don't have to rate them, so what's
Yeah.
important?
Or what's
to you?
important, that's a good
Okay.
idea.
JJ?
Is that okay with everybody?
Go ahead.
Yeah?
Yeah.
These surveys are always so tricky. I was so, in a way, disappointed with what came back from the first one is because they're so difficult to interpret. You don't know what people are thinking, and sometimes these are tricky questions. Like, even the first one, it says, which of the reopening plans are you comfortable with under the current circumstances? What I think there are a lot of strong feelings about this. So, it's kind of like almost like when you do an election, if you 4 people, you just do one bullet. I think if I would, let's say, go back to school, everybody, or, worst case scenario, I would, let's say, do my child attends 2 days a week. I wouldn't put the 2 days a week if my real preference was the first one, because it kind of like skews the answer. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I don't know how to account for that.
I don't know how to tell you how many times we've been back in samples, but I know exactly that's part of the problem.
Yeah, because people put in their answer based on what they'd most like to see, but you don't know what they would accept.
We could do a rating.
I don't know the answer. I'm just kind of putting it out because I want to get good data back, whatever you come up with.
Me too. And we had one question on the last one that said if, there were limited restrictions, how inclined would you be to come back? Because it's an easy one, I think, to report out. Because then you could say, okay, 60% of parents said they were highly likely to come back, and another 12% said likely.
Well,
that's what we're kind of looking on a survey is the general picture.
What if you said something like, what are you willing to accept? What is what would you do as opposed to what are you comfortable with? Because that, somehow
Which
that.
of the reopening plans are acceptable to you?
Yeah, like
okay.
would you send your kid to, or would you accept for your kid?
Okay.
Hold on.
If school were to start on Monday,
Yeah.
would you? I mean,
That's fine. Yeah.
then there's no gray area.
That's
Okay.
If
cool.
school were to start on Monday, which would you choose?
But you could have more than one, because we want them to do what they would accept, not necessarily what their first preference is.
That leaves us with a whole bunch of ambiguous information again.
Well, but then, okay. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem with surveys that actually are not just yes or no answers.
But I think he hit the nail on the head with the risk question. Why don't we ask families that? Why don't we give them the definition of zero risk, negligible risk, precautions? What's your level of acceptable risk as a parent?
It's 3 different definitions right
That's
there
a tough
alone. You
survey
just
question.
clouded the water even
Well,
more.
okay, so whatever.
So, Sean, you're next.
Yeah, I just, in Tracy, I understand where you're getting at with your first comment about, trying to determine what precautions. I think we have to keep in mind with this survey and with this entire situation, this is not anything we want. This is not anything, none of us want to be here, right? And none of us desire any of these things. We want our kids back in school. I think the teachers would agree with that if they could wave the magic wand and make COVID go away. I think all of us would say the same thing. We got to do the best we can. So I think we have to keep that in mind because we're not going to make everybody happy. And as much as, the school district that did 3 different options, I think that's great. I mean, I don't know how feasible that is. I think that puts a lot on staff. But the bottom line here is I don't want to paint ourselves in a corner by talking about precautions. I forgot to ask this morning, like the temperature check. I was going to ask that question and I didn't. But most of the healthcare professionals I've talked to says the temperature check is not a real viable way of making a determination. So if I put that on there, does that then obligate us to do it because we put pen to paper? I mean, and because when this thing first came out, the symptoms that we were told to look for were different than some of the ones now, and that's changing. So I think kind of less is more, and we have to remember that we can do the best we can with what we have, and that really needs to be in the forefront of our minds with this survey and as we go forward, because I think we're trying really hard to do what we all want to do, and that's give our students and our families as much as we can, but we have to understand our limitations, and I think we're getting a little bit too much into trying to accommodate that in this world that we're living in right now, if that makes any sense. So,
Ms. Cherie, and then Ms. Shelley will be next.
So on the first page of it, one of the phrase or one of the options says each student attends 2 days per week, remote learning 3 days a week. Okay, parents that are getting the survey have not sat through 20 hours of meetings like we have. So I think it needs to be really clear because this isn't really clear. We're talking partial days and it will be Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday. So it says and. Right, I know. But so the 2 days a week are going to be Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday, correct?
Or.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do think it needs to say each child attends partial days, 2 days a week, because a parent reading that is not, they're going to think their kid's going to school 2 days a week.
Yes. Elementary half day.
Well, but if it's secondary, it's not.
I could just put elementary
It is
half
partial
day
day in 3. Which one is it?
No,
So-
but in the secondary for both 3A and 3B, it's all day.
Oh, 3A is also all day. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can put parentheses elementary half day
Okay, because those are the child
and
care
put
issue
or
ones.
instead of and. Yeah.
Okay, and then you guys, page 23, the cabinet's agenda leaks out again in this survey because we've asked the question, the second question in, we're asking which option you want. So now you're telling us the option you guys want. And then, do you see what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
already, if VUSD opens school with your child attending 2 days a week, so this is what cabinet is looking at doing.
Yes.
So now we're looking for more clarification on that. But if we go back to the very first real question on it, it's kind of a redundant question to me, you guys.
I had a neutral person in my life who's not involved just read this blindly because I thought, do they sound repetitive? And it was just one person, and he said, no, it really doesn't. But that was my concern. Does it
Do you want to
sound
ask
repetitive?
me, Michael?
I don't know.
You don't understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm confused because in the first, and I'm not saying you're not right.
No.
In the first question on that page, it says if USC started with all students full time, and the second one says if you was doing 2 days a week. Those are the two.
So, yeah, the first question's asking which do you want? Full-time with remote learning 2 days a week, or it's too early to tell.
On the first page.
On the first page.
Yeah.
And then we go to assuming if VUSD opened 2 days a week.
Well, but first it says if USD opens full time on the top of that page.
Okay,
Yeah.
super, extremely valid. My bias just came in.
Yeah, no problem.
Great point.
No
Okay,
problem.
okay, I'm in.
Well, to your point, I was actually worried it was redundant, but I guess not.
Okay, and then one other question is, how concerned are you that your child may catch COVID? This is not an educational question. This is a dramatic, emotional, stirring question that's, I don't think, appropriate in the survey.
Okay.
Every parent is concerned their kid's going to get sick. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
Okay,
Good point. I'll take it out.
and that's it for the survey.
Thanks.
Thank you. Miss Shelley, gonna unmute you here in a second. Please. Find her. There she is. Hey there,
Hello?
Miss Shelley. There you go.
Okay. I agree with a few of the things that have already been said, Tracy, especially identifying certain things. And one of them is we say remote learning, but I think this virtual academy is far different from the virtual learning of before. And I think parents need to be made aware of that somehow in some kind of a little synopsis or something, because if they're going to have a lot more contact during the day with the parent teachers and it's every day, I think that's an important piece for parents to know. I think that parents need to know, as Tracy was saying, that when we're doing the partial days with the half the class, that the things we're going to be concentrating on, or the reasons we're doing that, are for social distancing. We'd include, hand washing and sanitizing, and that masks would be allowed, and it would be parent choice. Because I think when you just ask these questions as they are, they're going to have a million questions about, well, what do they mean about this, and how is that? I think we need to be a little bit more detailed, even though it's easier not to be. And the last thing is, at the beginning, we had a parent talk about the fact that 3B wasn't on that survey, being 100% 2 days a week for half a day. And I think we probably need to include that. And we might want a little explanation for why we're not doing Wednesdays. Something to the effect of, teacher training, sterilizing the classroom, cohorts of, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I realize I'm saying to add a lot to the survey, but I think in order to get meaningful feedback, you've got to add some more detail.
What was the last thing you just said, Shelley?
I said that, I don't remember. I'm reading. Hold on.
Wednesdays. Thank you. Wednesdays. Why Wednesdays?
Yeah, they need a little explanation on what Wednesdays is and why their kid's not going on Wednesdays.
Okay.
My concern also, lastly, is I know that we need to negotiate some of this with our VTA, and I don't know how much that negotiation is binding, et cetera. But before we ask parents about something that VTA may be totally against and we may not need to negotiate, should we wait for the survey until we at least have discussions with VTA? That would be another question I have.
Miss Tracy, and then Mr. Sean.
Same question. I feel like part of the frustration with parents was more questions than answers, answering our questions. And I don't think it's fair to staff, and I don't think it's fair to parents to not have a landscape of how we're going to honor what our teachers need and what they look like as our partners while we're doing this. So I don't feel like we have all the information we need to ask the right questions of our parents yet. And I would say that every definition I've heard, if I said the word full-time to parents that I know or who have emailed us, they're not thinking half day. So we better quantify what we mean by full-time when we talk about full-time at any point, that they're thinking full-time, not half-day school Monday through Friday. So those would be my other two.
Got it.
Sean, did you have something else, or is your name just still up there?
Add one more thing. So just to clarify, on page 24, kind of to go with my comment earlier, I'm not a big fan of asking about temperature checks. I mean, unless that's something that we're deciding we're going to do, and I don't know that we want to give that choice.
I think you're right. I think we're better off leaving it out.
I think the same thing goes with the face mask issue, because I think obviously we've already talked about we're going to modify to, I mean, at the minimum, people are going to be allowed to wear face masks. We know that, right? So if either we're going to mandate it and it's not going to be a choice, so why ask it? Or we're going to allow them to have the choice, and it doesn't matter if they support it or not, because it's going to be parent and student choice. So I think that question's kind of set us up for failure as well, because it doesn't, either we're going to give them a choice or we're not, and this really isn't necessarily going to be the determining factor of that.
So take it out?
I would say take both those questions out personally.
Anybody strongly disagree, or?
Well, because the large majority of emails we got have been concerned about face coverings. There's been less we've gotten some feedback about, right? But the overwhelming majority, at least of what has come through my email box, has been, I have all these concerns. So if you're saying, yeah, I guess if you're saying that we don't want the input because we're gonna make the decision with or without it, don't ask the question. If we wanna quantify justification for saying we're gonna make it a choice because there's a majority that doesn't want them, or there's a majority that says, no, I want my kid, and we're gonna use it to inform our decision.
Can I clarify what maybe
Yeah.
I have to be clear? So I guess what I'm saying is either we're going to require face masks or we're going to allow them to wear it at their choice. This isn't going to be the determining factor of that, because if we're going to require it, then that's going to have to be based on Department of Public Health and things like that, right? That's not just us arbitrarily saying you have to. If they're going to be allowed to wear them if they choose, there's no question about that. So I'm just not a big fan of asking people's opinion on something that they're not actually going to get the choice. Anything we ask on here, I want to know that we're going to be able to at least consider for parent choice. Because I know as a parent, I get really frustrated when I get asked a question or about anything, and I don't really have the choice, right? So if we're going to ask the question, I want to make sure that we can use the data and it means something.
Yes, very
But,
good point.
you know, can I say the only thing, that's a good point, and the only thing about that is, so we have the option to mandate it or not, right? I mean, that's our option. We were told by our attorney that we can do that. And we may think, gee, that's a pretty good idea. But if we put in this question and 95% of the parents say, no effing way,
We should honor that.
then we might say, well, maybe not. We'll go try to do some other thing. So that's the only thing about that. It is a choice for us to do it or not do it. And if it's so overwhelming that it's like, then we may consider, I agree with the temperature thing, but I think on the mask, I'd rather know if it's overwhelming not to do it.
I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone though, because parents haven't asked a lick of question about temperatures, but parents are really concerned about masks. So, I mean, are we supposed to listen to them?
Well, maybe it's just me. Look, all I'm saying here. So all I'm saying here is, and maybe I'm just misinterpreting it. I don't understand why, if we don't need to do it, that we would mandate. We would put the staff in the position to mandate mask wearing, because I think that puts. I don't, and that's just me. If I'm in a classroom and I got to worry about all the other million things, and I got to make sure the kid keeps a mask on, that to me, if I don't, as a board member, if I don't have to do that to them and to the students and the families, I'm not even going to think about doing it. I think that's unreasonable. So I can't imagine why. I guess, and maybe it's just my mindset here, but I don't understand why we would even entertain the notion unless it's necessary, unless there's a reason why we can't. Because I think that's an extra layer to put on folks. I mean, if they want to wear them, then they should wear them. If 95% of the parents say, I want my kid wearing a mask, then 95% can wear a mask. But mandating it is a whole different level.
So I don't think we should mandate. I don't think that we should mandate masks. I'm completely against
If we're not going to mandate it,
we're debating that. We're talking about the
question. Okay, I'll go back to the question. But to the question, at the same time, I do feel responsible to listen to what parents are saying. So I have not heard enough compelling arguments from parents to say no because we haven't asked the question directly. So for some reason, this question came back and there was this overwhelming majority of parents that we hadn't heard from that said, yes, I support my kid wearing a face mask. We have to have a different conversation. So I don't know if it's worth inviting trouble or if it's just the right thing to do because we've only heard from people who don't, mostly heard from people who don't want masks and we haven't asked the question directly. And this may tell us it's 50-50 and we're screwed, we have to make a decision, we're gonna piss off half our parents, or it solidifies that we don't need to make it mandatory. So that's where I was going about the question. I'm just trying to not bring my bias in because I have one, but we need to figure out how we're gonna use the answer to the question.
If the board, I guess what I'm saying is if the board, and I'm totally opposed to this, but it's not just my decision, obviously. If the board is saying, if, whatever percentage says we want masks, then, and the board is entertaining the idea of making it mandatory, then I'm fine with that question. But if not, I think that question is unfair.
I agree.
Okay, fantastic. I'm all opposed of the question, and
Do you want me to take it out?
It's a parent choice. Doesn't matter if it's 95% or 80%. And the
Okay.
floor goes to Mr. Silva. I recall my time. I've seen that a lot.
I recall my time.
I recall my time.
You can. No, you get to come back. I'll give you.
So I think number one, I think it's too soon to send out any survey until we decide what the schedule may be. I think that when you send out a survey, you're going to get typically the most angry, boisterous people responding to that. And let's say, how many people filled out the last survey?
4,623.
And how many total parents do we have?
Well, and I did a rough math when I shared those results, because we have 13,000 students.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take that 4,623 and you say an average, what's an average family? I think I multiplied it by 2.5. And maybe Kelly Burks is our mathematician in the house. I can't do that in my head, but I think it was around over 11,000. So when I did the math, because you know, they have multiple siblings. We don't have a database to count parents that I know of. So it looked to me like we had a really, really significant turnout by that number, 4,623. Some parents have one child, some have 5, 6. So I did an average. Okay. So we actually, I think it was a really large response, understandably. This is a pretty big deal, right? So I do think this much more than other surveys, we do get a pretty good response.
Yeah.
And actually, your point to when we send it out, that was going to be my second question today, but we can get to that after we're done with this.
Yeah, so I personally feel that there's still some things that need to be worked out before we get, basically what's being echoed here, before we start putting out whatever responses we're looking for based on whatever we're trying to get out of the data we're trying to get out of the survey. I think it's too premature to send something out before even Thursday. That's where I'm at. So the second piece is, and please clarify, are we still required, or is it still recommended? Is it still recommended to adhere to 6 feet of social distance under 3B?
So you're asking me? Oh, yes, because we talked about this morning with Dr. Mateus. It was my understanding it was a requirement, but it sounds like from Mr. Freeman and Dr. Mateus that it's a guideline, a recommendation. Am I correct?
Yeah. So it's still, so that's my question. Is it still?
Isn't that what Dr. Mateus said this morning?
It's a guideline that you better follow because you're not going to be sued.
Yeah.
To me, it's a pretty serious.
Yes, I agree.
So, excuse me.
Yes.
Hold on, time out. So under 3B, is it still recommended that education classrooms still adhere to social distancing? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Harold, do you know?
Did you say recommendation?
Yes, recommendation. I never said, I didn't think, if I say required, I apologize. I didn't mean required.
Mike, it's not possible with 4 days a week. It's not possible.
That's,
hold on. He asked a question to Harold.
thank you, John.
I believe he asked a direct question to Harold. Let him finish, and then we can discuss it.
People getting hungry.
In short, my understanding is it is just a guidance. So if you go to the CDE recommendations for reopening school, it is in there as a guideline. It is not a mandate.
Correct. As long as, we beat that one over and over. And that applies to our educational facilities, our classrooms as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
To finish up surveys, I have one more thing, if that's okay.
And Ms. Shelley is after you. Go ahead.
Okay. So Kairos has been sending out surveys to their parents every week since this has happened. I don't know if any of the board has seen the results of their survey. Jane, do you have the results of their surveys?
He shares them with me on occasion, and he started every week, then he went to every 2 weeks. He told me there was a high percentage that basically said.
Would love, if it's possible, to forward those results to the board, because I think it is a small portion of our community, but it's a portion of our community, and his survey was written really well. And then the other thing I was just going to ask is, I'm a proponent of having the shorter survey, more direct survey, so we actually get parents to get it, submit it, and get it in. Because you've had lots of suggestions here on the survey today, so is it okay to ask that maybe you have survey option A and option B, and that you just reach out to the board so that you can get a rough count before you send it out, or a consensus from the board prior to sending it out? Because I feel like you've gotten a lot of direction thrown at you, but I don't know what.
No, actually, I can go over the direction, but I have to, Mr. Freeman is also our Brown Act attorney, so we have to be mindful of
So you feel like,
agreement as a board. But I'd like to go over again everything that I've gotten today to make sure I got it right. But I didn't get a clear direction on the face mask.
I don't think you got there.
Did you want me to take it off? How many, maybe we can just do a thumbs up. How many want me to take it off is a question? The face mask question. I didn't get a clear direction.
I have one comment about it before I tell you. So I just do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We didn't forget you, Shelley. Give me 1 minute. We'll get to you.
So I think the hardest part about all this is obviously there are a lot of us that have disparate opinions, but harder than that is we're all juggling like 3 or 4 things. So not only do we have disparate opinions, but I will tell you very clearly that there is no way on this planet at this point that I personally would vote for no social distancing and no face masks. There's like no way. So I'm just wondering if you should put that on the survey, because nothing is in a vacuum. They're all kind of connected. And you know, to me, I just feel like if we did that, it would be like, well, why don't we just like put our hands out and say, well, if somebody sues us, we're screwed, because that would be like going clearly against everything that was recommended.
Okay, could we get Miss Shelley on the line? Thank you.
No. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I was just going to say that in order to keep the survey looking simple, as Cherie talked about, perhaps we could have an attached, page 2 or back or whatever it is, if it's physical or on the computer, that just explains. So on the front it would say see page 2, number 1 for explanation. So that somebody who wanted to know, well, what is the remote learning now? It could be there, but maybe not in the middle of the survey, just to make it easy. That's it.
So that's what I wrote down from a lot of your feedback, Shelley, was to describe what remote learning means, clarify about partial days. So the other note I have is 2 days per week is not 100% 2 days a week, to clarify that for elementary, that it's a half day. Take out the question about concern that your child might catch COVID. The part where it said, are you comfortable, to simplify that questions, that if school were to start under these circumstances, as opposed to are you comfortable? And also have precautions listed, like a paragraph or a few lines at the beginning explaining that under any circumstances, all these precautions will be in place. Okay. Remove the question on temperature checks. And explain why Wednesdays are off. So the issue, like to Michael Silva's point about when to send it, so I've had several conversations about whether or not you want those results sooner rather than later. Do you want us to send it Monday and have it ready for Thursday? Do you want us to wait to July? I mean, a lot of it is chicken and the egg, because I thought the surveys would feed a little bit of our decisions. That was the point, or it's information we can use. But I mean, my feeling of sending it in July was it's closer as possible to the start of school, and things might change by then. But yes.
Give them input to help us know what to ask our parents. Like, why are we waiting so long to get those results back from our teachers? Because
what do you mean?
So
I'm going to take the parent survey and then make a similar survey for teachers at the same time. And we have both. We surveyed both parent and teachers when we were coming up with this proposal. Is that your question?
So give me the quickie 30-second temperature check on teachers then. Because why do I not have any frame of reference for with the majority of teachers are like, we want 50%, or we'll come back?
I don't have questions like this for teachers, but we asked similar questions to teachers for what model, the 2 days a week, the every other week, and the majority of teachers were
But
2
not
days
yet.
a week.
We're going to ask them.
Yeah, we have that. I will send that to you. Yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head kind of looks like?
Says it's a majority of teachers.
When you know the survey we sent to parents about
Yes.
which model do you
Yes,
want?
yes.
The majority of teachers said the model that we chose.
Okay.
And I think it was mentioned in the presentation where that said that it aligned with what teachers said as well as what
Okay, I
parents
missed
said.
that, so-
And I'll send that.
So there's nothing else to ask teachers. We have their input.
But I would like to, whatever the parent survey is on this, I would like to have a similar teacher survey. Very similar to the parents.
Sean?
So I guess, Jane, my question is, as far as the timing, I mean, I think that's, to me, it seems like sooner better than later, because I would think staff would need to have some idea of kind of what direction they're going in. But I want to preface that by saying that we all understand that things could change, and we need to have plans from another closure to, stage one, we don't know where it's going to go. So just because we're looking in a certain direction now doesn't mean that things aren't going to change and that we are not going to change and react to that, right? But isn't it better to have something now so that you can start looking at going in that direction, assuming all things being equal, that we're in the same position now or better when school starts, right?
And it doesn't mean we won't survey them again, to Cherie's point of Kairos basically sending out pretty much the same survey every other week, which sounds like a lot to me, but
yeah, that seems excessive.
But it doesn't mean we can't send a survey, say Monday, it's all electronic, get results by Thursday, and then in July send the same survey again.
Right. I think to Mike's point, I think you're right that if we were going to do one and done, and no matter what, we're going to go that direction, this would be too early to do that. But I think understanding that there's flexibility, we may have to shift gears based on what happens. We have to have backup plans and even backup plans for the backup plans, right? But we need to start setting some idea and direction for staff to focus on.
Ms. Cherie?
Hey, okay. Well, are we done talking survey? Can we move on or? No. Okay, then.
Mr. Silva?
So I just want to clarify, my main concern for the surveys is that it's just something that creates even more confusion in our community and our parents. And I think the focus should be, what are we trying to gain out of this? And I think something that was mentioned earlier today is that the buck stops here, and I'm not sure where that buck.
So one of the things that several board members have actually asked me, for example, was if we find out that a high percentage of parents will do the virtual, because we have had some parents make comments that, we love the distance learning, not a lot, but yeah, I like this model. So one of the questions that board members have asked me is, I'd like to know how many parents, what percentage of parents would choose right now the virtual learning, the remote option. Because if it's a high percentage, that might make our classes or our schools smaller and might adjust how we do our planning. That's one example. If we see that high percentage, that's the purpose of that question. Yeah. Well, will you raise
I
your
approved
microphone to turn on? Just one other thing,
yeah.
and we do need to know. I mean, the parents are our customers, so we do need to know. We do need their input as we
I agree.
We want to manage the expectations, obviously, because you put out a survey sometimes and it puts expectations in a certain part.
And our
But
kids
they are
and our
customers.
staff are a responsibility as well.
Yes.
So I think that, and so one of my concerns, I totally understand where we're at, but like there wasn't much provided, sorry, Ryan, there wasn't much provided on the details of the effectiveness of this virtual academy. So I think even putting it out there is kind of, we don't, how can we we don't have anything to sell yet and kind of showcase, hey, this is what it would look like or anything like that. So I think it's a little too preemptive to kind of say, hey, this is what we have out there. This is what we feel is effective when we're still kind of working out the details on our own. And we'll continue to.
Yeah,
But-
and I think that was a point I think Shelley made that we could define in the survey is a virtual academy would look like this. You'd have, whatever, at least an hour a day of face-to-face. It would be different than distance learning. You're right. We have to give them that information of what it would look like so they can make a more informed decision on the survey. So that is what we need to do is if we send the survey out is have a little paragraph of explanations. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Michael,
So,
sorry, I cut you off.
no, I was just going to ask what the will of the board is as far as sending it. But. John.
Your name's not up here. I have nothing to approve. You're hot now, but I have
Okay.
nothing to approve.
Thank you, John.
I think he said it that way.
So I guess my question really is what are we trying to get from the survey? Like what is the purpose of it? We did this other survey, you said probably covered 11,000 kids, the last survey, and basically we got like 40% really liked this and 40% really hated it. That was what we got. So I think that at the end of the day, just saying on Mike, how much is this a majority vote? And how much is it our responsibility to take care of the health and welfare of our kids and our staff? And maybe that's an up and down kind of thing, but I think that's important. I think we have to decide that. Because let's say, for example, 60% of the people said we should return to campus full time, and we felt, and I'm not saying that's true because I know a lot of people don't, let's say we felt that, well, that wasn't safe for kids and our staff. Then what? Then we say, sorry, here's the result of the survey, but we're deciding this. So I'm not sure where we're going. I'm not sure what we're trying to understand by the survey. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I don't know where to go with that. Unless people are trying to use the survey, which is, as reason to say, see, we have to do that because 60% of the parents want to do this or 60% of our parents do that. And to me, it's a health and welfare issue and a liability issue that we're talking about. So, and most of the parents, like this says, which of the reopening plans are you comfortable with under the current conditions? What does that mean? Do you think every parent knows that under the current conditions? Does everybody go to the coronavirus page and see what either there's a little or a lot of virus? So are they making the decision for somebody else that's maybe looking at it? So I'm not sure where where it lies. So I think we need to kind of explore that a little bit.
So you suggesting we not do a survey?
Well, I think the survey like this really isn't going to tell us much. And what it does tell us, I guess I'd like to know from the other folks on the board, like what do you think we're going to do with it when we get it back? Like how is that going to inform us to make a decision?
It's just another piece of information, just like everything else from the state is a recommendation. This could be considered a recommendation from there. It's just taking information and getting a pulse of what the parents are thinking of, and we're not making a decision in a closed bubble. Yeah. We could totally go against what they say before health and safety reasons, and we have a very valid, but it'd be nice to see where they are on that. I have no problem going against it if it's the best thing, what we believe as a whole for our staff and for our kids. But, I don't think there's any harm whatsoever of getting that information. And then we're not truly making that information in a bubble. I'd rather hear, minus the few emails that we get from the vocal parents and stuff like that, I'd just like to get another pulse check on it.
And I hear that. Just let me say that I don't know if parents would react like that. If 65% of the parents said they want to do something and we said no, that might be somewhat really difficult.
You know what? Every single decision we make on this topic, whatever we decide, whenever we decide it, is going to be difficult, and it's not going to make everybody happy. So get ready to piss people off because it's going to happen. And I'm okay with that if we do it in the right mindset of what's best for the kids.
I'm okay with that. And if parents understand that we're not, we just want to know, but we're not necessarily going to do what they say, Maybe that's very
Yeah,
fair.
it's not a vote. They don't get to direct what's going on, but it's their input. We at least take that input and go from there.
And that's fair. And the final thing I just want to say, so I would rather, I know we can't be perfect. I'd like it to say, plans are you comfortable with under the current level of coronavirus in Solano County? Because that's really what we're asking.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I understand your point, John.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy.
So we have to be prepared. I think, well, I just want to throw this out there because you asked what we thought. So I'll tell you.
Of course.
I just want the community to hear loud and clear that I believe that even though we have some differences of opinion, that our ultimate goal is to come up with the best solution to serve the most, with the clear understanding that we're going to piss people off. We're not going to come up with ideas. Feasibility, we're not going to make every single person happy. But I also don't want to negate the fact that at the end of the day, we work for parents. They are right? So if the overwhelming majority, that matters. The democracy of that matters. And I feel like we're beholden to that. Now, we can educate them if we feel like that's not taking the safety of your children. And we have to consider, we can educate them that we have to consider safety of our staff. We have to consider, and then maybe they'll understand. But I think it's really short-sighted to think that parents are considering the safety of their kids. Because just because one family is gung-ho, because maybe their kid is diabetic, like my daughter, and so they have a different set of considerations that I have for my son, who could eat dirt and never die. Like, just, right? But that we need to give parents some credit that their choice matters, and that they can, to what the attorney said, if heaven help us, if we're not prudent and really global to the best of our ability, because ADA matters right now, because it's not just this, like we have lots of other decisions, and if we lose kids because they choose to walk away from us because we didn't listen to parents, that matters. If they're gonna tell us in their vote, they're gonna tell us if they keep their kid in our district. It's not easy. So I do have faith that our differences of opinion will get us to a good solution. But there you go, that's my answer to your question.
Okay, Sean, one second, Sean. Just, can you let Miss Shelley talk so she stops texting me?
Sorry, I just have two things. First of all, Sean, just to remind you, we do have other proposals, because that paper with the proposals goes stage 1, stage 2, 3A, 3B, 4. So we do have our fallback plans for if things happen in different stages. I don't know if that's what you meant, but I'm sitting looking at it in front of me. And the other thing is, I think we have to continue to remember staff. We ask parents, we're concerned about parents, but staff are the ones that are going to be in closer contact with children and are going to be at risk, and we need to make sure that we do everything we can do to keep them healthy also. And I know we're all thinking about that, but it's about staff and students. Thanks.
Sean.
Thanks, Shelley. No, that actually wasn't what I meant. I just wanted people to understand that just because we at some point decide the direction we want to see the district go, that we're not going only in that direction to the exclusion of all other options. So that was my point. I just want to, because I was one of the ones that asked Jane about the survey, and my purpose behind it is really fairly simple. It is, I want to know how many parents don't feel comfortable sending their kid to school who would choose distance learning. Because I think we can all agree, no matter what happens, distance learning is still going to be an option. Maybe a little bit, it's expanded a little bit from what it's been through Kimmy and in the past, right? So I want to know what percentage do we have to look at social distancing in the classroom, because the conversation at this point has been 100%, attendance, and well, what if 20% or 30% say, we're not comfortable coming back to send our kids back to school, so they're going to choose the distance learning option. Now we only have 70% we have to look at how can we accommodate in the classroom for distance learning. That could mean the difference between 2 days a week and 5 days a week for those students that feel comfortable and choose to come back to the campus. So for me, that's the information I want. It's not about making a decision solely based on what parents want. We have to look at that and say, hey, if this percentage of parents feel they don't want their students coming to campus or on the campus, then that makes our decision based on that other percentage a little easier. So that was my point.
That's a really good question. That's a solid, easy yes/no question that could really help.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what do you need from us?
Well,
The thumbs up,
I'm afraid to ask.
thumbs up of moving ahead with the survey, what
Yes,
would you
do
like?
you want it sooner rather than later? Do you want me to try to get some information to bring back to you next Thursday for the board meeting?
Sean?
I think that Sean's idea actually is the best one. I think that's the most important thing, to have that question answered clearly.
Tracy?
I guess, yes, when I see the edited version, is that like some?
Yes, all the things I read I'll take out, but, and what's today, Saturday? I have Sunday to work on
good
this.
Lord, no.
And, because we have to send it out electronically Monday to give parents time so we get it by Thursday, but I'll clean it up. And make a similar one for teachers to send out around the same time.
You have to go on the mic?
Speak up.
For me, it just, I definitely agree with Sean's point, but I think it needs to be clearly communicated that we're just seeking input. This is not what is happening, because I think that created a lot of confusion last time.
Sherry?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I
So-
just say real quick, can I
By
end
all
my
means.
presentation? Oh, did
Yeah.
Shelley? Sorry.
That's right, I forgot to ask you, Shelley, I
Oh,
apologize.
sorry. I think Sean's point's well taken, but I think parents may feel differently if they know that there'll be social distancing for 2 days a week versus 100% in the class. So I think that those are important distinctions, because people may choose to have their kids come back with social distancing and then do the remote learning the other days. So I think you've got 3 questions, don't you? Because you can't just say, would you come back or would you remote learn? You got to say, would you come back if it was social distancing of 50% in the class? Would you come back if it was 100% with less social distancing, because it's going to be that way? Or would you choose remote learning?
Yeah, and I think I put on one something about social distancing. Yeah, I put it on that, the second 2 days per week. But I can mention in every question, like in the first one, in parentheses, no social distancing.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Yeah, I can do
You
that.
have to know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
no,
you.
and also, would you come back with yes? See, in other words, I think what Shelley's saying is, some people, if there was absolutely no social distancing, would just say yes, virtual. But if there was social distancing, then they would say no, virtual. So they have to be able to make that in order for us to understand, I
But our
guess.
social distancing option is the 2 days a week, so that'll be clear in the question. That's the only way we can do social distancing. Is the 2
That's
days.
right.
Yeah,
That's
and that says to ensure social distancing, but I can add to the first question,
No
no
social
social
distancing.
distancing.
Perfect.
Okay, clear.
You know, the first survey, we thought things would be clear, and they came back really unclear, so.
It's really hard to write a
I
survey.
know.
Okay, so I just wanted to say there's some other options which I think you're aware of. This was just one proposal, and there's other options I put out there. And another option is you can wait till July to make the decision. This is on the agenda for the 25th, and we'll bring the survey results, and we will bring this proposal back. If you request an optional proposal, or if you want to put out an optional proposal on the 25th, we could talk about it. I'd like to get some feedback from you, what you'd like to see, if you'd like to see anything else for us to bring next Thursday night, other than survey results. Does that make sense?
So some of the feedback, it's only been a handful of parents, so it's not like a huge number, but I have got feedback of when are you gonna know what you're gonna do, so I can make a decision if I need to apply at PCS, if I need to apply, if I need to look into homeschool, like, not because they wanna take their kid, because they don't know what's happening yet.
Right.
Right? So
Yeah.
I think that parents have a sense of urgency.
Yes.
Because there's this huge consideration around daycare and everything else. So I don't know how we vote on Thursday. I don't think we're ready for that. But I feel like if we don't, we better be prepared to have a special board workshop in July.
In July,
really early
absolutely.
in July, and be clear with parents and give them our deadline of giving them a final answer.
Yes.
Because I don't even know if there's going to be daycare available for 3 and a half, like 3 days, half day. Like, what's available in our community to serve all these parents? Like, parents are going to have a lot of planning to do, regardless of what we decide.
And
So-
our principals and our teachers have a sense of urgency too.
For sure.
And our high school principals do come back the week of July 13th. So at the very latest, I would want, if you're not ready to vote next Thursday, then we would schedule in early July before mid-July, we'd schedule a
I
board
tell you to do before
Okay.
meeting.
4th of July first.
Yeah. Well,
If you could pull it off.
Yeah. Is that it, Ms. Jane?
so what do you want me to do?
In which aspect?
Do you want us to go ahead and schedule a July meeting?
So, just for me personally, I'm not real comfortable making that decision since we're not making it today.
Mm-hmm.
I think it needs to be at a regular board meeting. I think I'm nervous about doing it on a Saturday or an off. I mean, I think that we need to, because it is a really big decision, and I don't know that we're going to get any more input or any more parents coming forward to provide their input or being able to weigh in. But I think this is a big enough decision that should be made at least on a regular governing board meeting rather than at a special board workshop, unless we're going to do it on,
I didn't
Thursday
mean
or
a workshop.
something.
We have no board
Special
meeting
board
scheduled
meeting.
in July,
Right.
which we've been doing the past couple of years, but we always leave July open. Often there's facility things, and we have a Thursday night. So we could schedule a Thursday night regular board meeting if that would make
So
you
can I
comfortable.
propose July 2nd? Because at this point, we're not supposed to be doing much anyway, so even though it's right before 4th of July, it's still a Thursday.
is only 1 week after next week.
Why wouldn't we just make it next week if we're going to make it July 2nd?
As in Thursday when we're gonna get results? Because we process everything instantly?
Well, it's electronic. I mean, I don't
No, I mean us processing the data
If we
as it
can't
currently.
make a decision, then we'll put it off to the July, the
Okay.
9th or whatever.
Okay.
I'd say
Okay.
start working on a date in mid-July to have
Okay.
a regular board meeting at typical regular hours, and we could publicize it and make sure that we advertise that out there.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll do.
So, thank you very much to all the presenters for all that information and all the work that went behind that. So, now we're going to move on to board discussions, questions, and comments. And yeah, okay. So, I get to go first. Yay, because I can. So, PPE, have we purchased PPE, personal protective equipment and where are we at that level?
Actually, the county, Ed is the contact. The county, the Department of Ed has given us all districts equipment, and the county has let us know that they're stockpiled. Have they come yet, Ed?
They will come next week, and I have some numbers just to give you an idea.
That'd be great.
Like to do that. N95 masks will get 264. Cloth masks 7 through 12 an adult will get 15,247. Cloth masks K6 will get 12,800. Disposable masks 7-12 an adult 17,000. Disposable mask K6 12,000. Face shields 2,576. Hand sanitizer 204.
It's
and
not Purell, is it?
And-
I was just double checking. I'm looking out for you, brother. Look at
We need the list of alternatives.
And 68 thermometers.
68 thermometers. Okay, fantastic. So that's good.
Do you have any questions for our facility?
I'm going signage.
Okay.
How are we looking for signage for hand washing and all that other good stuff?
And you can leave after this, okay? Got all your questions?
No. I have another one for you.
We have, we're working on the signage we'll have up, whatever. We're still working on what signs, what and where, and what they need to say and everything. We'll work that out. And above everything, the PPE, everything that Ed just mentioned, we have been purchasing on our own as well, getting hands-on hand sanitizers for the classrooms and for common areas and everything else, masks, everything else, because it's hard to get a lot of these things. It has been. So we're stocking up everywhere right now.
Get somebody make us some nice VUSD masks. So, plexiglass banners for like the office and stuff as they're getting visitors. Have we thought about that at all?
We've already gone through the front offices and put those barriers up. We did that before.
Fantastic.
We did that back in March.
Okay. Jane, I don't know if we're doing it, but I would definitely look at enhancing a current policy or whatever regarding face masks and the appropriateness of both what students wear and what staff wears if they choose to. There's been a lot of incidents with various things that people put on their masks that are not appropriate. So I don't know if we have to address any policies to make sure that we do that ahead of time.
Yeah, we'll look at it. We got a list of new policies from CSBA too related to this, but we'll look at the dress code.
And then the comments on the IIPP as well, making sure that we start to address that with the, I wouldn't even just say the COVID, but maybe more communicable diseases type of thing that will cover a lot of different bases versus just that.
Mhm.
And that way we're taking care of all of our employees as well. The temperature checks, I do a lot of work outside of the district here, and most of them rely on people doing it themselves. They have to fill out some type of form. So even though we may not take that on, as a whole, it would be part of the notices to the parents would be, I would suggest to strongly encourage that they're doing those checks prior to sending those kids and doing the self-checks. Comment to the special ed. Thank you very much for sharing more of that information. That was a big concern for those kids. I can't say that. Just little notes.
He was having a bad moment.
Luckily, I have a filter. Not too much, but I have a filter. Okay. And then these proposals, 3A and 3B, were made from that committee,
Yes,
correct? Of administrators, teachers, employees, everybody.
Yes, I forgot to mention that at opening. I meant to say that when we brought the first draft of the proposal, we had that whole list. It must have been like 30 people. Principals, assistant principals, teachers, VTA, representatives, classified managers, child nutrition, fiscal. We have a pretty broad group. Technology, everybody. That's where this came from.
Okay.
Except I'm going to say three used to just be correlate to the state, but
Yes.
3B was something that was inserted that doesn't
Yes.
correlate with anything.
To Solano County.
Well, but
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't want to argue. That's just where we got it from. Was looking at the county had broke it down into 3A and 3B.
So your recommendation would be what? If I was to ask Jane's recommendation on, because you had other possible options. Right.
My initial idea was to start out with a 50%. And
basically the 3A type.
right, the
Okay.
3A or 3B, ramp up over the course of 2 or 3 weeks with a goal of starting 100% after Labor Day. I've been told that's not a great idea. It's a hard decision because you want people to be safe. And I've gotten a lot of the emails you have with families, children, families that need to go back to work. There's the equity issue. And I think that's what Fairfield dealt with, is around serving our students as well. And I thought if we could do a slow ramp up, we could take the time in small groups to train our students, watch the data, hope that if things got better, we could move into 100%, and the parents could know, okay, whatever, after Labor Day, we're coming back 100% unless there's a spike. I'd like to see that.
Okay. And then Shelley, to answer your question, I think Ed said there was 2,500 face shields, was it, Ed? So 2,600, sorry. So they're there. And that's all I have for now. So down the line, or what should we do? Down the line. Miss Cherie.
Okay, couple things. That is interesting. One of the things that stood out today with having the doctor here was our staff is really at the greatest risk when we look at the effects of COVID. And so none of these plans, I mean, yes, they have less in the classroom, but they're exposed to the same number of students. And so I don't have a solution. And I hate when people bring a problem with no solution, but there I go. So there's that. I'm really disappointed in the remote learning option because this isn't, and I'm one board member, but this is not at all what I discussed at that board meeting. And hearing that what Cabinet's considering is that it's a 1-year commitment, it misses the whole kind of pulse of where we're at right now. So this is my thought was, these are children, let's just say Cooper, for instance, you got a little third grader at Cooper whose mom has cancer. This child cannot go to school. So now we're saying, guess what? Because you have mom at home, you now have to commit for a year to be an online student here. And then we'll see, oh, maybe if there's room, you'll get to go back to your school of choice when mom is solid. That's not okay, and that's not equity. So I really want to push you guys to go back. We should be doing remote learning at every school site, because this is not, we're not starting a new school. We're trying to take care of kids at the school of residence where they're at now, and they shouldn't be penalized because somebody's at risk at home. And that's what I think this current remote learning does. So I just need to plant that seed and be really strong that I won't support it as is now. But
So what was it where you said, does it about a year?
yeah, so we were told today that they're looking for a
Okay.
1-year commitment. But again, we're taking kids that are Cooper kids and now we're
Right.
moving them to this program instead of letting them stay with maybe somebody that's popping on there that's a familiar face.
Yeah, I think the struggle too around that is it's a program that anybody can access, but the issue is we can't reserve a space in this classroom. There's no guarantee that they'll go back to their original classroom.
But do we
because
know
of numbers?
What teacher? We don't know which teachers can go back to a class. We don't know, truly. Do we know how many of our teachers have to be protected and do online school yet? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't know that we have the good solution yet to know what our options are, because we we may have teachers at every school site who are too fragile to be back in a classroom until COVID is over.
And I'm not sure the math works out that perfectly. I wish
Totally.
it would.
Yeah.
You know, you might have one school where, you know, none of all the teachers want to come back. That's and age group and secondary, middle school, elementary. So I'm not really sure that it works out. It's going to line up perfectly.
No, and I'm sure none of this.
Yeah.
I mean, dear Lord. But the idea of these kids committing to a year, not being, doing distance learning through Cooper, but now doing it through this other, it just doesn't feel right in any way to me. And then the only other thing is the survey stuff. I know we're going back to the survey, but I do believe each one of us is here and we represent a section of the community, and we represent the parents and the children that are here. And so I'm huge on our parents should have the option to choose where their children are and what their children are doing. And so that's why I think the survey is so important, because our job is to give voice to the parents that voted us in. So that's why I'm so pro survey and getting it out there now, and maybe again later, who knows, but we'll see. And then I'll try and be done so we can go home before midnight.
Thanks, Ms. Cherie. Silva.
Is the enrollment for the groups A and B, or virtual learning, is that going to be based on a first come, first served basis?
For the A and B, I don't know that we've decided how
Or
we're
sorry,
going to do
in
it.
class versus virtual?
I don't know. We haven't determined the details.
Or would
of
the
that
AB
plan.
actually accommodate
How
the
we
full
choose
class?
A versus B groups.
You know, some of the principals have talked about, and they've sort of been thinking about which are the right students to put together and which, this cohort would be better to be supported this way. The tricky part with that, if it's not done by alphabet or some other way, then it's gonna be harder to match up the middle schooler and the high schooler with it. But we could try that. But I think the principals are looking at sort of what's the best groups. If we have half the students here on these 2 days and half here, what's the right mix of these students to put together?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
And siblings?
Yes.
Yeah,
And so we have
be
to
on the same.
where there'll be a lot of traces being done and calls to the secondary principal. Can you make them the Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday group? I mean, because they have to watch the younger ones later.
Right.
All of those things principals realize we're gonna have.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike.
And thank you, Sharif, for bringing up the issues with access to the virtual academy. I agree with everything you said there. Question for Dan. So as a parent, every year I get a request from our teachers about providing Clorox wipes, donating Clorox wipes or additional cleaning supplies. So to me as a parent, that tells us that it brings up a question: can we adequately supply proper cleaning equipment?
It's not just a question of supplying it. There are things that have to be done in order to use it. Clorox wipes have always been not allowed because we have to have certain safety data sheets on all the chemicals that are in a room, and we're responsible for that. We do have the chemical that we use to disinfect the rooms is called Virex. But in order to, for example, a teacher wants to use Virex to clean something, they have to go onto our insurance website and they have to take a training to be certified in order to use that chemical. So it's not just a matter of supplying it to them; is they have to be certified to be able to use it.
And then how was it determined that maybe it's a discussion for later on, but that having a one day to deep clean, what does that exactly constitute?
Well, it's not just the 1 day to deep clean. Surface cleaning would be every day. So every day would be cleaning every surface, every doorknob, everything to disinfect everything. The Wednesday would be kind of the makeup day to in case we didn't get to vacuum every room that night because we are doing we're cleaning every surface, and that's what we're focusing on is the disinfectant part. Wednesday could be the day that we come back and do some of the things that we missed during those nights. That make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And we have
the other thing too is I average 6 to 7 people, custodians out per day. That's what we average of the 55 custodians that we have. So yeah, they're calling in sick or they're going on vacation or taking something, they're not there for some reason or another. So, we do need to, having that extra time would be beneficial for us.
And with that extra time, we would be able to meet that recommendation, those cleaning recommendations. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And then I guess just my last point, with the respect to the 3B schedule of not being able to accommodate social distancing which is against the recommendations for the state. I'm not comfortable with that yet. So just want to communicate that. Thank you.
Tracy.
Well, so maybe I do. So I'll start at the back end. So I'm guilty of totally bringing contraband to the schools because I forever, every year have brought Lysol and Clorox wipes, and I didn't know that we weren't supposed to. So I'm super confused about that policy because that's like a staple in every classroom I've ever been in. So maybe we need to do some education on that. Guilty.
This is a struggle that we go through every year in every district that I've ever, the 3 districts I've worked in, it's always an issue. People bring in their own. The thing is, you can't have, whether you're certified to have it or not, you can't have it in an elementary school room underneath the sink. There's a lot of these rules. Not everybody knows all the rules. I don't even know all the rules.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's a super common thing.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. But it's something that, we take it away, they bring some more in.
Well, so I guess my point, though, is that we also usually get class lists of stuff, and I would assume under this new current situation, we need to do some education or some thank you so much for your generosity, but this year we're not going to be accepting donations of any kind, because in theory, you would have to sterilize whatever comes in if we're going to go so far. Like pencils, paper, markers, glue, pick some, right? Like, I don't know how you're going to work that, but anyway, so thank you. I agree with Sharice. That's all I needed from her. Sorry. I agree with the distance learning thing. I'm super frustrated. I also feel a little bit frustrated that okay, I'll just come with it. I feel like I have so much respect for the amount of work and thought that has gone into from the committee. And so it feels so adversarial to me to push back, but we weren't given an opportunity to be at the table, even in 3s. And so we have, not that we need to be in the weeds, but we're responsible for the final decision. I mean, at the end of the day, stuff's going to roll downhill. There's consequences for all of us. And so it may feel like we're pushing or that somehow we don't respect what work you've done, and that's not the case at all, but we didn't get to participate in solutions. And so now, if we've had an idea that could have influenced the solution or been educated through the process to say, no, that idea is stupid, or no, it's not feasible, or whatever, now we're on the back end. And so I can imagine how it feels from over there. But that's, at least for me, that's not the intent of asking questions or pushing back. I just want to say that. I also am still wondering about an attendance policy. When will we know from the state? I'd like to know when we're going to know from the state of if it's enrollment or EDA. Do we know? Do we have a deadline of when we'll know from the state on that? For just this next school year? Okay. Okay. So I'm wondering if there's a space for option E, but Brian's not here now, of or they, oh, hi, you're behind his head. It's a big head. So, if I'm just wondering if families, because I agree with Cherie, if families aren't comfortable now, but the data changes this spring, I would want them to have the option to bring their kid back to school. And so until we have the numbers of the teachers, because it might not be site specific that we have teachers who can't or don't want to come back to the classroom, but if they're willing to support distance learning at another campus so they get their needs met and we keep kids at their home school, I feel like we need to explore what the math looks like on that.
Yeah.
Because we had talked
can
at
do
one
that.
point about having
to speak to that, Ron?
school teams to support distance learning. Yeah.
Because making that choice to go to virtual learning impacts staffing and it impacts enrollment. That's one of the reasons why we suggested we'd want a commitment. We don't want to just say, oh, you can come and go as you please. It has impacts on staffing and enrollment. We did have on the slides, though, that space available, they could return to their home school, assuming things change throughout the year. But as we're currently talking about this, we want it to be a commitment where they're not just coming and going willy-nilly. If they value the design of the program, we want them to invest in it.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I totally respect that. That's what I'm trying to say is that I feel like it needs to be more flexible, or we have to have two different options. Because for parents who may be not sure, the undecided parents, because they're not sure on safety yet, and they don't know if they want to send their kids, that it might cause more anxiety or stress to do 2 days at school or 2 half days at school and the rest at home. They may say, if I have connection to a teacher every single day for 2 to 3 hours, and I'm really actually the support teacher, not the main teacher, I might be more inclined to keep my kid home for this year, or at least until spring or to the semester, because then they have more support. That's a whole different conversation what we went through, right? With what we had to deal with at the end of the year. So that information, I think, drives how we can support families. So I just want, and not that you don't have time, like good luck, Godspeed, but.
And the intent wasn't to force them to commit. We just didn't want somebody to say, well, let me try this out for a couple weeks and then go back and forth, because it could, to have to go back and forth and find placement for them would be an issue.
But I'm speaking to Sean's point. This is just really important to me, of that idea of if parents understood, I'm going to have a lot of support, so I can deal with my kid being at home. I can figure out a way to support that grandma, aunt, uncle, sister, right? Understanding I'm going to have more support of getting my kid educated, and it reduces the amount of people we have butts and seats to count to make it work for everybody. I think it's important data to understand. Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you, John. So, first of all, I want to say, I think this is a very, very, very difficult conversation. It's difficult for staff. It's difficult for the board members. And for board members, I just want to say, I really trust that we're all coming from the right place. Everybody cares about kids. Everybody wants this to be the right thing. And I'm sure that many of you will disagree emphatically with me, and I'll disagree emphatically with you. But, I just want to say that. And I want to say that, this isn't about, and I'm just saying for myself, this isn't about being reelected. This is a crisis. And we have to do the right thing in the crisis. Every one of us has to take everything we can figure out and do the right thing. One thing that I don't think that we've said it a bunch of times, but I think it's really important. Our teachers and our classified. Our teachers and our classified. In Solano County, where I work, you have to be 6 feet apart. You have to wear a mask with a client, okay? They're doing one-way hallways if you have the incidental contact that Bela was talking about. Solano County, Bela's great. He's super smart, super rational, and I respect him. And I just want to tell you, Solano County is being much stricter than we're talking about here, like light years. And that's what the employee unions are demanding, and that's what we're doing. So as we have this discussion, I wonder, there are tons of teachers that are probably 50 to 64, and there are other teachers that are over 64, and they are at risk. It's one thing talking about social distancing with the kids and the fact that they're asymptomatic. That's true. Most kids aren't going to, you know, there were 8 kids in Woodland last week that got infected, but maybe most of them are not going to get, you know, the outcomes aren't as bad. But for the teachers, they could be bad. And for grandparents at home, people with underlying medical conditions that the kids bring home, that could be bad. And we have to really, really focus on that, because I don't want teachers in the hospital. I don't want grandparents in the hospital. So that's why, for me, I'm so strongly for the hybrid model with social distancing, because with the social distancing, everybody, including Bela, says you make the risk negligible. When you cut out the social distancing, the risk is no longer negligible. So, you know, let's say it. If we do it, whatever we do, if we end up doing something that doesn't include social distancing, we're no longer making the risk negligible. I want to say to the district that, you know, to the staff, I mean, I feel like Cabinet, you guys did a really good job on the options. You obviously put a lot of work. I know the teachers were involved in that, and there were a lot of people involved in that. It wasn't just a few people saying, "What are we doing?" And we have options all the way around. So wherever we decide the risk is, we have an option. And I know you still have a ton of work to do about that. I mean, we're just talking about the 10,000 foot level. You know, you're granular, and that's going to be really hard. Last thing I just want to say, just the 50%, you know, we talked about this before, Gene, you know, 50% starting and the 100% in 3 weeks, that's a non-starter to me. And I even talked to Bela about it, because if you start with 50%, which is basically social distance, your risk is negligible, and then in 3 weeks, you don't get cases, that's what you expect. You don't then make it 100%. If you're going to do that, you might as well start out with 100%, because you're not mitigating any risk and making a decision then to make more. So I respect everybody. I know this is really, really hard, and I really trust that we're going to do our best and come to a good decision.
It might hurt.
Sean.
Thank you. You know, I agree with Mr. Kitsis. I know you don't hear me say that very often. So.
Woo, it's all good.
I agree in the sense that, you know, this is probably one of the most difficult discussions in my 5.5 years on the board that we've had. And this is probably going to be one of the most difficult decisions, because no matter what we say, what we do, there's always going to be risk. There's always going to be that question in our mind: did we make the right call? Did we consider enough information? And I think we have to recognize that, because there is no zero risk. There is no safe call. There is no what's best for everybody, because we live in a world right now where what's best for everybody just isn't really possible. I agree that we need to consider staff, because having been in a position that's essential, and being in a position to have to be exposed to situations, it's stressful and it's concerning. And at the very minimum, you need to know that your safety and your health and welfare is a huge factor of consideration for us. And I think that gets lost sometimes in the conversation, because all of us want, like I mentioned earlier, we all want what's best for kids. Everybody in this room has what's best for kids and their families. That's in the forefront of their mind. But staff is not, that safety of staff is not lost. Okay, so I don't want that to be out there, because I think what Mr. Kitts has said, that is an important consideration. And just because that wasn't the biggest bulk of the conversation today doesn't mean it's not a consideration. That being said, I think we also, like I said earlier, we have to understand that we're going to have to do the best we can here. And a lot of, I think, what we're trying to do is try to cram a whole lot of options into a little bit of opportunity to provide that. So at the end of the day, I don't know what we're going to decide as a board, but I also, listening to I'll mispronounce the name, Bela, doctor. I'll call him Doc. One of the things that I think we really have to really consider is this idea of containment versus negligible risk. And now we can debate what negligible risk is, but I think what we all need to look at is what are we going to base our decision on? Which concept? I mean, that really has to be a decision, because if containment is going to be our focal point, then whatever we decide, let's plan on doing it for the next year to 2 years. And I think we also have to consider as well that we need to balance the health risks, the realistic health risks, because what I heard from him this morning was a lot different than what I've heard from really any other source. And I think it really is reflective of the local numbers and what we're seeing locally. I'm not in the medical field, so I can only interpret the best I can what I've heard. But I also think we really do need to consider balancing the health risks with the educational loss. You know, we talk about the achievement gap, right? But now I think we're talking about the potential of an educational gap across the board. And I don't know where that tipping point is. What is negligible risk? I don't know. And I don't know at what point, because I'm not an educator, and this is kind of a rhetorical question for everybody here that is, what point are we losing so much instructional time and educational time that we're just not going to be able to, we're going to have a whole cohort of students that are really going to struggle all the way through into higher education or potentially going out of the workforce because of that loss. I don't know. Maybe that can be mitigated. Maybe it can't. But that needs to also be a consideration. So, and one last thing, with regards to the distance learning, I'm actually really happy to see us looking at that. I hope that's something that we can sort of continue to offer ongoing, because I think, it's just another option for families. I agree that it's frustrating that students have to commit to it for a longer period of time, but I think we also have to consider the cheeks in the chair space, because depending on what the distancing is going to be, it's not going to always be possible to be, bringing a student in and out of the classroom. That's just the unfortunate circumstance we're put in. And I think the other thing is we have to consider that we may actually see an increase in enrollment. I think we've kind of talked a little bit about this in the past, but we've had a huge economic hit to a lot of families that are in private schools that may not be able to continue that option and may have to come back into the public school arena. So we may not only have to serve the students that we have currently, but we may have to serve more. So it is going to be painful, some of the decisions we're going to have to make, but I think we have to consider that whatever we do is for the 13,000 kids we have-ish, right? I know it's always a plus or minus-ish, and the staff and what's going to be safest, because there is no safe. It's what's safest and what's the best case scenario, taking all of that into consideration. So with that, I just want to thank everybody for the presentations today. They were fantastic. I know there's been a lot of work that's gone into it. So thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Shree. Can you bring Shelley up afterwards, please? Go ahead, Shree.
One last thing, I just want to plant the seed. Harold actually brought it up today. Some districts are putting a camera in a classroom. So we have however many kids in the classroom. If we have a group of kids who want to do independent study, they know from 10 to 12 we're doing history, math, and English. So the camera's on in the classroom, so they're still a functioning part of the classroom, and then they're doing their work from home. Some districts are looking at that option, and that option would then secure a spot for that student when the student's back at school full time. So I just think it's something that should be part of the discussion as well. Just planting that seed.
Ms. Shelley.
I just want to add that as a past teacher and a principal, I believe that what you can do with 15 kids in a class, which lessens discipline and management, spreads the kids out, etc., is pretty quick compared to what you can do with 30, who, when you have 2 or 3, that you're managing behavior, etc. So I do believe that although they would be in school less time, you could do really well with them in that shorter time, because there's less kids. It really does make a difference. 15 or 14 kids to teach is quite a different thing than 30.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. And with that, I think everybody has made a comment. Seeing no more, we're moving on. Item number 11, future governing board meeting discussion. It is proposed, did this format work for us? Are we willing to come back to this and continue to include, obviously, Ms. Shelley from a distance and the other participants? I do have to say, with this Zoom, we've increased our participation in our board meetings.
How many were on today?
70 some odd, somewhere in that category. Yeah, and so if you're willing for that, not this meeting, right? Or because we didn't post it, does it have to be posted that we're going to do it here? Or?
Yeah, if you want to do it this way, Thursday, I've asked Dan to look into getting clear plastic dividers, since some of you can't wear masks. So if you want that.
If we're not 6 feet, you mean, or if we?
Tell you what, if you bring us face shields, I would totally deal with that.
Not shields, but if you want, they're like three sides of
I would
clear
rather-
plastic. We can have them available.
I want to cough on everybody.
But, okay,
If we're 6
just an
feet, I
offer.
think it's okay.
I asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
We won't buy them if we don't have to.
Set up like this,
Okay.
everybody here's fine, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
We all feel safe?
Would you, Teresa's not
So
here.
we
Would
don't-
you want this set up for next Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell Teresa.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, you can. Hold on there, Tiger. Okay, all good? Okay, Mr. Silva.
So my only issue, it's not live, but my only issue, I just feel, I feel odd without one of our board members here. That's my only issue. That I feel like, we're supposed to be a team, we're all supposed to be together, so it just kind of feels that we have one board member.
But I think it's on the good part though, because we're meeting her needs. Nothing against this Miss Shelley, but she falls into a different category than we do, and we're just offering her greater protection than we can. So at least we have the vast majority of the team together, and we can look at and do that.
Do you think we want to ask Shelley, like, if we had the plexiglass things, would she come or no?
Sure, ask her. Shelley? Hold
I
on.
don't know, I think about it. I'm old and there's other health issues in my family that I worry about.
If we go to the John
I feel like I
Travolta
need to not to
Diana
put myself at risk, and I've been really hunkered down about everything else, so I don't know that I want to be in there for that long of time.
Good. Well, no, we're good. We'll continue down this path. That works well. We're glad to meet your needs. Okay, we don't need to vote on this. I don't think we voted not to come here,
So we will
have these
set up
meetings.
next Thursday, same format.
Yeah, and
Okay,
are we okay,
great.
although it says action item, that we don't need to vote or nothing? Okay, all good to go.
We're good.
Great. Hey, with that, thank you, everybody that's been here. This might have been one of the longer ones that we've had. What's on the dinner menu? Just checking. First round is, okay. Thank you very much, and the meeting is adjourned.
It's coronavirus.
We have no more need for closed session, do we, Jane?
No, sir. Oh,
For Harold,
No.
we don't? Okay.
I think we're good. I think we.
Harold, thank
I appreciate it. It's nice to get